all right. Low Ink, squids, octos of all kinds. Welcome to Low Ink Day 2 Alpha Bracket. I am Devi, joined here by DRF.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. We are so excited to bring some exciting Low Ink action to you all.
And with this Low Ink action, we are gonna get on with round one here pretty quick. We have BlueMoon versus the German name for squirrel, which I have tried to pronounce 3 times already, and I cannot. So this is Team Squirrel to me.
Yes, so I'll give it a shot here. I believe it's Eichhornchen. Ink apparently is in her ear trying to correct our pronunciation, so we're probably gonna refer to them as the squirrels, because we are definitely really struggling with this one. But nonetheless,
Eichhornchen. Thank you very much.
Gonna be looking forward to this first round matchup between these two teams, a best of 3, and it seems like we're going to be getting started with Splatzone's Inkblock Art Academy shortly. Devi, what are you looking forward to on this one?
I said earlier I was excited to see BlueMoon here, and we get to see them first off, so I kind of know what some of them play. And I can kind of take a guess at how they want to take control, with having one perched up on top middle here and one on the side, but I have no idea what Team Squirrel is going to bring, so it's just going to see who's going to win the initial fights here, how they're going to come out. It's all going to be new to me, so I'm definitely looking forward to this, but it's still very hyped to see BlueMoon here first off.
Yeah, so BlueMoon definitely a more frequent face in these alpha brackets recently. So definitely going to be one that a lot of people are going to be getting behind here, as we also try to learn a little bit more about this German squirrel team.
Speaking of, we got backline comp, which I expected with Leaf on remix. There's a try coming out versus aggro comp. We're seeing a nozzle nose come out here from the squirrels.
Yeah, pretty interesting there. Nozzle nose definitely becoming less frequent in the competitive scene, so nice to see Hutch. And oh man, early on we're going to see BlueMoon going 3 down, I believe that was, but the squirrels definitely don't really have a strong hold on the numbers here, and it's going to be the Tri-Slosher that's going to be sharking here. An excellent pick there, jumping off of that middle tower to get that pick over on that flat. But it seems like they're gonna still struggle to hold the numbers advantage here. Gonna be able to flip the zone momentarily, 2v2 situation now, and they're gonna actually be able to hold on to this to get a few meaningful points on the board as the squirrels are struggling to get off of their plat.
And here was what I was talking about earlier. When BlueMoon gets control, they're gonna have that one station on top, and they do have the remix up there. It looks like they have Booyah Bomb from the squirrels coming in, and now it looks like they could cap zone here, but the Booyah Bomb from Leaf coming in to get the pick and save the zone.
Yeah, a great job there to keep control. BlueMoon gonna start to just keep this pressure up, but unfortunately it is gonna be the spot lane going down to this nozzle nose. And finally with 2 down, make it 3 down at this stage. Could they get the full wipe? Seems like it's gonna be just shy of it, but the squirrel's gonna get back control here. And start to, ink up mid quite a bit here. Build up some of the specials as well. Watch for this inkjet coming out now. And the pressure's on the double inkjet.
Double! I didn't even mention that at the beginning. It's like I saw it, but I didn't think we were going to see the double inkjet at the same time, because usually the inkjets come out one after another. So we'll see if that is going to actually affect something with having both inkjets popped at the same time, because now they lose that kind of aggro special. And BlueMoon has definitely a way to come in here with the Splatling getting 2 here, and now just looking for this third. 3 picks for the Splatling. Let's go, Leaf.
I mean, yeah, a huge play by Leaf there to get their team control of this zone and basically of the entire map there. 3 kills, that put a lot of ink on the ground as well. So now they are in the driver's seat here. trying to work through this penalty. They should be able to get through most of it. The Squirrels now trying to, counter this by taking the zone before they can get this lead back. They are able to for a second, but who is it? The Tri-Slosher and Port getting a double there, and it should be a triple along with the lead. My goodness.
Port Mac there on the try took the best opportunity there. They took the 1v1 on the one player while the other was an Inkjet, managed to win, and then secured themselves a double, and then just kept their form for the triple, and then BlueMoon just had the zone there for the rest of the points because that lead time ticks down pretty quickly from that point. So after that 3 down, that was definitely hard to even potentially come back on, and of course there was no time.
Yeah, and this one was pretty interesting because for BlueMoon, everybody had sort of a big play there at some point. I mean, we had that triple by Leaf, I believe, with that Splatling to get control of the zone in the first place. And then on top of that, Port Mac coming out with like 5-6 picks in a row there to seal the deal. Like, wow.
I also noticed the other two teammates there on BlueMoon. They had some really nice follow-up on those plays in mid-game as well. So definitely good to them. I would also like to point out the very initial opening start. BlueMoon went for a burst start to combat the aggro. I think the Squirrels saw that because Leaf got caught out, and it was a 2 or potentially 3v1 in the left corner there, and then the Squirrels were able to jump on it. I just think they missed the last person from BlueMoon to really kind of secure things. But that opening, in general, they capitalized on it, picked up one, and then I believe they got the zone from there. So it was a nice start from the Squirrels. It's just in the middle there, the fights were not going their way, and that one double Inkjet that they had at the same time just made them lose a special, and they didn't really have anything to counter when BlueMoon just kind of came back in just before that triple from the Splatling.
Yeah, I mean, what a first game though. I mean, that was definitely really back and forth in the early stages there before BlueMoon ultimately just came out on top. A little bit of a dominant performance there in the second half. But looking at the counter pick here, it looks like we are going to be getting Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard as our Game 2 map mode. What do you think of this one, Debbie?
I'm interested to see why this is the counter pick, because they do know that now that BlueMoon does have a backline. So I'm wondering if maybe they're going to try the double Inkjet strat again here, because I know Inkjet can control like the upper left, the right on the enemy spawn, making it people off snipe. So I wonder if that might potentially be coming back here for Tower. But BlueMoon might run pretty much a similar comp here. It looks like Leaf is going Nautilus here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting pick here. Given BlueMoon running what we were presuming to be a backline, but ultimately it's going to end up being a Nautilus. So, a few different other adjustments as well, like the Ketsa Rapid Blaster coming out on the side of the Squirrels, which is going to be pretty good to pressure that tower. And it looks like it's not exactly paying off so far as they are going 2 down. And so first control of this tower is going to be going to BlueMoon as they get the third pick as well. So it is just going to be Time Zone, the last one left, sharking over by this snipe, and this first checkpoint should fall with relative ease.
Leaf there realizing that someone was on the wall as they went over top there, but at the very beginning, Squirrels got the initial pick, but then they don't know how to deal with the try just yet. Because we just saw Port Mac just kind of come in and get a bunch of stuff done on the other side there on the spec cam, and then just kind of go forward, where BlueMoon was able to just push forward. However, it looks like the control now of mid is in favor of the Squirrels, and BlueMoon is looking to see if they can get maybe some specials to come back in, but it looks like Jazz was picked off on top there, and Leaf trying to jump over, get another pick, but the Rapid, as I call it, has their number and just decides to find them and pick them off.
Yeah, and look at this. The first checkpoint falling with relative ease for the Squirrels. So now the pressure is on BlueMoon just like that. They were in the driver's seat, working on that second checkpoint, and now they need to defend this tower before it reaches the second checkpoint. Able to get the 2 down finally, and that's going to be 3 down. Port back, saving the day once again here, getting a nice couple picks. And the pressure is on once more for the Squirrels. Just constant back and forth between these two teams. Port back with another pick there. Fantastic play.
Yeah, the try is just going absolutely nuts here and giving BlueMoon that opening to just move in, but that bomb there in a nice spot as Portmac still goes for the trade in the end there. There is still, it's just one left alive now on BlueMoon as the Squirrels have successfully stopped the tower. They're looking to see to maybe find it. Looks like Portmac jumped into the end zap before the end zap went down, so the try was in a nice spot there, but does opt to jump back. So nice control here by Squirrels, and we did see the T-Tech off of Squirrels push in a little further, and I think they did get themselves one more pick before going down.
Wow. I mean, at this point, though, no lead is safe because both of these teams are just being very aggressive with their pushes. Both times, it seems like this tower is very quickly gained back to where they had left it off. And just like that, the Squirrels take the lead. 2 down on the side of BlueMoon, make it 3 down. So this second checkpoint should fall. And this is the danger zone now for BlueMoon. Can they stop this tower in time? Port's going to try to save the day here. They're able to get 1 pick, but it's not going to entirely stop tower. I take it back, actually. It is the K-shot in Dice that's going to be able to get back. Oh, no, but they go down.
Things are getting a little panicky here now on the side of BlueMoon, but the try coming in at a nice corner there for the double. Leaf here now in a position to potentially stop here, but trying to keep the sponge down to make sure no one can come up to them. Finally, it looks like does push them back out as the pro is just awaiting here in mid for them, which could be dangerous so that they could get collapsed on. But teammates aren't too far behind. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, BlueMoon now has a little bit of an uphill battle in this last minute and some seconds. It's going to be a little bit tricky, and what the? I'm not even sure what happened there. I think we were transitioning the camera and into a pick there, but so with this last minute, BlueMoon definitely does have an uphill battle, trying to take this pretty much all the way to a knockout. So they're going to need some crucial picks here. Port's going to definitely need to come up big once more. It's not going to happen quite yet, as 3 specials are online for the Squirrels, and the K-Shot doing a fantastic job there of getting a nice double as well.
That was a bit of an unfortunate jump there, right in the middle of danger. I'm not sure what was to expected of that, but again, it seems kind of panicky right now for BlueMoon because the Squirrels right now are getting the picks they need. They're getting a lot more bomb splats, I'm noticing, and they're catching BlueMoon off guard now. It just seems kind of like a scramble on the side of BlueMoon. Like, there is 3 down now. They're kind of all little, separated there towards the end.
Yeah, so this one is going to go to the Squirrels, as BlueMoon not able to stay up in that second half of the match and get control here, sort of letting it slip away. I mean, the Squirrels, really came out in that second half and dominated. I think that's really the only way to put that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looked like you could see, from middle on, the Squirrels just kind of fired up there. They were winning their picks. They're really, I noticed that they have really good patience. And it all started when they were pushing the tower for lead from that Booyah Bomb from the pro. The Booyah Bomb came off and they held it for as long as they possibly could until people dropped on the right side to go attack the tower. I believe they got the Tri-Slosher from that. And then the Squirrels kept attacking on the right side for where majority of BlueMoon was, and they were getting picks there. I believe they got 2 picks there, and then all they had to do was change their direction forward and to the right, which they did, and that got them lead and even more points. And then after that, BlueMoon seemed kind of scrambled. It didn't look like they could regroup successfully throughout that last bit of the match. Yeah,
it really was a little bit of a scramble there for BlueMoon. So, at this point, gotta just dust yourself off a little bit, recollect yourselves, because it really did get out of hand there, and you could get really flustered from that. So at this point, get your head back in the game, think of what went well in that Splat Zone's Ink Block game, and, what sort of counter pick you could come up with that can kind of bring back that vibe.
We are going back on tower control, but we're going to Mako Mart. The map that does it all.
Yeah.
For a game 3. Now, reminder that this is now 1-1. This is a completely canceled out set. It's almost like we're back at game 1. But it's now the sudden death mode. So now both teams really need to get back into it. They both have 1-1. Going back to tower control here is definitely an interesting pick, and I figured BlueMoon was going to probably roll with that, or zones, because they do have both teams have the Booyah Bomb. They both got a lot of pressure. This can go probably very back and forth.
Yeah, and I believe they would not be allowed to pick zones, so I guess that would leave their choice to be tower control.
Yep.
So
I blanked there, so we got TC. Same comp, I think.
Yeah, I think these are the same comps from both teams. Actually, I take it back. On the side of the Squirrels, the K-Shot being switched out for the Tent Attack.
I think Tent Attack was there last time.
Because one was K-Shot.
Anywho, we are going back in here, and it looks like 1-for-1 early neutral game. Portmac here does see somebody, but could get pinched here. There is teammates on both sides. Still pretty good neutral game for the start of both of these teams. None of them are really taking it too far. They're both being aware of each other now, and they're going 1-for-1 here. Leaf getting a nice pick here. They do see the one on the left. That is a definite 2 here. They see the third. Can Leaf get the third? They do. This is a very good opening advantage for BlueMoon.
Yeah, I mean, an excellent start here. A nice triple there for Leaf. And this first checkpoint, gonna be real close to falling, but it seems like the Squirrels are gonna be able to respond with 3 down of their own. And now they're gonna be in control of this tower and starting to get some good points up on the board, approaching that first checkpoint. But the question is, can they break through that first checkpoint, unlike BlueMoon? It seemed like BlueMoon for sure was going to get it, but unfortunately could not find the extra picks there and stay alive to ultimately break through. But it seems like the Squirrels will do that here, able to get that first checkpoint, and now looking for some picks to be able to continue this push.
Oh, this pro here in big trouble. However, the try does get picked off in return for that initial trade. And teams here are still looking relatively even. However, it looks like the Squirrels are getting a little bit more extra pressure when getting past this first checkpoint area. They're able to control snipe a little better than BlueMoon did on their initial first push. But BlueMoon here just coming back with a lot of fight here. However, the shot, I think, getting stuck in the corner by the other shot. And that's once again 3 down on BlueMoon.
Yeah, and this second checkpoint is going to fall. So now this is, time for a big play for BlueMoon. As now we see 3 down. It's going to be up to Leaf here to make the play. Able to get 1 pick. Can they get the second pick? No, it's going to be the Inkjet that takes down Leaf. And now Port going to have to step up and try to make something happen. Able to get 1 pick there. And ultimately, it seems like the Squirrels are going to back off from this tower just a little bit as they do go 2 down. Port's trying to just continue this pressure, but not going to be able to do so as they go down to that rapid blaster. So a great stop there by BlueMoon, but once again, they kind of let this score slip a little bit far, and now they have a big uphill battle for them in these last 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. The nice missile play there as unfortunately we saw the members of Team Squirrels there kind of splat their own teammate with missiles, something that missiles can do if you're not aware of where your teammates are. However, I like this defensive positioning that Squirrels are putting up here. They had 2 people on each side. They're blocking each entryway. They're being aware of what could potentially be thrown at them here by BlueMoon. Their patience is really paying off here. This is a nice jump up, but it got cut off at the very end. So BlueMoon getting these picks. We'll see if they can get this pressure over the snipe this time and see how far they can go with this push.
Yeah, I mean, this push is already looking much better than their first. They are able to break through that first checkpoint and definitely are able to keep some of that pressure up over that ledge. It seems like Leaf does go down here, so they are going to be at a slight numbers disadvantage. Fort's going to just rotate over to the left and try to make up for some of that pressure on the ledge. Doing a fantastic job of just putting a lot of ink down and making it difficult for the Squirrels to start pushing back up and drop down. The missiles, though, able to catch somebody on the side of the Squirrel, so it seems like BlueMoon will be able to continue this push and just keep the pressure up as they get a second pick. And the Booyah Bomb now going to be coming out as sort of a defensive measure here to slow down this tower as they try to regain their numbers.
Something that the Squirrels have over BlueMoon right now is range advantage, and you can see that is coming into play when it comes to these defense on the checkpoints here, because BlueMoon is struggling to get the range back so that they can actually keep pushing forward. They were doing well there towards the end of that push, but the range that the Squirrels have here is providing a solid defense for them, where BlueMoon is just struggling to get a pick here, because you can see the Squirrels here, like they can hold their snipe really well. The Booyah Bomb coming out here for this potential overtime GG. Is anyone nearby? Yep, someone is nearby. But but yeah, you could see the BlueMoon there just had a really difficult time controlling like the snipe area and the stuff above them, because the Squirrels had the range, because they could just back up from what's underneath of them and still have their range to potentially be near the tower or do poke near the tower. And you could see that was coming in handy for them there with that comp that they chose.
Yeah, it definitely worked out there for the Squirrels. I mean, they just managed to really keep that pressure up, and BlueMoon just never really had an answer for it. I mean, both tower control games, they just had, one really, really big push that solidified a lead for them, breaking through those crucial second checkpoints on both stages, and ultimately going to be coming out on top here, taking the set 2-1. So congratulations to the Squirrels for moving on, but BlueMoon, there's still an opportunity for us to see them down the road if they're able to make a run through losers bracket.
They did look still pretty strong during this opening game here. I could still definitely see them potentially getting far in losers bracket. However, they do have to play Kapora now in the first round of losers. And while Team Squirrels moves on to fight Heaven's Moonlight.
Huh. Yeah, and I mean, this first round definitely had a lot of pretty good sets there. Half of the sets going 2-1. So, it looks like this is going to be a pretty good alpha bracket, if you ask me. And we are going to be actually just staying with you all as we transition into our second set of the day. We are going to have Access Denied versus Kraken United, and boy, am I excited for this one.
Oh, this is going to be hard. We've seen these two teams several times. I know I have quite relatively recently for commentary. I know I've done at least one of these teams during my past 2 sessions, and this is going to be a good set. Both of these teams have aggression they could do. This is going to be relatively matched. It's just who's going to lock out better in the corner on these two teams is what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, and I think another interesting thing here is that with Access Denied, they were the second place team in January's low ink, took a break in February, and now they are back and looking to take the win. But Kraken United was second place last month. So you have two teams coming off of second places in their last low ink, now facing off in the second round.
This is definitely several people's predictions for grands, and now we're seeing it in round 2. So this could maybe preview for whoever if they come back from losers bracket. But either way, this is a hype set, and we're starting off on Muscle Forge zones.
Oh yes, Muscle Forge zones. I am here for it. In my opinion, super underrated map mode combo here. And let's go ahead and take a look at these comps. On the side of Kraken United, what seems to be a pretty typical comp given the meta that we are currently in.
Yep. I as much as I hate to say it, but there's really nothing new there. You got the missile spam, you got the booyah from the 52, the V-jet. On the other side, though, we've got... Whoa! That was a charger collat? I think that was a charger collat. I just got two from the charger as 2 people died at the same time in a corner. I think that was a charger collat that we missed. But fantastic job by the charger there. And as I was saying, I am actually quite glad to see a charger and a Tetris working together on this map mode.
Yeah, I mean... We were talking about the meta comp that is Kraken Day, but Access Denied running this pretty interesting comp with the Firefin Tetris combo, which is definitely going to be a lot of fun there. And it seems like it is working so far, as this game has been all Access Denied so far. Finally able to get a pick on that end zap, though. Kraken United could go ahead and push in on this zone and flip it. They really only needed 1 pick to make that happen, and they've forced Access Denied to step back and reassess their entire situation here. But they're going to go 3 down themselves now, so Kraken United back in their spawn, and Access Denied right back where they were about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, it didn't take long for it to flip. Something Access Denied had was the counter specials, because after when as soon as Kraken United took the zone, they launched 2 other specials, I believe, because I did see Bomb Rush for sure go out afterwards to stall the zone. And then just fights broke down in the bottom 2 lockers, and Access Denied was able to come out successful.
Yeah, and now they are out of the penalty, able to get a nice pick on the squeezer there, and it's going to be Hayden that comes in and tries to get another pick and seal the deal. Unfortunately, going to get their splashdown canceled here, and Kraken United able to step in one more time and take back control of the zone. And the one thing that's really interesting here is that for Kraken United, they really only need that 1 crucial pick before they just go all in on the zone and are able to flip it. Unfortunately, not able to hold it for any really meaningful points here, but they've been able to make a couple of moves here just off of 1 pick.
It looks like the Tetris here potentially sees someone in this corner as they are just kind of waiting out here. Is this a potential shark here from Twice to find a new way in? Looks like they're going to try it. They have the wall out. They get 1 pick from that. Very successful move in here, and Shark, as the bubbles do follow up. But their jet goes down in return.
Yeah, so it seems like Kraken United, though, able to, I guess, keep a hold of this zone here. Going to try to push this person out of the right lockers. And now going to have to refocus their attention towards the spawn of Access Denied. Finally able to get some big points on the board. Booyah Bomb coming out to force the members of Access Denied to move around here. And now this is where Access Denied needs to make something happen. They do have 2 specials to work with, make it 3 specials at this time. So they should be able to push in with these before they let go of this lead. But it seems like these specials are going to have to come out just a little bit early, as the bomb pressure is just a little bit too much to deal with. And seems like this zone's going to go back and forth a little bit. And it's going to be going down on the side of Access Denied, the lead in the balance here. And there it is. Kraken United takes control. A ditch effort here from Hayden to get 1 pick, but it's not going to be any good.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Something Kraken United did there at the very end is that they picked the zap off on Access Denied twice, back to back, relatively quickly after they came back in. And the zap is the primary source of paint. So with the zap down, it's hard for the other 3 to potentially make up for that paint. But right after that, they got that lockout that they've been wanting the entire game and just flipped it in the last 30 seconds. Welcome to now the turf war mechanics in Splat Zones.
I mean, and that's a pretty good statement as well, because did you notice how low those KAs were as well? Both teams topped out at 6 KA. Like, you typically don't see that. I mean, yes, there was a knockout there, so the game was cut a little bit short, but, I mean, there was still not that much time left on the clock either. So, you know, it really was bringing out a lot of those turf war mechanics into the Splat Zones game.
Basics come back.
Yes, the fundamentals of Splatoon.
Yep, they're coming back now as they're the basis for all this. Anywho, we have the counter pick already locked in. We're going back to Splat Zones, but we're bringing in New Albacore Hotel, and I can see this being definitely a prime pick to get that Charger more dominance on this map.
Yeah, definitely. Access Denied does have a couple of weapons, and I'm pretty sure they run a pretty diverse weapon pool from what I remember. And they do have a number of mid lines and back lines that they could utilize here to give themselves a little bit of an advantage. Because from Kraken United, they also have a few things to utilize here, but I think with from what I remember, Access Denied does have a much more diverse weapon pool.
They can definitely bring out a couple other things, because I'm pretty sure we've seen like Hayden on the Sploosh 7 before. There could potentially be an E-Leader coming out, but we'll just see what Kraken United has in store as well. They could potentially keep the same comp, which we've seen can be useful, because they've got like the wall, the bubbles, they had like your standard comp you see for almost everything. And then it's just what could Access Denied maybe change here or keep. It looks like double back on Kraken United, and I forgot that they do this.
Pretty interesting adjustments here for Kraken United. Going with the ballpoint and the vanilla jet squelcher combo. So definitely going to give them a lot of range to play with here, and it's already paying off as they're able to quickly paint the zone and just starting to put a lot of pressure on Access Denied early.
I completely forgot that Kraken United is one of the teams that you see that does successfully run double backline and get as far as they do. And I've been a big fan of it, and I am upset that I forgot about it. And now that I see this, Access Denied could struggle here if they can't get that rapid into the place where they want it to be.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a key thing for them to try to accomplish here. Kraken United is going to continue to just hold on to this zone. And working through this penalty, they are down a member though, but it seems like they are going to be able to get rid of this penalty for the most part. Access Denied trying to take advantage of that slight numbers advantage, but not really able to do so. Able to neutralize the zone at best for now, but it's a play going to be made here by Suj. But not really able to make much more happen. Able to get the one pick, but I think they managed to push out the rest of the members of Kraken United, so that is going to give them the zone and a little bit of control here, a little bit of pressure as well.
It looks like it stopped at the funny number, but just zone recap before lead is taken, and good job on Kraken United for coming back in with the rain and capping that zone where it is, and now they are extending their lead.
Yeah, definitely, you know, a little bit of back and forth there for just a moment, but ultimately Kraken United just has been in the driver's seat for the majority of this first half so far, and they're just continuing to show, you know, the dominance of this double backline combo. Access Denied finally able to get this zone once more, and 2 down on the side of Kraken United. Hayden waiting for that jump to come in, not able to get it unfortunately, but 2 members of Access Denied here are crossing that bridge and putting a lot of pressure up. This wall going to be do wonders for them as well to just keep them protected and create a more definitive barrier between Access Denied and Kraken United.
Access denied. They hold it for a decent amount of time, but they just don't hold it long enough for them to get lead. And I think like that moment where Hayden was trying to punish the jump, I don't think they didn't have the follow-up in time. If they would have had the teammates follow up, they definitely could have punished the jump and the one behind it, just to keep control of that street area, and then it would have locked them out even more. It was definitely a bit of a missed opportunity there, and just kind of let Kraken United still regroup a little more and get back in, as their penalty points are literally one away if they don't recap the zone. And there we go. Penalty points are reset.
Yeah, so a small sigh relief there for Access Denied, as they are back in control of this zone, but it seems like the majority of this team is sort of stacked on this left side of the zone. So it seems like that both these teams are just trying to put paint down. Neither team really being the aggressor here and trying to get picks. We're kind of just back in a turf war mentality for a moment, as Kraken United is able to get back control of the zone. Stingray going to be coming out on the side of Access Denied, trying to get a couple picks, but not able to do so there. And with this Booyah Bomb as well, Kraken United definitely going to be able to establish very dominant control here of this zone.
I'm loving the patience from these Booyah Bombs. We saw it in the last set, we see it in this set. They're just waiting for the Booyah Bomb to find that right place to put it, to stop everything coming at them. And now it looks like that the specials are coming out for Access Denied, but they're getting picked off. It's 2 down on Access Denied, and this looks like it's a KO for Kraken United.
Yeah, barring a last-second miracle, it's just not there, though. And Kraken United going to be taking game number 2 here on Splatzone's new Albacore Hotel.
Whew. Yeah, I wonder if Access Denied remembered of the double backline comp, and maybe that's why they brought the Rapid. But again, like, look at the KAs. Very small. It's just who had the more control here, and Kraken United just had that more area control. They had like the extra range. Access Denied just could not get into the right place. Kraken United were countering specials very well too. You could really see it towards the end as well, especially when the 2 went down, I think on the side, and just everything just fell apart towards the end.
Yeah, it really did for Access Denied. They tried so much to just try to get back in that zone, but they weren't able to hold it. And like we keep pointing out, these KAs are just so low compared to what we normally would see. And it really is just what appears to be a difference in fundamentals almost. Kraken United just playing these Splatzones games much more like turf war. I mean, in that closing moment there, neither team was really engaging for a while. They were just on either side of the zone, just putting ink down on the zone, trying to build up specials to, push back the other team and, get complete control of the zone as it was going back and forth for a little bit. But ultimately, Kraken United finally was able to just build up those specials, be patient with them, outlast the other specials, and finally turn it into a few picks.
Absolutely, and now we're going into this this counter pick of TC Sturgeon. Once again, we see, and both teams can thrive on this.
Definitely.
Return of the Charger and Hayden on the try. I definitely know Hayden's try can cause a lot of havoc.
Yeah, and I mean, someone on Access Denied at this point is really going to have to step up big time so that they can, get a win here, because Kraken United's sitting pretty right now, up 2-0 in this set.
It's time for Access Denied to shine here. It looks like they do have a few members of Kraken United push back, but a Booyah Bomb is coming out looking to see if maybe it can control or get a pick. But Access Denied aware of it and is able to get out of the way. And right now, there's still really no full control. Oh my goodness! Well done on the Charger shot. Got right as the pendulum went to the side. Very nice pick.
Yes, and Access Denied in control at the start here once again. But can they convert this to meaningful points is going to be the question.
As it started, it ended pretty quickly with the 2 going down there and just could not go any farther because Kraken United was right there to say, nope, you're done.
Yeah,
the same thing.
Yep. So Kido getting a nice pick there with the Inkjet. That's going to be 3 down on the side of Access Denied. So Kraken United approaching this first checkpoint. They should be able to get the lead here as Kido gets another pick. And the first checkpoint will fall. Kraken United in a fantastic position once again, responding to an early Access Denied push.
And I was like, this Inkjet is still active here for Access Denied, but it did get, or not Access Denied, for Kraken United, but it did get picked off, and the Nut's already back in, and this is so close to KO, but Hayden coming in, stopping what they can. Is anyone still left? There was one still behind the tower!
Wow! Did not see that one there until it was too late. I mean, that was just an absolute bloodbath. Access Denied went all in there to get the that last defensive stop, but missed out on the one person that was left, and that was Squeege on the side of Kraken United to get that KO. And my goodness, Kraken United with a statement here in round 2.
Absolutely. We saw Access Denied bring almost the entire pressure for the whole game on Zone's Muscle Forge, and then it just didn't really come back for the rest of the games. There's a potential chance here that they got shaken up after that loss on the first game, and Kraken United just using what they know, what they've practiced with. Like for those who know Kraken United, they've seen them run these comps before. It's definitely practice and just coming out with wonderful counters and reading where Access Denied was going to go, and then they showed their dominance right there. And also, good job on Kido on the Nautilus there for those aggressive picks. Like, definitely leading the way there on that push towards the end.
Yeah, Kido came up huge on that push. Able to get 3 or 4 picks, I think it was, that let that push sort of just avalanche, really, into that KO. I mean, man, Kraken United really, really made a statement here, because a lot of people were anticipating this to be that Grand Finals preview. So, I don't know, Access Denied, definitely has a little bit of an uphill battle in that losers bracket.
Yeah, and I think we might take a little bit of a short break here while we wait for the next match to come up, so don't go anywhere.
So they're going to have to waste time on that, unfortunately.
Both sets of missiles were used, I want to point that out. And they're just now getting forward. So those missiles landed and already did their damage before the opponents really have to push up. Which they still used the bubbles and got fantastic points out of that, Hoenn.
That was a big push there. That was a nice Kraken. The Fat Cat hasn't sung yet, so it's not quite over yet.
I didn't call it over yet. I learned my lesson at the last one. It looks like a bomb rushers might be able to neutralize it.
Oh, no, they did not. Just barely. This time it was over. You should have said something, Kraken. We'd have more.
Pickup should be thrilled that it's only 59 remaining. They got all 4 of their specials ready to go, and trying to get control of the enemy bunker is Plasma yet again, being just a nuisance with this Blue 7. Takes a bad turn, somehow corrects though, is able to get 2 players down. Should have been splatted along the right side. The monkey's gonna get lead.
This is the part of Rainmaker where it really gets silly. We pop, we try to get points. Some of the most skillful maneuvering of the Rainmaker I've seen, surviving 3 specials, rotating back down, and, you know, oftentimes we say diving after the Rainmaker, not really a good spot as they take the lead again. We said we'd get silly. Look at this, moving all the way through. Is this a dunk? Unreal! I was chatting with a very strong ballpoint Nouveau player who said, yeah, it doesn't have a special, it just has an ink refill. I just want to keep using its main weapon, and you can see why. And still pushing in here, Agent Octo's going to get a chance for a flank. Get 3, has about another 4. This might be game already. They're going to have at least 1 special.
When you're the one trying to break out of a lockout.
Yeah, Rain can be very, very strong here, especially if you know that the opponent is trying to set up. And as you saw right there, it plays at a very effective range from its own side of the map. And how about that? What a statement here to start off the game, Bob Gun. Get it again! Yes!
Clip it!
In too far, but the 52 is with them, and that wall is going to stop any sort of picks that's happening. The missiles do find 1, but I don't think there's nearly enough time to get to the zone as well. Toad might have something to say about it though. Getting a great pick on the zone, and that Junior is the one and only weapon that really has the painting output. That's a fantastic.
And the Squeezer with the first pick of the game after like a minute.
A minute into the game. That's crazy. Again, just shows how both of these teams are now figuring out each other's playstyle. They want to be really careful with this.
Hold on. How do people get away with these? Hello? But however, they do have the tower pushing. They got the Booyah Bomb to come out, missiles coming out. Now they're pushing together. It was a sacrifice worth being made as lead could be contested here.
That's the right tower is so close to getting. Look at the nice triple. Look at the nice triple from the Squeezer.
But the rest of the players for Lois are 13 remaining. They don't have any clams just yet, but Link is just destroying everybody. And that's going to cause enough time for the rest of the players to give those clams. Can they keep this basket open? They do, but then they don't? Nintendo? Excuse me.
No, that's
they're just, the Nautilus is installed. And since they took the lead, that is what they wanted the entire time. It is a wipe. They're going on the home stretch here. It's just the Squiffer left alive. The Rays coming out. Do they have the tower secured? It's just the.
He needs to get down. He needs to get down. Oh, you got, where's Adam? Adam's going to be jumping out.
And at a high level, those two weapons are about as far from each other as you could possibly get. But now you got 3 specials ready. You got a splashdown. You got a hammer ready to go by Corona, who's trying to get in a good spot here. It's a double! Smacks in the face, and that's going to be lead, although not a huge one. This hammer could shut down everything. That hammer saved, slowing down this push.
AD is finding something. AD is using their Tri-Slosher, using this Charger to find something. They end up getting that 20 push. Finally, Ray comes out and takes people down, but they still have the Rainmaker to pick up. They still picked it up. They dunked it, even though the Ray was right on his face. What?
Well, it's denied in the Nightmare right here and come back in overtime. Lois desperately trying to hold on. Saucy Boy has the missiles to work with, but they're running out of time. Overtime started with the basket open. Hayden going in, landing a splash down, not getting any splash. Access denied, running right through. Time runs out. Time runs out. They had it, but just didn't have enough time.
A missile, another missile kill ends up going down. Nether's not going to be able to fend off everyone. Has to back up a little bit, and is going to leave another Lois player to die. That's 30 seconds left on the clock, and not a lot of special points, nor a lot of man advantage on the side of Lois. But Ray used some great plays. Ends up going down to the propeller ink. It's only Gigas. 20 seconds left, and
they're losing the entire time anyway, so it's not like they got to change anything. And now they're taking the Rainmaker. They're trying to get leave. Toxic Mist coming out at the perfect time.
Jumps come in, and this hammer tries to stay alive for as long as possible. The Sploosh is trying to keep this Rainmaker from popping. They end up getting 3 down. They take the Rainmaker. They're going to shove it forward at least, and that's going to be 2 down.
It's not fair. Okay, they know where Link is. Man, the Rainmaker reset, and we're like, who cares? Oh, they're still going for it? Bruh.
This is the FLC school pushing the Rainmaker. You've seen
They're trying so hard to stop this.
That's another wipe.
That's gonna be KO.
That's 2 wipes. That's 2 wipes in a row. That's KO. That is a certified Rainmaker moment.
It really is.
Our set.
Let's just put a stamp on that and be like Rainmaker stamped, filed.
And specials are going to be popped for Cake's advantage here as Echo is playing on the wrong side of the map. Chad King now jumping to the far left, looking to try to put this ball in after popping a Booyah, and effectively just 3 down as Echo is trying to cycle back with that Inkjet. They are going to find a pick on Chad King, and the ball is going to get missed because of it. Echo saving that push with 3 down now in their favor.
find people, scout it out, using this Rainmaker shot as cover. And brings in the rest of AD behind him. They're going for it. They're trying to take some of their own cover pick. But the hammer gets free. This blue stays alive. Kate is still up.
Oh, you can't. No, you can't. I was about to say, you can't. Haunt them here. Look, only about 5 penalty points remaining. And there comes K around the right side. Are they going to be able to get the zone right back? It stalls. Nobody has been splatted just yet. It's a back and forth for the entire game. 2 players going down from lowest to going down for Inkling now. And somehow, what a finish. Inkling wins game 1.
Still under fire. That's 3 down on the side of Shiver. So even though this one zone is taken, it's going to get neutralized again. And those penalty points are almost gone.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they are hanging on.
This is tight.
They are painting the zone like their life depends on it. 2 seconds.
It's 3 down. They got
there
this.
We go.
They got that lead.
Opponent capitalize. You cannot let them cap. And Gaiga struggling here on the side here with the sponge really low here. A 4v4 situation. But oh, a nice flank there. And Gaiga's going to find the pick, leaving a 4v3 situation in their favor. 10 picks left for lead. And Gaiga's finding another pick. Missiles coming online. This zone, another pick is finally going to go back to Inkling. Now a 4v1.
A tight spot for Shiverme, and 2 go down. They can pop this. They've got the missiles, and there's 3 down on the side of Shiverme. They just need to pop the Rainmaker. This could be it for Access Denied. They need to just get past that bomb. They need to get past that little bit of ink.
They still got a long way to go, though. But can they slip around? They do. They get lead. 1 point remaining on the...
Right now, though, Access Denied is under very heavy pressure.
I think the pressure is definitely getting to them, as they always have 1 behind them and like 2 in front. They're having a hard time.
Ruma's not having very good luck engaging Saucy Boy. Very nice.
At the top of the stream there, there was sharking. Instead, we just had a tri-slosher trade. I think when they found each other there. What if the 2 tri-sloshers kiss at the court area? Well, they both explode. But now, the team that is losing right now, Snowfall, they do get a splat on the splat.
They are! This is exactly what we want to see. What a push indeed we've got, though. We've got that double coming out, and now with that 3 down coming on to Lois, they put all of their energy into that, and now we're going to be seeing overkill. We are not going to be seeing overkill.
speck of ink. Come on, just put something down. Look at your map. Look at your map. The beacon.
Oh my god! They all jumped in. Are you serious? Now it's Ulu who's the team that's staggered. Kimmy is going in and is going to get punished from that, but can they clear the second checkpoint? That would be absolutely monstrous, and they do! And they get the wipe! Rising Stars! What is going on? We're going to a game 5! Wow! How do they come
this great special push, utilizing all of their specials at the right time to get a good, strong push going. As Nox going for all the way, trying to run this down. And again, the discipline from up the ante. Going to make it. They took the Rainmaker. They held it forward every single time they picked. There's a lot of paint to go down inside of the corner.
You just kept the zone. Twig got a pick. Twig got 2 picks. They neutralized the zone again. They just need to hold this area a little bit through the last hope for Aquatic Vanguard. As they get 2 more picks, and what looked like a near comeback from Myopsitis gets turned around again.
Keep going. He's up top. He's getting completely dodged around. And this is basically an execution test.
How did that splashdown not kill Jim? How did that splashdown not connect right there? The Beast Sploosh is making all of the right plays. That angle, Violet gets the trade anyways, but job well done by the Tri-Slosher to prevent Clams from being scored. And now all of a sudden, there's 45 seconds left on the clock, and it's Rising Stars with the counterpunch.
And the tent eats the wall and goes for 3! That's gonna be 3 picks from this tent! Reset and but they need to get the players out of their base. This Nautilus is destroying everyone on the mast. The Tri-Slosher sloshing down from above. And it's not enough. That's 3 going down. That's 4. That's gonna be a wipe. And a quick dunk.
Wait! Not a dunk. They slammed dunk and took the net down with it.
Now this is the moment of truth, right? You gotta hold on to this tower. You cannot lose this. It is up for Axis Knight to try to push this as much as possible. Only 15 points away from being able to do this.
They're really close.
One down. All 3 of them are on top of him. They're still pushing it over time. 3 points away. Can they get it?
They got it.
Do. Axis Denied coming in clutch, and I think that's what they were trying to do. Like I said, man.
Could be the end of this push.
Yeah, Myopsitis keeps the momentum going. They keep getting picks and surviving long enough. Dux is rolling in a circle. They're trying to get all the picks, and they get 2 picks from the Dynamo, and they take the tower into the goal.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of Low Inc. here in March 2022. This is DRF once again, joined by Devi, and we are finally back for your round 3 matchup. We've got another good one here for you all. We got Yume Star versus Blazing Storm.
It definitely took a bit to get here, and we saw the fantabulous Squid Beats play in the meantime, but we now have this round 3 hype set for you, and we are starting on Splat Zones The Reef.
Ooh, alright. Splat Zones Reef. Definitely a pretty fun 2-zone map here, where the zones, are lying underneath that bridge. Makes for some really interesting play, out of both teams, trying to, hold control of the zone and trying to see who can get control of bridge and like how teams can utilize that bridge to drop into the zone, get control. It's just a big old mess really, but it's a lot of fun.
Bridge is a huge control now, both on top and underneath of it, just because the zones are on the bottom, but yet whoever's on top can still add a lot of pressure from up there, no matter the weapon. More particularly buckets and rollers like to take that on this map as well, just for their slush or flick or whatever can cover a lot from above. Of course, you have your long ranges who like to take it and be just like the guard, but it looks like Blazing Storm just anxious to get into this match as they were doing the lobby checkmark spam. But we're finally here. Here we go. Splat Zones The Reef. Blazing Storm versus Yume Star for round 3. Okay, here we go. Someone had to bring it. Here we go.
Yes, Debbie, how are you feeling about Yume Star's, sorry, not Yume Star, but Blazing Storm with the Hydra here?
Everyone knows I'm always hyped to see a Hydra in these things, because we know that they struggle on Splat Zones in particularly, but they can definitely have a lot of control on this map given the place. They do have to fight Bubbles double missile here though, which can be tough, but it looks like they do have a double armor comp with junior bombs, but 2 members on Blazing Storm do go down. Yume Star here now taking control of bridge. They have control of the zones relatively quick here after this, and they have spotted 2 members of Blazing Storm right away that just kind of were going in here, and now they're just getting picked off for kind of going too far in without the proper support.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a struggle early on for Blazing Storm to try to get into these zones, but they finally do have a little bit of a numbers advantage here, and they are able to flip the zone as a result. Not really able to hold on to it, but flip it nonetheless, which is really what they need to just get started here. Finally able to hold a little bit more control as they are now putting some more meaningful points up on the board. Continuing to just get 1 pick at a time, really, is what's happening for Blazing Storm. And Yume Star now kind of struggling a little bit to just drop from plat. A little bit, I guess, overly cautious at this stage to try to, get a couple of picks, even though everybody seems to be on bridge or in the zones.
From what I was seeing, it was a moment of patience for getting specials. They didn't drop until they had 3 specials, and as you can see, they used them all. They haven't even gotten, I think they did stop it there, but they were patient about it, and that's what I like to see, because they didn't want to drop, they didn't want to risk someone flanking underneath. They got the specials and then went in, so that was a really nice play, and they just had to fight in armor, which was, countered it, but they did play it relatively nicely. However, we do see Blazing Storm still in control of the zone after everything that happened not too long ago. And Yume Star here looking to maybe try again, as we got Bomb Rush ready, they got Bubbles ready. But there's one here in the middle, just caught in a 3v1 there. Ouch!
Yikes, yes, and this zone should flip back in favor of Yume Star unless there's a little bit of surprise here, and it seems like there was.
There it is!
But Yume Star able to still cap the zone, though, to slap on that 32-point penalty for Blazing Storm. And now Yume Star back in control here. Blazing Storm gonna also be cautious as they leave the spawn, trying to build up a couple specials here. 2 of them already online, and 2 more should be coming up pretty soon. They might utilize all of these at the same time to push in.
Well, the thing here is that with the Junior getting armor much faster than the Hydra can, they were waiting for that armor to push in with the other 2 specials, and which they did, and then they secured zone. They just went straight forward in with those specials, which I'd like to see. charged right in, controlled, and now they're looking to see if they can control any other area. They see one trying to come up from the column here, but is going to get pinched by two. They did have the armor advantage as well, so it was a really risky fight to even take in the first place of peeking over, but they decided to take it anyway and did go down. Nice fall-off pick there by Blue, and going in to get that Hydra, which did get caught out in the street there by the long shot of the Squeezer, and Squeezer has bubbles ready. We see the splash here with Bomb Rush, and they do have control of the zone. This looks really nice here, and they also have an armor to follow up when Blazing Storm does push in, and that is lead for them.
Yeah, so Yume start really in the power position here, as they sort of just have a death grip on this zone right now with these specials as well. But no, it's going to be the NZ that makes a move into these zones, able to get a nice pick there and able to flip the zone at the same time. A fantastic heads-up play there to get back control, even when Yume Star had all those specials online and seemed to be in a very dominant position to ride this out for a little more.
This splash here just faced the bubbles head-on with Bomb Rush, got a pick, and charged the zone. Now that is guts, and it's awesome to see. Just going for it.
And there's the lead as well. Yume Star, though, unleashing all of their specials here, able to get two down on the side of Blazing Storm, but they go two down themselves. So now it's going to be Aaron, trying to make a play here. To try to flip the zones back, and these zones are just going back and forth. It's going to be Blazing Storm that continues to hold on. They are able to pick off that Jet Squelcher and continue to hold on to this zone. They're going to have to make a hero play here to neutralize this, and they do for just a moment, but it's no good. Blazing Storm, after what was a insane bloodbath there in the last 30 seconds, able to hold on and get game number 1.
Oh my gosh, that initial splash play started it all towards the end there. Like, holy smokes! I couldn't believe it that they lived, but also that double of catching two members of Yume Star falling off the bridge. I don't know what they got splatted to, if it was a bomb or if the Splatling was shooting there. But that was a huge catch from two members of Yume Star falling down, vulnerable like that. Whoever got those two falling down, bravo, because that just secured a lot happening there. Yume Star still fighting towards the end. They almost neutralized it at 1 there, but they did not have the people there just to cap it in time to stop it at 1 and maybe keep it going. But wow, that was a game.
I mean, yeah, like, it really was a lot of back and forth in the early stages, and then at the end, it sort of just turned into this, you know, almost artillery battle, as both teams were trying to just build up those specials and go in for that, you know, game-clinching push, and it just turned into this all-out brawl. Like, my goodness.
Woo! If that's the first game, oh my god, I'm gonna be out of breath for the next ones.
Oh, man. So it looks like we do have a
Alpha Bracket.
I know, right? It looks like we do have a substitution though on the side of Blazing Storm. So and I always love to see this when teams do have, you know, extensive rosters and they're able to just kind of move pieces in and out. You know, it kind of keeps the other team on their toes, and you really get to see, you know, the best of the best, you know, that a team has on any particular map mode combo.
Mm-hmm. And have them, yeah, definitely practice as well, because you will see these, that some of these teams will have, like, everything all set up and be like, okay, we'll have these people here today. This is how we're going to do it. Just have, like, these people rotate out and just have this plan strategized already. And I know we've seen this a lot in several other places where they sub out one because it's a stronger map for them. We see the counter pick coming out from Yume Star, which is going to be Rainmaker on main stage. And do I sense a Sploosh 7 potentially coming out here?
I mean, I believe this is the first time we are seeing Rainmaker today.
Yes.
So far, we really only had Zones and Tower.
This is the only reason why I could think of Rainmaker main stage right now for the counter pick is the potential Sploosh 7 coming out on Yume Star, because I know I have seen it in the past. And Yume Star does have the aggression to go up, just burst full forward here. We've seen that on the last game as well at what they can do. They'll come in all together and just keep bursting, holding forward. But I do know that they can get some work done with this Sploosh 7. So, but we'll see if that does come out here.
Yes, and I guess leave it to Yume Star to finally get us a little bit of a different map mode combo. I mean, we have not seen Starfish at all, let alone Rainmaker. So finally going to get a little bit more of a different map mode than we've been seeing all day today.
Yep, they've got, this map's got, it's the flank maps of all flank maps, in my opinion, because any weapon, and I mean any weapon, can literally flank on this map.
That is very true, though. Really any weapon can be successful at flanking on this with just a little bit of timing. And just got to play it your range right, understand, where the other team is and what weapon, what your weapon can do.
They didn't bring the Sploosh 7. They have a K-Shot, though, in replace. They do got Stingray C-Jet now, and it looks like they've got C-Jets on both sides for this game.
Yes, so pretty similar comps. I mean, both with C-Jets, both with K-Shots. We have one with Junior, one with NZAP, so pretty similar stuff that we're starting to see here.
Yeah, it's relatively similar. The only one difference is the one's got the Toxic Mist Inkjet, the other one's got the bubbles. So we'll see how those can be utilized. And I know Mist on Rainmaker is very annoying.
Yes, it definitely can be. And we're going to go ahead and see Blazing Storm already with 3 specials online. They're going to go ahead and unleash all of them right here, right now, trying to get a couple of picks and turn this into a push. They are able to get one there on Yume Star. And make that a second, so they're going to go ahead and pick up this Rainmaker. It's going to be Tom that grabs this, and they're going to go ahead and push this onto that right side. A lot of points already on the board here, but it's going to be the Seeded that's going to try to put a stop to this, and it seems like they're going to struggle to get the pick that they're looking for. Finally able to shut it down. 23 points remaining, though, on the first push. That is huge.
Good job to the Rainmaker for realizing, okay, I'm getting poked out by the Jet here. I'm going to take this box for cover. And then just squeezing through when they were realizing like the Jet wasn't really hitting them. So they just took the chance to get far up the ramp here. But there is still people pressing in this pit. But now that was the last one, I think, that got taken out as Yume Star did defend. I'm not too sure where the last one did go. But we see it looks like the one's in the corner there. But all 4 specials online for Yume Star, and they're probably going to be waiting for Rainmaker here to reset and see if they can make something happen with these specials. Armor does.
Yume Star did have all their specials online, and they are going to be releasing most of them here to try to do the exact same thing that Blazing Storm just did to them. Get a couple of picks and turn it into a push. But as I say that, it's actually going to be Yume Star that goes 1 member down. So all of those specials do not result in anything for Yume Star. And it seems like they're going to have to go ahead and just, play a little more patient than I think they were hoping to. And try to, build up some of these specials again and go at one more time.
They used all 4 specials. Well, I think at least 2 went off as the counter on Blazing Storm. And in result, the Rainmaker never went anywhere. There was a pop. Wow, that flank was very flatted. Just everyone was there and saw it. And just that peak was just like, nope, you're not scaring us this time. But just this battle for mid right now. There's special after special, and it looks like another one from Yume Star does get picked from these bubbles. One's trying to go in. There's a trade. It looks like fall-off shot from the Squeezer here, getting a second, and now it looks like Rainmaker is finally going to move by Yume Star.
Yes, so they are going to just try to cover the stage a little bit, make sure that there's that everyone is accounted for. Going to play this push very, very carefully. Not making any sudden moves here, letting, Blazing Storm make the mistake here.
Something I'm noticing as well is that there really isn't anybody going in front of the Rainmaker on Yume Star right now. Like, the Rainmaker, as soon as it was taken, they were kind of further forward, putting out shots here. No one tried to, go down below or peek the side or add any pressure from underneath. They were just playing, it was definitely very cautious, because you could see that they were bombing from behind. I think they suspected a flank was behind them or something. But there was really no forward pressure to allow the Rainmaker to do anything. And with that said and done, it's just reversed back in Blazing Storm's favor.
Yeah, and the Rainmaker gonna be stopped on the snipe there of Yume Star. So finally, it is gonna slow down Blazing Storm just a little bit, putting the Rainmaker in a slightly inconvenient location, but if they're able to get those picks that they did there, it should be no problem at all to, either let it reset or pick it up if they so wish. But now with 40 seconds to play,
someone grabbed it on the other side! Someone grabbed it for Blazing Storm! Someone was up there! That's KO! That might have been KO, but it's one! Someone was up on top on the upper left side that entire time and just went in and snuck it!
What? Wow! And I mean, a great job by Yume Star there as well, though, to be able to come back. And what should have been a for sure KO, they managed to hold on to just a little bit. They're going to get one more opportunity at this, but with the Stingray aiming at that Rainmaker, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Able to shut it down, though. 30 seconds on that Rainmaker clock, though. So they're going to have to make a move soon because they have to KO to win this game.
They definitely do, and they really need to make sure they have that forward pressure in front of the Rainmaker. And it looks like right now that whatever forward pressure they have was stuck in their own street, and there was no one really underneath or adding any pressure from the side. So the height advantage was there by Blazing Storm, and they had the Ray and the Inkjet just going in on the Rainmaker. There was no protection for it or any signs of slowing that down.
Wow. I mean, Blazing Storm, said, hey, that last game was a little bit close. We could do better. And they came and delivered here on Yume Star's counter pick to just say, hey, we're here to play. We are going to show you what we really are made of.
I want to know the path that was actually taken there, because when Yoshi picked up that Rainmaker out of nowhere there, what path they took, if they flanked around from the left, if they came from there, because the Rainmaker was on the snipe, remember? And it was about to reset, thinking it was safe, there was nobody there. I'm wondering if they took the far left path and got up there, because I couldn't remember what I saw for paths on the map, or if they were sharking and left the whole time and just jumped over. But just realizing that Yume Star just left it completely alone, and with how flankable this map is, as I said from early, even snipe isn't safe to leave the Rainmaker. If it's not in mid and you don't have anybody guarding it, anyone can grab it.
Yep. And I mean, you did call it.
And as a paranoid backline player myself, if I'm not guarding this thing in base, it's either right beside me or it's in mid. And because I do not take the risk, because nowhere is safe when that Rainmaker's in your spawn trying to reset. I'll be like, okay, you guys go. This thing's almost reset. I'll catch up.
Yes. And I mean, and that's exactly, why you should babysit that Rainmaker a little bit more. Because then opportunities like that come up for the other team and they slip through and they nearly get a knockout. Yume Star did a great job of getting back really quickly to shut that down, though, and give themselves one more opportunity. But we just never really saw the aggression that I think we needed to out of Yume Star.
Yes, compared to what Blazing Storm was throwing out, they had people going up on top left. They had people going forward, using a special forward. They had a really nice path set for the Rainmaker both times, because they had someone in front or up on another side, causing a distraction on an off angle. Yume Star didn't really have that. They were stuck literally just in front of the Rainmaker, so they were kind of all huddled together, and then there wasn't really any kind of distraction on the side or any kind of pressure just in front, or forward more, instead of being all stuck together in this the street, which is a big choke point. And just kind of really didn't give the Rainmaker anywhere to go. It was kind of just stuck there.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Yume Star is going to counterpick here with Power Control Anchovy Games. So taking us to, I guess, a completely different map mode here. Not going to go ahead and try that Rainmaker thing again. Just going to take them somewhere completely different with Power Control Anchovy. First time we're seeing Anchovy today.
First time we're seeing Anchovy today, but I would have been surprised if we didn't, because this map mode is usually seen relatively frequently. If Yume Star's got a pretty good strategy underneath them, and as long as they can get forward to clear the tower path, because Rainmaker and Tower have similar mechanics. It's just Tower's slower and going in a already predetermined path. So as long as they clear this path ahead of them, Yume Star can definitely lock out well. They definitely have the comp too, as we can see from here. They're keeping relatively similar style with Squeezer, Jet, all that, and could possibly take this game.
All right, so here we go. Blazing Storm up 2-0, game number 3. Both teams going to be diving right into mid here, trying to establish a little bit of paint control. And already we might be seeing a couple picks there. It is going to be Yume Star that does go 1 down, and probably going to be 2 down here in a second if Blue doesn't get out of the way. And missiles are already being launched at Yume Star, and they are on the back foot in the first 30 seconds.
Oh, both people there, just as soon as they got missiles on them, they both went backwards towards each other. Just the space, oh my gosh, this Inkjet went in and said, I am getting a double. That is very huge for Inkjets, getting that. Bubbles being forced to come out here in defense. Does get it traded. Wow, I didn't think that was going to end up in a trade, but good job on the Jet for taking that trade.
Yeah, and Blazing Storm, they got through that first checkpoint real quick, and Yume Star just needs to not panic, because Blazing Storm has been playing aggressive, and they know that they can continue to do that. And Yume Star just needs to, be a little bit patient, not, get too antsy and try to make a move where a move isn't necessary. Make it a team effort to get a stop here and a couple of picks like that to be able to, wait on the Inkjet dropping back down from their special to get that pick. 36 points remaining is a solid push. They did get through that second checkpoint, but it was a little bit better than some of the other stops that we've seen from Yume Star, where they kind of let it get into the teens.
Yeah, they did successfully stop that. I think another thing I would love to see from Yume Star is instead of using all specials at once, use like 2 at a time and working it with those, and then like staggering the next 2, because a lot of times they're using them all at once and then they have nothing to counter with. But it looks like they do have the 2 to counter at this point. They have Bubbles armor at the ready, but right now it is a fight for mid, as Tower is kind of stuck at this point. We got members from Blazing Storm in the middle, painting up really nicely between this splash and the shot. And this is a very nice shark here on the fan here, but the fan gonna go back down. Could have possibly revealed them, but it did go back up. It's a nice place for someone to shark on the wall there. Does give them a little bit of cover. Looks like Yume Star is now trying to take the chance to move in. We see the Bubbles come out, and the Bubbles getting the Inkjet, but in return the Squeezer does go down.
I'm surprised that ended up in a trade there. That was a very difficult pick for either player, and they both managed to land it. So that was actually pretty cool there. But it is going to be Blazing Storm that does hop back on this tower, and they have a couple of specials online to push this tower back to where they had left it and get some more points on the board.
Yep, what is it? Blazing Storm here, just keeping everything up. It's just, I think they've definitely scared Yume Star at this point. And they're winning a lot of the fights here. However, the Ray does get 2 down here, but Tower is still pushing. There are 2 members of Blazing Storm still here, confident enough to just keep getting points. And looks like there's 1 member left here still stalling, and they do get a pick even when they're still the last one alive, which does prove to be useful here, as Yume Star doesn't have all 4 to move up with.
Yeah, and Yume Star, that's really one thing that they've struggled with this entire set, is being able to move up a unit, because they're constantly seeing themselves 1-2 members down, and therefore you're a little bit, more hesitant to move up and start being a little bit more aggressive, because then suddenly you're sticking your neck out for really no good reason, and gives the other team another free couple picks.
We're seeing specials counter specials here at the same time, and Yume Star was looking to maybe possibly try to take tower, but it looks like one got stuck in the ink there, and Lumina here just opting to stand back here on the street with their fellow teammate, while the other 2 are coming back in, which is leaving them in a bit of a staggered position, but they are slowly coming back in. Missiles are at the ready. There's only 45 seconds left in this game, and Blazing Storm has a lot of turf control right now. They just popped armor and missiles. This isn't looking very good for Yume Stars. 2 do go down, I believe, in the missile mess here, and there is a trade. That is 3 down there, as the tower can just kind of keep moving up. It's in Blazing Storm's control. They don't even have to push it very far. Like, as soon as they realize that something from Yume Star is coming at them, they can just back up and defend it, but which they have done here.
Yeah, because Blazing Storm is not really, you know, in a position where they need to make a move. They can just back up whenever they feel the need to. Just like this jump out here. So Yume Star is going to get control of this tower, but they have to take this coast to coast.
There's a Junior Sharky on
waiting there. Nope, they do shut it down. So a nice heads-up play there by Yume Star to shut that one down. Give themselves a slight numbers advantage as this tower reapproaches mid. And they have a long way to go with this tower. The Stingray going to be coming out. They need to be very smart with these specials, bringing them out in staggered fashion to just continue to force Blazing Storm back. The first checkpoint now. This is the, I think, one of the best pushes we've already seen from Yume Star this set. As they, you know, they're playing a lot more aggressive, staggering those specials in a great way. And a nice pick on this Inkjet there.
Oh, the tower! The tower! Oh no! Oh, that was very good for Yume Star towards the end there. One thing, again, a big difference that I'm noticing is that compared to Yume Star's and Blazing Storm's front line, a big difference here is that Blazing Storm's front line will directly go over fan through the office, come back. Yume Star would just take the path. And that would allow the tower and the other members that are just in front of the tower to get stuck. So it was similar like the Rainmaker play. Instead of taking the other way up and kind of controlling there first and kind of coming around, they all kind of took the same way. Which, like, they still got a decent push off of because they had the specials in the right place. But they had no other pressure from the other side in the end to stop what could be coming at them. And the Jet was the only one trying to do stuff like that, but they didn't have anyone under the ledge or just any other like extra pressure just in front.
Yeah,
but that was a great set though.
It was a great set. I mean, especially starting with that Splat Zone's Reef game, just how back and forth that was. It really could have gone either way. And then Blazing Storm making that substitution, and from there just took complete control of the set. So they're going to run away here with this 3-0 victory and punch their ticket to winners finals. Yume Star are going to have an opportunity though in losers bracket.
They're going down into losers bracket, but they do have a high chance coming in as they have to. Let's see who they have to face. Yume Star is waiting for the winner between Access Denied and Heaven's Moonlight. So we will see how they do there. But that, I believe, is the end of the commentary run for us.
Yes, it is fantastic as always, Devi, to commentate with you. I guess we could go ahead and plug ourselves. Where can the people of our chat find you?
It's pretty basic. You can find me on Twitter at Devi Duvi or on Twitch, where I give all of the Hydra fun times, including Vanilla Hydra, on Devi_Duvi.
Gotta give love to all the Hydras.
Absolutely.
There's no favorite child with Devi.
How about you?
As for myself, on Twitter at DRF_Splatoon and on Twitch at TritonDRF. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. You have Popgun and Brush coming in to close this one out for y'all. Do not go away. A fantastic ending to this month's Low Ink coming at you.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink March 2022. I am Popco, joined by Brush, and we got a winners finals for you that, well, we expected these teams to do pretty well, but it might not be the winners finals you were exactly expecting. Eichhornchen, which translate roughly to squirrel, because we can't say that word correctly, taking on Blazing Storm. Two teams that did pretty good. Team Squirrel was kind plan last month, finished in 5th place, added in some new players, but essentially the same kind of roster. Blazing Storm, very familiar with Low Ink, went out in losers round 2, and is one of Brush's teams that he feels like is going to win this tournament even before it started.
Yeah, no, I was happy to be on the pre-show yesterday, and we did our little top 5s. Yeah, no, I'm happy to see them here. I feel like a wizard. But no, I think it's funny, Popgun. You're given Blazing Storm the Sleeping Seals treatment in your pronunciation. I'm curious if you see any parallels between them.
Let's see. No, because Sleeping Seals, when they won, they kind of seemingly came out of nowhere. The best they had done beforehand was beta bracket before they won. Blazing Storm, they're kind of alpha bracket regulars, but they don't really do anything. They're more similar to Unlimited Woomy United, another wooey kind of name. A team that just kind of floats around alpha, and then all of a sudden everything clicks at the right time, and that's what's been going on. Blazing Storm dropping no games, only 2 to Kodomo all day long, looking to get a win here and punch their tickets to Grand Finals, Game 1, Splatzone's Mako Mart. And you know what? We've been seeing a lot of shooters on stream today.
Oh, yeah, but here we are. Squirrel's taking out the K Rapid Pro. Maybe a little bit different in terms of meta here. And we're going to see them take this left side early. Armor coming out on the side of Blazing Storm. And that's going to give them an opportunity to take this left side stack as Cap goes to them first.
Yeah, there's no real weapons that work that are kind of bad here. Obviously, the T-Tex could be an interesting pick, but Inkjet works out really well here. No anchor coming out from the side of the Squirrels as 2 more players go down, forced to kind of retreat. I guess the interesting thing here is just one anchor player, the V-Jet. Not that there's anything interesting about missile spam this time around, but I would like to see that V-Jet start getting some splats with just their main weapon, not just firing off some specials. That'll be key for Blazing Storm in this set.
An absolute squirrel fight in mid here. Blazing Storm, though, able to hold on to Cap there and finding a nice pick on the T-Tech, and Armor coming out along with those missiles. That's going to give them a huge opportunity here to push up as we see the Splash taking this right side now, opting to back up, not wanting to extend too far. 40 ticks remaining. I'm impressed with how well Blazing Storm has been able to move forward and pull back depending on what they need.
Yeah, they're not getting splatted either. Only 2 splats so far on the side of the Squirrels. So, good job of recognizing, protecting each other, capturing space. And right now we do see an attempt to try to get the zone back. Nobody has died on either side. Special's getting popped, and now we see the aggression coming out from Blazing Storm, even though they lose control of zone. That was a healthy push there. If they can keep these last 2 players left alive, they'll have a good opportunity to set up a counter push and get zone right back.
Clara Fall, the Crapid on the side of Squirrels, has been holding that stack the entire game. And even while they were sitting there putting out their little blaster blasts, Blazing Storm held the zone for a solid 30 seconds in neutral. Really astonishing stuff, and good positioning here as we see Clara again on the left side.
And you're finally seeing the splats starting to fall on the side of Squirrel as well. Again, they were struggling to get splats early on. In this last minute, as you see, they're able to get a double right there. The picks are coming, and they're coming at the perfect time. They're threatening to get lead here.
Yeah, out of
they're
nowhere.
Definitely gonna get it.
A 3-down situation in favor of Squirrels, and another splat. Nice on that plat. That's going to delay the V-Jet from another respawn, another retake. Now 15 ticks are remaining, and Squirrels has a beautiful lock. Another pick from Kookaroo. A beautiful position from this T-Tech. Missiles coming online. 3 ticks are left. They go down, but that's your game. Blazing Storm, out of nowhere, falls through their hands.
Both teams only got 1 push that whole game.
Yeah.
A huge opening push for Blazing Storm. As soon as they lost zone, they lost the game. just both teams doing a good job of a lockout. It's just eventually the Squirrels were able to break out of theirs, building up their specials, just staying alive at the right time. Like you said, they were kind of feeding in. They were working together, getting the splats. Ultimately able to do that in the end. And once they created the lockout, it just seemed like Blazing Storm didn't have a plan to break out of that lockout. So game 1, going to Squirrels, a team from Germany, mind you. Currently 1-0 in the set. From France, you said?
Blazing Storm, yes.
Oh, Blazing Storm.
Yeah.
So we got a French team versus a German team in grand finals. Is that what we're saying? Or winter finals?
Winter finals, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we opened up and we were like, look at those shooters on the field. And I feel like normally we joke and we dog on North America for being all shooter-based, but here we're seeing, I don't know, maybe EU recognizing meta that works and kind of falling into the copy-paste format we've seen so far. And Clam Blitz, Piranha Pit, not a extremely unusual pick, I think, for either of these two teams' comps.
Well, we don't really use too many different Clam Blitz maps in low ink. So you see Piranha Pit, you see Snapper Canal show up a lot because, in our opinion, those are some of the only Clam Blitz maps that are slightly good for competitive. But yeah, you want to put a lot of paint down. Obviously, the shooter meta that we're in is very paint focused, able to put paint down and get splats at the same time. But yeah, when your opponent is similar to what you do, whatever counter pick you kind of go with, it's not like you can make a counter pick and be like, oh, this will throw them off their main weapons because our weapons beat them. No, you're kind of neutral on your comp situation. So it just comes down to what map and mode are you particularly comfortable on. And keep in mind, we didn't see Blazing Storm make a counter pick at all last set because they were 3-0. So this is their first loss they've taken on stream, just their third loss so far today. So I guess we'll see why they like this map and mode in particular. But again, I don't think they're going to have anything here. Unless they change their weapons, there's nothing weapon-wise here that gives them advantage over the other team.
Yeah, Blazing Storm, a team with a very strong lockout, as we saw from the last set. Losing that game 1, putting them on the back foot for basically the first time all day. And here we go. We're going to see a Hydra come out once again. I'm sure
I forgot about that.
One.
I forgot about that thing. Yeah, Hydra. This is a Hydra playground for sure. Especially with Clam Blitz. If you can get that Hydra set up at the right spots, which there are so many good spots, you can do the defensive position, which is where they are right now, and let the rest of your teammates swarm in. And this is a snowbally map. We could be looking at a potential KO right here, and they haven't even scored yet.
That was 3 down, out of nowhere. The ball now, the 52 going up for that Booyah Bomb. That's going to hopefully open the field a little bit. One of the K shots, though, going down is going to slow down their push. And Matt, the man on the back from behind, not quite able to find a pick on the Hydra, and Armor is going to come out. Asu now moving up 6 clams in hand, ready to score them. 3 are down in favor of Blazing Storm. Absolute just domination on the field so far out of the first 50 seconds of gameplay.
I would have liked to see that Hydra just sit there. I know somebody's got to go back and get clams, but somebody's got to stay there and fight and hold that basket. The Hydra sitting behind that block is very devastating. But so far, you see the Hydra has been the difference maker so far. And shutting down flanks, too. They're trying to poke them, but just haven't really found a way to get through. But 2 players going down now. This is the Squirrels' chance to make a response. They got a huge hole to overcome.
2 specials already in their favor, and as the picks going down everywhere, it's hard to see who has advantage, but there you go, that's pretty clear. Only the 52 alive for Blazing Storm. Though a 1v2 situation, that Kraken has to find a way to beat that wall. The 52 gal now backing up. Squirrels now are the ones looking for a push, with a little bit of an advantage with that 52 gal, Booyah Bomb, and Kraken's baller.
They picked up their Mercy Clam. I mean, if they can find a way to score here, they'll work out, but they didn't really have control just yet. I would have liked them to hold off of that Mercy Clam, build up a ball on their own, firing double Booyah right now, trying to force something to happen here. They're selling all out, and they will pop the basket and will get some more points on top of it. So it ended up working out in the end. But now they're not going to have any specials to follow up this push.
Missile's not going to find a pick, but with the zap down, that means no armor on the side of Squirrels, and Blazing Storm are going to take advantage, popping armor of their own, breaking back into mid as the 52 gal goes down, maybe a little bit too aggressive trying to hold that spot, and now just pushing back into mid, trying to get some paint down. Blazing Storm back, able to hold on to their lead here, but not by a lot, as they look to neutralize and take control.
This Hydra, I know I sound like a broken record. I know it's ironic that I'm constantly talking about the Hydra, but look at the KAs. It's the Hydra that's doing a good job there, and whenever they take care of the Hydra, the Squirrels can push up. It's opting to stay back in this defensive position right now, in controlling mid with it and pushing up with the rest of their teammates. But somebody else on Blazing Storm is going to have to start producing with splats, because they can't really create opportunities with that Hydra. They can only defend. And now they're forced in a situation where they gotta defend against 4 players rushing right into your basket.
I feel like we keep seeing these moments of opportunity for each of these teams, and it's not even an issue if they can't capitalize. Oh, an unfortunate going down there to missiles, but just a moment of like we don't have what we need to sustain, and so they're pushing up. They're realizing, wait, we don't have what we need to finish off this push and get a nice basket break, and that's why we see the booyahs being popped and the jump plays happening, because it's the only way to force something to happen on the field.
Yeah, and it's weird for us to say that they're not sustaining pushes when they've both only done 1 pushes and they've scored so many points, but that's how this map works. I mean, if you pop the basket and you got advantage, you should expect to get the KO, just because you don't want to give any opportunity for the other team. And 2 players going down now from the Squirrels, the basket getting popped again, and here comes a lot of clams just falling out of the sky. 1 more clam will do it, and that's what we're talking about. All it takes is 1 pop, and that's why that map is so nerve-wracking to play. It's really fun to spectate, though.
Absolutely. Blazing Storm winning on their counter pick. That's going to throw it back over to Squirrels. I mean, hey, 1-1 early in this set. The most competitive gameplay we've seen Blazing Storm on stream today. I want to remind everyone, back in January, the only team on day 2 that Blazing Storm lost to was in beta bracket against MyLag Paradise. A team I feel like everyone was expecting to have a really strong run today. So these, I mean, Blazing Storm isn't out of nowhere, as you said earlier, Popgun.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. Blazing Storm has lost 1 game all weekend. They lost the game yesterday. Who do you think beat them? I'll let you take 1 guess.
Oh, it can't be MyLag Paradise, can it?
It was them. They were the only team.
Way.
The Kryptonite. And to their credit, MyLag Paradise has been eliminated from this tournament already. So seemingly the only thing that can stop Blazing Storm is gone at this point. However, the Squirrels do have control. They basically have home field advantage because they won game 1. They're going to be able to get counter picks. And if I'm the Squirrels, my first thought is, okay, they're a lot better with that Hydra than without. So let's go to Rainmaker. You can do Hydra here, but I don't think it takes a special kind of guts to bust out something like that on a mode like Rainmaker, where you want a little bit more speed or a Stingray or more paint or something like that. So this is a smart pick from the Squirrels. Let's get you back on that same kind of shooter comp we saw in game 1. Let's try to fight you with that.
Yeah, I will raise you, though, that of the Rainmaker maps Low Ink has in its pool, this does not feel like one of the faster ones to me. I mean, you can counterpick to Black Belly. You can head to Manta Maria, where you have the cut plays. You're jumping on that right side. I feel like Snapper Canal really will still showcase whichever one of these teams is able to play more coordinated. And based on our Clam Blitz of what we just saw, I mean, it was Blazing Storm who was able to ultimately break the basket and sustain pushes longer and really commit.
It's also worth noting the Squirrels did take a couple losses yesterday as well. Kraken United, who they got revenge on in the set right before this, beat them in the Swiss stage 2-1. And Kodomo, a team you guys have never heard of, who you probably will see pretty soon because they're tearing apart losers bracket right now. So this is going to be a Low Ink filled with a lot of teams you might not have heard on as we head on down the road. But game 3 right here, set tied at 1 apiece. There is the C-Jet, and a C-Jet coming out from both sides. And a Sploosh 7, a staple. It's almost a requirement when we're at Low Ink at this stage that somebody has to use a Sploosh 7 for Rainmaker.
And look at them already pushing as far up as they can. Not able to find a pick, but their team able to pop the Rainmaker. That's going to give them a little bit more space, though. You know, Staff now not a ton. Just to stall the game already. I mean, 30 seconds in. But out of nowhere, Blazing Storm opting to grab the Rainmaker. That's going to leave them in a 2-down situation with only the C-Jet down for Squirrels. Blazing Storm now struggling a little bit with pain against that 7 with them down. Finally, they might have an opportunity here to take some space, push up, and grab that Rainmaker.
Yeah. I didn't realize why they decided to pick it up. They didn't have the man advantage. It's not like they could take it anywhere. Maybe it was just to try to stall, but it was kind of a risky situation because they could have lost a lot more players. Instead, the Rainmaker reset. So a little bit of a misplay right there, but it doesn't seem to hurt them too much, even though the Squirrel's able to pick up the Rainmaker, but thanks to the Stingray, there's nowhere for them to go with it either.
Bomb Rush, though, going to get a quick early pop and find a nice pick on Tommy. That's going to leave a 3v2 situation in Squirrel's favor. They're now just going to lob this Rainmaker, look for an opportunity, try to play collected. We said it before we went into the match that coordinated pushes on this map mode are what's going to win the game, and Yosh here opting to play passive defense, not wanting to rush in to where they don't have control.
Hey, you said that. I didn't say anything. What I'm going to say is one player could just absolutely pop off and take over this game, and it might be a good situation to point out that the Splash-O-Matic on the side of the Squirrels already has 6 KA and is just being an absolute nuisance for the rest of these Blazing Storm players. It is one of the last few players left alive right here, and yeah, just completely behind the enemy lines right here. And it looks like they are aware of where this player is, and that's kind of where we see a lot of jank in Rainmaker and Low Ink. There's one player that slips behind everybody, and the only person who finds him is our streamer Ink Fair, and that's where we see some of the silliness happen. And 8Ks as well. That player's eating them alive.
Yeah, and it's curious, I think, that it's the Splash finding all those picks and not the Sploosh. I mean, you pull out that Sploosh 7 because you want to be playing silly, you want to be going behind those lines. I mean, we see the 9-hole grains clip every time we're in between matches, but hey, it's the Splash-O-Matic here that's tearing up, and the Sploosh 7 going down with Hammer to the Rainmaker.
Yeah, but I want to know, okay, they located the Splash, they're forcing them back into mid, and now you get your first legit opportunity for Blazing Storm to get a push off. Again, all it takes is just a huge man advantage, and you can just screen down the middle there, but neither team opting to go down mid just yet. They're opting to take it that safer route along that left side, the slower route, and just trying to wait for somebody to happen. But here you go. You wanted to see the Sploosh do some shenanigans. They're already in the enemy snipe.
And there's a pick for them against that shooter. That's going to leave Blazing Storm armorless, but not before their Rainmaker carry goes down. Hammer comes out to get that quick pop, throwing it to find a nice assist, but 2 down, and they're putting it over. Rainmaker pop, getting an instant pop. That's going to be lead Kodomo. The Sploosh getting a nice lead to 20 points. That's going to be the game-winning push. We only have 1 minute and 40 left, and then Squirrel, has not been able to pick up the Rainmaker, or Blazing Storm, has not been able to pick up the Rainmaker this whole game.
Yeah, opting to go down that faster route. And it was really nice because they died with the Rainmaker, but they had the Suction Bomb Rush ready to go from the Splash-O-Matic, and that bursted up the shield, creating this open space for them to get this huge, monstrous lead. And yeah, look, it's Rainmaker. You just need one push. But when is Blazing Storm going to get an opportunity to get one push off is the question they've been struggling to answer so far in the first 4 minutes of this game.
Kukuru isn't done. It's been 40 seconds since their push, and now they're in a 1v3, distracting. This Armor and Jet come out kind of for no purpose, trying to find that solution. Going down to the Splash-O-Matic now. It's a 2v4 situation. Blazing Storm finally on the offensive, but without a player advantage and into specials, they have nothing here. They're going to go down a 4v2 now with different players. Kukuru, I think, being the MVP despite not having the kill of the 13 KA that this Splash-O-Matic has.
I mean, yeah, this is how you want to play. You want to have that monstrous lead, and then you start being aggressive. You start doing all the flanks, and you force the team to play defense and play whack-a-mole and spend less time trying to focus the Rainmaker and focus the objective and creating lanes for them to push. This is only one opportunity is going to be left here for Blazing Storm. Tommy popping some ink armor here, able to take care of the Rainmaker. 2 players down, but again, there is a Splash-O-Matic with... Oh, they take care of the Splash-O-Matic. Okay, so now you got an opportunity to be a little slow here and try to wait for that right opportunity to try to go down mid. It looks like they're going to go for the safer route on the left. Smarter play.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of time though, as the Rainmaker's already passed 45 ticks here, and in a 1v1 situation, finally a teammate shows up to go help. Oh, the Rainmaker not gonna take out Sploosh, who's now flanking behind. This is gimmicky, but the Rainmaker now has a path forward. You know, without the Sploosh to terrorize, they might have an opportunity. Tommy with the Rainmaker really not wanting that Sploosh to find them, but they're not gonna quite find the pick as Hammer comes out. A nice hit from the C-Jet, but into a Ray, and the Rainmaker goes down. I feel a little bit distracted by the Sploosh, but that's the point.
That's exactly the point. And you saw them, they went in the snipe and they just sat there. And they just said, look, as long as I'm here, you are going to be paranoid and you can't do anything. So they waited for their teammate to build up the Stingray first. And then that's when they went in. Even though they didn't get any splats with that hammer, it caused just enough distraction. You saw the C-Jet have to focus on the hammer so they couldn't fire that counter ray in time to take out the enemy ray. So the delay, it's not just when you flank, it's how you do it. And just sitting there just caused enough paranoia to clutch out that win for the Squirrels there. And obviously, when you have such a huge lead that they do, you're at liberty to play little mind games there and get away with it.
And I mean, in addition, I feel like when you know there's a Sploosh behind you, and you're that junior player holding the Rainmaker. Not only is it you being paranoid and you going, hey, teammates, help me be paranoid. It's you clogging comms, and it's you getting everyone on the team taking them down with you with that distraction. And it takes one player making a 3v4 to basically shut down a team like that. We're moving here to Tower Surgeon Shipyard, a map not afraid of having those silly Sploosh flank plays, and a curious map to run it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of had to pick tower control. And again, you want to get back. Every game that Blazing Storm has used Hydra on, that Hydra player has top fragged, even when we go back to the previous set against the Yume stars. So you can use Hydra here. Obviously, the greats, you can maneuver on the run speed. And you couldn't, obviously you can't go back to Clan Blitz because you already won it. You don't want to mess around with Rainmaker again. So you want to go back to tower control, and I feel like Shipyard is the right pick of the tower control maps that we have that will allow you to bring that Hydra back out and get it just kind of use the advantage that you had in game 2.
What was your reasoning for them not going back to spot zones? Are they not allowed
to? They didn't win Splat Zone, so they can go back to it if they wanted to. But I just feel like tower control benefits the Hydra comp that they would want to bring out better than going back to some of those Splat. Not that you can't use Hydra in Splat Zones, right. But if you because you don't want to go to Rainmaker, I feel like tower control is their best opportunity. And obviously they agree.
Well, I mean, I don't think you see it as one, but I'm sitting here going, throwing the Hydra out can be a gamble. We saw the Kraken come out for Squirrels game 1. We've seen aggression, we've seen flanks, we've seen a lot of different strategies that I think can really hinder a Hydra's ability to exist. So seeing them, if it does come out here, play passively, play strong, play well, is going to be very important. No, I'm
wow, shame the Hydra non-believer.
Yeah.
Now watch them not bring it out, and then I look like an idiot. Yeah, they're going with the V-Jet anyway, so it doesn't matter.
There's a Kraken on the side of Squirrels and a K-Pro, so that's going to be a little bit more range than we've seen from Squirrels. Basically all set. Now going into that V-Jet double shot inside of Blazing Storm, a little bit more familiar on their side.
When all else fails, bring out the missile spam. Missiles always gets the win, unless they don't. Yoshi here coming around the left side. A whole mess of people in that right pit, and they all go down on the side of the Squirrels. And now you see Blazing Storm. You want to get control of that enemy snipe, especially for the first checkpoint. And if you get your V-Jet up there for the second checkpoint, your cookies and juice, looks like they're just going to opt to pop an Inkjet up there and clear this first checkpoint. But a nice opening so far from Blazing Storm.
Armor, missiles, and Inkjet online, and it's going to reward them here. Finding a pick, though, and a trade there. Maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. But using specials like that coordinated when you're pushing in through that first check is at least going to guarantee the checkpoint, and down the line, guarantee you another. That's the gameplay we need to be seeing from Blazing Storm moving forward.
I was wondering when Yoshi was going to jump out right there, being a nuisance, but kind of flirting with fire. You want to start building up some missiles. Yeah, you already got some ready from the V-Jet, but you want to have some double missiles here. You want to keep this one checkpoint lead for as long as you can. And it looks like they're able to do that without burning any specials other than just one missiles from the V-Jet.
Armor is online for Squirrel. 2 more specials ready as the T-Tech comes back from spawn. But that gave enough time for Blazing Sword to get their specials of their own. And now you're walking into an even situation. Booyah getting popped along with Tenta missiles. That's going to make it hard. And that T-Tech going down early. They're making a trade with the Octo Shot. We're back into even territory. And now Squirrels with control of mid of the one push.
Yeah, it's all comes down to the positioning of this Rapid Blaster who isn't able to get up on the grate or attack the window area. So that means Blazing Storm just has a full catalog of ways that they can defend this checkpoint here, get back control of mid, and take their stab at trying to clear out that second checkpoint. Look at them working together. 2v2 situation, able to get a couple of splats. That last player staying alive long enough, but the tower's getting pushed anyways.
3 down delayed on Squirrels, and if you're Blazing Storm, you are praying that Squirrels is going to continue to stagger. Missiles coming out, that's forcing Kukuru, our MVP last game, to back a little bit. The T-Tech struggling to exist. Bagging on these Rangers trying to stay alive. It's going to benefit them, but not before they drop. They go down to a bomb, and Inkshot out on the side of Blazing Storm. That is huge. 3 down now as they pillage towards the second checkpoint. Mama Man struggling to find an opportunity here, just trying to defend this sponge, but as that tower falls and the Booyah comes out, it's going to be a struggle. Missiles online, finding a nice pick on the Junior with the Booyah bomb, maybe slowing down this push for a moment.
A wipe, but who cares? They cleared that critical checkpoint, getting the picks at the right time, providing a lot of harassment. There was just no way for the players of Squirrels to get set up. But now, look, this is a great position to be in. You want to be on that enemy grate, and again, you got 2 checkpoints you have to clear, and you both can't just sit right there. Kukuru trying to make a play along this right side, so they're still in a good position to defend this first checkpoint, or maybe they're not. Look at all these. What is going on over here?
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, Crossfire, they're not quite able to find Kukuru early enough, but it was a distraction that somehow managed to give Blazing Storm the upper foot now. A delayed 3 down and just the T-Tech alive. Surviving that defense kind of out of nowhere. It felt like, I mean, Squirrel had 4 specials.
They did, and they were in a good position. They just kind of gave up a few spots that I felt like they should have held on to. They should have stayed up in the enemy snipe, but one bomb got thrown at them. They decided to abandon it and all just focus on that catwalk area. Clarifall able to get a nice splat here, but again, they're on defense. They got a minute to go. They were able to clear that first checkpoint, though. I didn't realize that initially, but the second one's going to be very difficult for them to get across.
And especially when you're looking at doing that in overtime, I mean, you're sweating a little bit. You can't have anyone flank that tower going down there on your mid-here area. Yoshi now on this respawn looking for an opportunity. 45 seconds are left, and these 2 teams, I mean, no one can find an advantage, though Blazing Storm looks to come out on top here.
You know why the Squirrels are not having an advantage? Look at the top of the screen. 0 ballers pop from the Rapid, 0 Inkjets pop from the T-Tech. They're not using their specials at all. It's just armor and nothing else. And Blazing Storm's using their specials in coordination with each other, and they're just eating people alive.
Yeah, so you don't need specials if you're getting picks. Yoshi there with a nice quad, now the tower's gonna tick down. 5 points, and that's your game. Blazing Storm back and tying this in 2-2, looking to take it back in a game 5.
I don't care how good you are as a player or how coordinated you are with the team. If 2 of your players cannot use their specials at all, one baller finally getting popped at the end there, you are not going to win. In Splatoon 2, it is so special heavy, especially when we're in the meta right now. You have to fire off a lot of specials. 0 and 1 coming from your 2 Slayers just isn't going to get the job done.
I feel like, I don't know honestly how it differs in a lot of other games, but I feel like this idea that the meta is dominated by shooters and paint and then specials, and it's those 3 things, like, that's true. But part of me wants to sit here and say, it's not that the meta is dominated by, it's that that's how the game was designed purposefully. You want your specials to be popped to give you advantages, to find the paint control, to find the picks. And Clam Blitz on the Reef, a map that favors holding positions. I feel like above anything else, that top mid area, that downstairs area, I feel like no matter what mode you're on, the Reef is about position control.
And keep in mind, the Squirrels were the team that lost on Clan Blitz, so they are allowed to pick this one. And this is the first mode that Blazing Storm opted to pick earlier in game 2. So it's, again, it might not be like a true advantage over any other team, but this does give Blazing Storm a little bit of an opportunity to figure out what their comp is going to exactly be. You guys can't see it, but we do. Squirrels have already readied up. They know exactly what they're going to do, and they're not trying to hide it. They don't care. They're going to use that Kraken Blaster. They're going to use, and the rest are just going to be shooters, probably with an N-Zap with armor, maybe a K-Pro or a Squeezer of some sort. But if you're Blazing Storm, you obviously have a little bit of an opportunity to figure out the perfect kind of combination right now. You kind of pointed out it was about holding positions on this map. Blazing Storm did a much better job of holding positions. As we saw, Squirrels were very, very willing to surrender the good positionings they had at certain times instead of trying to stay there and fight for them. So that kind of does give an advantage to Blazing Storm here.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these pregame talks are focused on weapon composition. And I think it's important that we address the likely Kraken pick from Squirrels. But on some level, I mean, when the game readies up and your weapons are picked, you just have to play the game. And it's the special coordination and the coordinated pushes in that are going to help these two teams. And so Junior armor spam on the side of Blazing Storm is going to do a lot for them, but not if they can't coordinate it with the double missiles on their composition.
Yeah, no real changes from either side here. Again, not really much of a surprise, but it's going to come down to who can hold this bridge, at least in the early going. Both teams kind of recognizing that, as we do have a bit of a battle breaking out there. Clarifall trying to poke around. And they need this Kraken Blaster to work with somebody else. Just kind of create like an area of effect attack where somebody else can just come in and kind of clean it up. Don't want to see them go into too many 1v1 fights. But right now, control of mid going to Blazing Storm in the early going.
New specials online for Blazing Storm. Another one ready. They're going to hold this Booyah, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Opting to throw it at the bottom of the basket as armor comes online. Missiles still ready. 22 clams in their favor. All they need now are picks. But with Baller and armor online for Squirrels, they're going to survive a couple more seconds.
Doing a good job. Again, we're seeing a lot of battles going into the bridge here. Only one player left alive, and they have the power clam, so everyone knows where this player is. Wisely just kind of backing off, waiting for the rest of their teams. And they're kind of fortunate. 2 more players were down on the side of the Squirrels, and they don't have enough clams to push up either. So a lot of splats going off, nothing really being accomplished. But again, kind of like that Rainmaker game, if you can kind of flank around that right side, which is what Kukuro is trying to do here, and drawing the attention of 2 players, but again, not really fighting to kind of control that spot or keep the distraction. It says very willing to surrender that interesting space they had captured.
Missiles online for Blazing Storm. Sorry, that's going to force Squirrel down a little bit, and the splash is going to go down. Now armor online for Blazing Storm. That's going to allow them to defend this defense, but with the Junior down to that Inkjet, Kukuru is finding another opportunity, but a nice flank from Yosh with the K-shot. That's going to find 2 more picks in mid, and now advantage is shifted back to Blazing Storm. 22 clams. Again, I'm getting deja vu, but they need to find the picks. 2 are down, and the ball is going to get dunked, but they can't find anything else. A trade in mid. That's going to lose some of their clams.
Excellent play there by Kakaru to stay alive. And yeah, even though they surrendered the points, who cares? They're able to get a trade and keep attention behind the enemy lines yet again. But this push is still going. But if you're Squirrels and you can keep this at like 68, and so they don't get below 60, that's a fine defense. If your first push doesn't get below 60, you don't feel super comfortable about it. Because look, they lost a lot of players, and now the Squirrels have control of mid and a ton of clams to work with, immediately grabbing their Mercy Clam.
Right, but with this bomb pressure in mid, it is hard for Squirrels to find anything. And if Blazing Storm can take a page out of their Splat Zones match on this map from earlier in the stream, this game is going to stall forever. Kukuru with this Inkjet looking for an opportunity. Baller online as well. They're going to go down though, and this Inkjet spawn is going to be camped, not finding the pick, but a 4v2 situation. Blazing Storm stalling out mid, stalling out this game, letting that clam die, and now Squirrels are without a pity clam.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't want to grab it so quickly, because that push got shut down. I'm surprised it did. They had map control. They had a lot of clams. I guess they just didn't have a game plan to break through, and now they're in a bad situation right here. They're forced to defend, and even if they can stop this, they don't have a lot of resources to counter push. But right now, you got to sell out all in the defense. They took care of the K-Gal player, but they lost map control. They lost all their clams. Just a failed attempt is going to bite them in the end here.
If I'm Blazing Storm here, I don't care that our push didn't succeed just then. Like, if you can keep this game stalled, 68 isn't a great push, and it can be thwarted on overtime, whatever, from Squirrels. But if they can keep this game stalled and let the timer keep ticking, just play consciously, play safe, play principled, and this game is going to be theirs.
Yeah, very difficult to do in a Game 5 of Winners Finals. There's so many nerves on the line here. That's a stressful way to play Clan Blitz, but you're right. They're winning the neutral battle so far in the first 4 minutes. Can they hold it up for the next 50 seconds and some change in overtime? I don't know. But they're at least... as long as they keep winning this neutral battle, they're going to be fine, and more specials are going to be built up into their favor as well as they do that. 2 players going down.
Oh. Now another push looks imminent. I mean, an absolute, a nice play from Tommy backing up with the clam earlier, and that's going to allow them to rotate all the way back around and dunk it now. 11 clams are ready to get scored, and a couple are going to go in here. Booyah is online and ready. A nice pick by the 52 gal. That's going to open it up more. 43 ticks for points remaining for a KO, with the 52 getting shredded with that Booyah bomb. Now they're wiped, and Squirrels is in the game. So when you take that push and you take an opportunity, it can bite you.
You need to go. If you're the Squirrels, you need to go right now. Don't wait. Don't build up specials. Pop that basket. Don't let them get respawn. Don't let them start building up the specials they need to defend. And again, this is what we saw last time. But now they got a baller to work with in Inkjet. There's the baller going in. It's just going to sit at that basket. We're not going to see that baller get popped, but they are going to jump to it. And they have a ton. But I guess a bomb came out just the perfect time. 2 more players going down. They have the clams they need, but I don't think they can get to them in time. They're going to shut them down. 1 more power clam jumping in, and they take care of that player. 1 more, they're right behind. Can they get that final power clam in? 1 more player left alive, and they're nowhere near the basket. Oh, man. Blazing Storm survives a hellish push from the Squirrels, and they're moving on to Grand Finals.
The skin of their teeth, Squirrels wanted to be a clip. They wanted to be on Twitter. And it didn't work. I mean, everything looked good. They had 3 power clams. They had a flank around the backside. And Blazing Storm barely is able to find the target they need to get rid of, able to call out who needs to be called out, and they win the game, not by dominant fashion. I mean, that last push for Blazing Storm almost killed them.
Yeah, Blazing Storm's going to need about an hour after that kind of win. With good news for them, they're getting it because they're moving on to Grand Finals. But yeah, that is a stressful... That's why you don't want to be stuck in that neutral situation of, yeah, we're winning the neutral fight, but like our nerves are skyrocketing as this game's going on because we know what's all on the line, and it almost all fell apart at the end there. But if I'm the Squirrels, you're still alive. You're going to be in losers finals. You can still get back into Grand Finals and force a rematch against that team. But they got to figure out a way to how they can attack Clan Blitz, because there were several opportunities they had to try to get something going there. But they just couldn't break through that line until they had no choice but to break through. So yeah, very nice winner final going into the favor of Blazing Storm. But we're not taking a break.
No, we are not. I was just going to say, I mean, Blazing Storm, we're not going to see them for a minute here, but I do want to address their mental. There's 2 ways to come out of that win. You can take it and you can say, you know what? That was way too close. I'm going to beat myself up. Or you're going to take it and say, you know what? No, we took the game. We took the W. We're in Grand Finals. This is our tournament. And I think it's that latter mindset that's going to give them the win. But as I said, we're not going to see them for a minute here as we go into losers bracket.
And you know what? As we're looking at the teams in the losers bracket, there might be some. If you took the March Madness approach to this and you filled out a bracket, I think your bracket might be on complete fire right now. Kraken United, gone. Yume Stars, gone. Access denied, gone. Mylag Paradise, gone. Molly Whoppers, all these great teams are gone. And what we're stuck with is Heaven's Moonlight, who went undefeated yesterday but lost a little bit earlier today, taking on a team I guarantee you, none of you have ever heard of this team or the players on this team. Kodomo. So let me give you a little bit of history on who these guys are. They're brand new to competitive Splatoon. They've been playing Pokemon Unite for the past couple of months. They switched over to Splatoon a couple of months ago. They've been grinding scrims. They're basically like solo queue warriors. And we did look into them. I know a lot of people are like, what, brand new players in low ink? Yeah, they are legit. We've looked deep into them. They are 100% legit, brand new to competitive Splatoon. And hey, sometimes you bring in a new team and they go like 0-6 in their first low ink. Other times you bring in a new team and they just figure it out. They just get it instantly. And that has been Kodomo. They went 5-1 yesterday, losing to the only team to beat them yesterday, Heaven's Moonlight, who they're playing right now. Now, and the other team to beat them is the team that's sitting in grand finals right now, Blazing Storm. So Kodomo's finally running up against the gauntlet of teams they're struggling against. But they've been taking care of business against everybody else in this tournament. Heaven's Moonlight, Heaven's Infinity last month. But this is one of those rags to riches kind of team. They took the more traditional route. They played in their first low ink. They got dismissed. Go have fun in Gamma Bracket, little child. But now they're a grown adult right now. They're the #1 seed in losers bracket, but they've been ripping people apart all weekend long.
What I would have given to be Gamma Bracket my first low ink pop gun. You make it sound easy. Hey, what I'll say about Kodomo here is that, like, when you build synergy with people, even in Pokemon Unite, it's gonna carry over. You're gonna understand what they want, who they are as people, what will help you learn. And if you can get that, if you can have the meta understanding of your teammates, you can succeed so much faster. So these two teams, I mean, I almost don't even want to look at their comps, and I just want to say, hey, let's let them play.
Yeah, this team actually played my wife's team yesterday, so I got a little bit of insight on them. You want to keep an eye on this Natty player who is using Hydra right now. Obviously, Hydra makes sense for this map. What? This is yet another Hydra playground. But that player's just using Nautilus and ripping people apart with that, too. Really strong players. They already got a man advantage and control of zone against Heaven's Moonlight.
Cap going down early, now back in favor of Kodomo. Just looking to stall this out, get your specials online. It's what you need. Missiles coming out early. That's going to force Kodomo back out of the zone and kind of opening the field up for Heaven's Moonlight. But somehow, with just a couple of fizzy bombs, you've stalled another 20 ticks on the clock. And finally, we're going to see Heaven's Moonlight back in the zone. Luck now, limited opportunity. The T-Tech, though, going down, and that's the 52 now as well. A beautiful lockout, instructional gameplay, as it's just the Zap Alive on Heaven's Moonlight, a failed retake.
Yeah, and this is one of those maps where it's hard to get out of a lockout if you can get established in the right way. Heaven's Moonlight, you can see them getting control. You want to attack from both sides if possible. Sleepy's got this right side. Now you see them coming over from their plat. I didn't get a good view of where Kodomo was, but they were not doing a good job of creating a lockout right there. Maybe a little bit of an inexperience showing right there. I'd like to see them push up, especially now they got this huge man advantage.
Okay, I'll take back my Hydra doubt from earlier. I mean, absolutely playing so well on that left side glass, denying anyone in. Luck now looking for an opportunity on the opposite side of glass. But hey, they're alone. They're not going to find anything. 20 penalty points remaining, and the T-Tech going down. Advantage is still being held by Kodomo, and this splashdown coming out, getting canceled beautifully. But somehow the zone is not capped. Luck has to drop down. And it's just a one player in zone getting the cap again and taking down more penalty points. I mean, out of nowhere, Kodomo saving this game.
Yeah, I can't believe that the K-Gal was able to survive that. Luck got very lucky to do that. And I also cannot believe they didn't cap the zone with that. Getting the Booyah Bomb down on that zone, that very flat zone, but able not to do enough. Ellis going down before they can get back in control zone. Missiles will chase the rest of the players of Kodomo out. So this should be, in theory, okay, I'm about to say, I never want to confirm it just yet. But again, look, Hydra, it's difficult not to play well with Hydra here. It's a very good map, especially when the other team doesn't have like an E-leader. I mean, missile spam is annoying for anybody, but still, I think that's why you're seeing them use Hydra here, and that's why they've been such an issue. But the rest of the players for Kodomo are popping off as well.
Ellis just tearing it up with that sloshing machine. And I mean, all of these players just not wanting to give space They're not respecting Heaven's Moonlight's aggression because they know if they just hold where they are, hold their position, and we back up just the teensiest bit, that they're gonna be able to hold it. And Ellis now taking this aggressive hold is now in a pair in a 2v1 on their glass. The zap is down. That's no armor for Heaven's Moonlight. And Kodomo continues to hold with 20 penalty points remaining and 6 more for a KO. 3 down out of nowhere.
Yeah, a delayed wipe. I don't know why Sleepy was going in right there, but it was a good punish coming out from the side of Kodomo. And yeah, at that point, the game is essentially over. So game 1 of this rematch from yesterday going into the favor of Kodomo, who we are all going to learn. And we're going to get very familiar with these players as they keep winning like this. However, if you are Heaven's Moonlight and you beat these guys yesterday, you know what maps and modes you beat them on. And you have control of the counter pick here. I am assuming, I'm going to look this up. I think they played in like round 5. I'm just going to take a quick glance to see what the maps were in round 5, because I think we're going to see one of them pop up here.
I feel like after that game, I heard my team captain say, nah, it's unfortunate. It was Wahoo World. Like, just a map you get locked out on, you can't break back in. But Heaven's Moonlight showed that's not quite the case. You know, they took cap once, they had a little bit of a lockout middle of the game there, but Kodomo, punishing any little mistake on retake. Heaven's Moonlight at the end there, dropping down a little bit staggered, and quickly capitalizing was Kodomo.
Yeah, Kodomo losing to Heaven's Moonlight 2-1 as we await the counter pick that's coming in here. A few things I want to clarify, as I did some more research during that game. I said Heaven's Moonlight made Gamma Bracket their first low ink. I lied. They didn't even qualify for Gamma Bracket. They went 2-4 in June of 2021. A whopping 2-4. And again, that's the kind of team you root for. You want to see teams that grind their way through low ink. Now, these guys have been playing in a bunch of other tournaments as well. That's helped their growth up to this point. And just another thing you want to point out here, since Heaven's Moonlight is so familiar with this stage of the tournament, or so familiar with this tournament, they've never been on a stage this big before. So like that can add more pressure than what you were in Swiss of round 5 when nobody was paying attention to you. Arguably, you could make the case for Kodomo that they don't feel that pressure because they're so new, they don't really know any better, you know? Like they might not realize or even care about the stakes that are on for a team like Heaven's Moonlight, who has been so invested in this tournament for so long. And by the way, this was not a map in the last in round 5, so this is a completely different map. They feel like they can beat them on here. They're going to try it with a bamboo.
Yeah, and a remix on the other side there for Kodomo. That's going to give them a lot more range than Heaven's Moonlight once again. You say you like a story of growth. You know, you like a story of a team coming from nothing to a whole bunch. Hey, I really like the story of a team playing Pokemon Unite for 3 months and coming in and winning low ink. So I don't know about you, but Kodomo here forging a path for themselves, and not even a story like we saw from Rising Matrix way back when.
You know what? I believe they're also from Spain. Don't quote me on that, but that's the information we could find, essentially. So, Heaven's Moonlight, the last North American team standing here in this tournament, trying to get back into the set. 3 players going down on the side of Kodomo, as Heaven's Moonlight in a good situation to get across this first checkpoint in a good situation, kind of ledge camp right there. Like to see them kind of get control of that right stack, though, so they can keep this push going to the second checkpoint. They lose 1 player as Kodomo does a good job sacrificing that first checkpoint, building up special so they can just stop the bleeding.
Being up is Heaven's Moonlight. They know their push is over, they don't have the player advantage, and they're going to give space, move back, and respect Kodomo's specials. That's what they need to be doing if they want to win this set. It's really hard to do that on Splatoon because you need to move into them to take the objective. But on something like this where they're going to eventually have to move to you can back up, play passive, and take the W that way.
You know, that's the position I'm talking about. I want my remix player right there. So that way, when you clear that first checkpoint, you're already set up to defend and get through that second checkpoint. And now you got somebody else pushing up with an Inkjet doing a good job of keeping everybody back from Heaven's Moonlight. Can Kodomo clear this checkpoint, though? The remix in a good situation to hop back on. Can Luck do enough on that right side to at least chase that remix away? And now you see Sleepy coming in as well. Oh, you might eat it right there. Eventually they do. But yeah, that remix staying alive aroused everybody else from Kodomo to come back in. They have control of that right stack still.
The Bamboo here looking for a nice pick on Ellis, but Ellis is not going to let that happen, finding a nice pick of their own. Splashdown coming online, wanting to find two there, but it's not going to happen. Now, Heaven's Moonlight with the player advantage, they're walking into a couple specials. That's going to make it really hard for them to take zone again. Lead is in favor of Kodomo. However, they have not cleared the second checkpoint, and that is a vital defensive spot, especially as we look towards the second half of this game.
Yeah, in theory, this is a tie game, but, you know, you're seeing the same thing I am. It's Kodomo is winning this one, not just on the scoreboard, but in their positioning. They don't have an answer for that remix player on the right stack right there, and that is a huge problem, because until they chase that player out, they can't reestablish control of mid, they can't get any kind of pushes set up and going, and finally they're able to get the splat that they need. Can they do something with it?
Yeah, online for luck along with those missiles. That's going to help them out quite a bit. A 4v2 situation now as they look to get a push of their own. 2 minutes are remaining on the scoreboard as the Zap player for Kodomo comes back online. And that's going to allow them to get armor again. But the K-Machine going down and seeing this Inkjet alone on the left side. They're going to get called out and go down. They're getting a nice trade with luck. That's the 52 gal for Heaven's Moonlight. A 3v2 situation as the machine comes back from respawn. Ellis looking for an opportunity in the bunker, but going down to the Bamboo on tower. The checkpoint is falling, and that is your lead. Heaven's Moonlight is back in this game.
They're back, and now they got a comfortable lead. Keep in mind, Kodomo didn't even clear that other checkpoint, and they might be down by a couple of checkpoints in a KO if they're not careful right now. Ellis doing a good job staying alive, and now it's just the remix player, who I don't think is in a position to defend. Oh, they are on that right side. If they can save this checkpoint, that will be critical for them. They won't. 2 checkpoint lead, possible KO coming in here. Wow. They get wiped, but still, what a heck of a push by Heaven's Moonlight. Minute 8 left to go.
The drop, I didn't see if it was by C, the slasher that ends that player, but dropping there and finding those 2 picks, it's a clip and a half, and it's saving you this game. Inkjet is now online for Kodomo. C, looking to terrorize the top left, trying to get a couple early picks and desync the opponent, but they're not going to find it. And now specials are coming out early for Kodomo, and they're only getting on tower now.
Really, really early, and now they don't have anything but a splashdown to work with on this push. Yeah, I think you were right. They were trying to just get some cheeky picks initially, but it wouldn't really matter because the tower was nowhere near back to mid anyways, and now they're starting to get a little punished for it. They lost a little bit of time. The splash player goes down. Elite set up in a good position. They know. They're playing very passive, that Bamboo player, saying, I'm just waiting for the fight to get here if it gets here at all. Everybody else is going in right now. But yeah, now a lot of specials can be built up.
Ellis finding 1 pick, and that's going to lead to a full wipe in favor of Kodomo. That's a little bit of a desync in favor of them. They have 8 seconds left as they look towards an overtime push. They need to effectively KO to win this game. Look, going down on the 52 gal, that's going to give a nice desync in favor of Kodomo. But C getting called out by that Bamboo in the Inkjet. That's going to make it much more difficult. The remix set up where you like them, Popgun, but the tower is falling, and somehow Elite ends up with the pick all the way from the top left. Yeah, Kodomo down now to tied 1-1.
It is, and keep in mind this is a best of 3 set because we're in losers semifinals. So this is kind of we're already in like that game 5 mode, and that was the one counter pick that you were going to get for Heaven's Moonlight. So here we go, Kodomo being the quote unquote inexperienced team. Can they make the right counter pick right here? Heaven's Moonlight seems very flexible. But one thing I just want to point out after watching the winners finals we just saw and this set so far, and you know Kodomo lost to Blazing Storm 3-2. The Squirrels lost to Blazing Storm 3-2. Heaven's Infinity was right with all these teams. It seems like the 4 teams we got left are literally all right with each other. And that's what makes Low Ink so awesome. The teams we expected to be in this position are not, and the 4 teams we have remaining are all essentially on equal footing with each other. There's just been so much parity in this tournament, and it all comes down to who makes the smarter counter picks. And Kodomo, who hasn't lost at all in losers bracket since they lost to Blazing Storm, they are 8-0. They were 9-0. So this is the first counter pick they've made in a long time. So we'll see what they come up with. And they have to get it right the first time because they won't get a second time. You can't pick. No. They've tried to do splat zones.
You kind of mentioned it in between the last 2 games. that the mindset is very different. Heaven's Moonlight, kind of a long-time Lowing team, but not able to ever be on the main stage like this. That makes it scary for them. Kodomo maybe a little bit more comfortable because, this is all foreign to them. But I do want to point out as well, the number of times, Popgun, I've been sitting here watching Lowing finals, or losers, semis, whatever the round is, and heard you say, oh yeah, it's access denied, they've been here 17 million times, they're confident, they're hungry, but they know what they're doing here. We can't say that anymore. These teams are fresh to this position. They all have the nerves. It's equal playing field, as you said.
Yeah, and that, like, again, that can kind of work against you. Because it's like, if we don't, like, we're used to, if you've been there so many times, that means you're used to losing so many times, and that seed of doubt can like limit you. It can hold you back. But again, when you're not scared and you don't know any better, you're free to play more loose and more how you were playing back on Saturday. In like round 2 or 3 after you're warmed up, you're not playing nervous because of you're being commentated by the legendary Brush or you're on the stream of Low Ink here. It looks like they so kind of speaking about being new. So they picked a couple of maps in their counter pick, and the 2 maps they picked they can't do. So there's a little bit of the inexperience, probably first time doing counter picks, and just kind of. So it'll be a bit before we can get an actual pick here. Unfortunately,
going 8-0, is saving them from a little bit of embarrassment.
Counter picks. What's that? What?
Hey, we were all there. We were all figuring out counter picks together not too long ago. Be thankful it's not the r/Splatoon format, the stolen from Smash, where you ban maps early and you can't figure out what you're doing, and then everyone gets confused.
Yeah, I like that, but I mean, there's no way we could ever do that in Low Ink. That format would work out amazing at a LAN where you have a TO that's just standing right there and you'd be like, okay, the other team banned this map, so you get the pick or whatever. But yeah, doing that kind of format online is dreadful. We do have a legal counter pick, finally. It is tower control at Piranha Pit. Okay, one of those maps where it's like, it's beneficial to kind of rush for tower because the tower moves away from the enemy spawn at the start. It's a very weird tower movement map. And we haven't seen it in Low Ink for a while, but it's rearing its head here.
I like thinking about maps where you draw a line down the middle and you say, this is your side, this is the opponent's side. And on Splat Zone's Piranha Pit, the line is 90 degrees from where it is on, say, from where it is on Clan Blitz Piranha Pit. I feel like Tower Pit is the one map where that line is a counterclockwise spiral. The entire game kind of shifting what you care about holding. On defense, everything's about the drop. On offense, though, you're less concerned about holding their drop as you are holding maybe court farther in the defense. It's a very, very dynamic mode, and a team that has been playing Pokemon Unite for a couple months might not be able to pick that up.
Well, I mean, you would think they wouldn't even be in alpha bracket at all. So here we go. They're like Broly. They're just learning as they go along and just kind of absorbing all the punches and just becoming stronger as we go here. Decisive game 3. Winner gets to scrap with the squirrels. Loser gets to watch the stream, which is kind of a nice thing to do as well, as I like.
Oh yeah, I'm always a fan of someone watching stream. Okay, we're gonna see a single K shot on the side of Heaven's Moonlight, compared to no missiles on Kodomo. A remix and an all, that's double splatling. That's unusual.
Unusual is a fair term to describe it. Unviable is something some other people would say, but what do they know? Nautilus can get a lot of splats here. With tower control, you don't need a crazy amount of paint. On the flip side, on a map like this, it kind of begs for paint because it's so massive. So they're gonna need to win the KA battle. Kodomo is, if they want to win this one, because they are not going to win the paint battle at all.
Right, and paint is in Heaven's Moonlight favor right now. Natty pulling out the Booyah early. That's not going to find a pick in itself, but with the zap down, that's no armor for Heaven's Moonlight, and Kodomo is on the front foot for the first time this game. I don't know what that was, but we're going with it.
Trying to clear that first checkpoint. 2 players going down. So yeah, Heaven's Moonlight. And this is the worst situation you can be in with the comp you got, because now this entire map's going to turn yellow. It's going to take forever for Kodomo to flip it back to their color, and all the specials online maybe popped a little and thrown a little bit too early as well. Able to get a splat though. But the counter kind of Booyah Bomb coming in here, but there shouldn't be anything under than that Booyah Bomb. Where did the rest of the Heaven player go? Did they just run away? They all went, like, to the tower. You're at the first checkpoint.
Yeah, but that's going to allow Kodomo to take all of their drop back. Ellis now pushing through mid. Now up to go to the left side, looking for that K-shot. They're not going to find the pick yet. Fighting for it. And they are going to find it. That's going to leave them in a 4v3 situation. That's a huge advantage. No missiles on the side of Heaven's Moonlight means Kodomo can move a little bit more freely. Now going for this first checkpoint as Inkjet and Suction Bomb Launcher come out.
Yeah, this Inkjet doing a good job of keeping the players back into spawn so that they can clear that first checkpoint with ease. Can they get across that second one, though? It's all going to come down to Ellis, who is coming off of the K machine and getting a lot of splats so far. 6 KA already. Here come the missiles that's going to discombobulate Kodomo a little bit, but they do clear that second checkpoint anyways. That is critical. And now with 3 minutes left to go, they got a pretty solid lead and somewhat map control they can work with, too.
Martinolo on that end tap for Kodomo now on respawn, so they did go down in the tower, not clearing that checkpoint, doing a little bit of a dance, and that's going to be what they need here. Just every second you can survive is meaningful, especially here.
Natty working around this left side, but 2 players going down, and yeah, forced to kind of jump back here. I mean, just look how yellow the map is. And now again, it all comes down to specials. Natty jumping back is going to allow them to build up Booyah Bomb a little bit better, but the Inkjet gets taken down. That means this checkpoint's going to fall, and now they're in a good situation to try to clear the second one. C kind of stuck here by themselves, doing a good job of putting a lot of paint down, building up some specials to try to stop this tower, but they need their help from their friends if they want to save this checkpoint.
They had an opportunity to go around that left side and get a flank on tower, but instead they opted to stay and paint, and that difference saved them the checkpoint and saved them the lead. Armor now online for Heaven's Moonlight. Ellis looking for a pick. They're going to find a nice trade in mid. Now that just leaves Zap Sleepy in their opponent's bump, looking for a pick, forcing one all the way back. This dog's out of a 1v1, and the splash goes down. Heaven's Moonlight lost their paint in mid, but got the picks. They need to capitalize soon.
You know what? With tower control, you don't need to own map of the entire. You don't need to own the entire map. You just got to own paint around where the map, where the tower is and where the tower is going. That's where you see the blue ink is out on the defense here. So yeah, Heaven's Moonlight owns most of the map, but they don't own the right spots just yet. Natty staying alive is going to keep this tower, keep the lead a little bit, but everybody else is going down. It's just Ellis, and Ellis isn't fighting the tower, and they get it down with a trade lead for Heaven's Moonlight.
Like double missiles online, terrorizing the end zap. They're forced to go on the far side. There are 20 ticks left, 15, and it's the last checkpoint falling. C trying to make something happen. They are going to be able to tap the tower, but and a nice pick and a 2v1 there for them. But going down now to the end zap as the V-Jet hops back on tower, clearing the checkpoint. 5 ticks remaining. It's a full wipe, and Kodomo survives now into overtime again.
Yes, and now this is where you need those specials, this is where you need those splats, and quite honestly, outside of Ellis, they're not really falling right now. You don't see a lot of splats on the side of Heaven's Moonlight, but they don't really care, because they can do whatever they want. They can move all over. All 4 specials online, though, Rush, for Kodomo's first pick.
They're popping them so early. They need picks. I'm getting deja vu to Mako Mart. They can't make anything happen. Now they're down to just the Booyah, and it gets popped now with 10 seconds left. It's the V-Jet's missiles and the Booyah Bomb from the 52 gal on Heaven's Moonlight. And the Booyah coming out along with the missiles. And Heaven's Moonlight proves that a little bit more experience wins these games.
You're exactly right. That was the difference in this set. Experience. I think mechanically skilled wise, whatever game Kodomo is playing, those guys know how to play video games. But obviously, you saw some moments right there where they just popping specials a little too early, not capturing the right kind of spaces, not doing the right kind of plays that you see an experienced team kind of make. And that was the difference. Now, you give these guys 1 more month, imagine where they're going to be. Like when they figure out how to play competitive and you combine that with the natural skill they already have, these guys, you might not see these guys in low ink much longer. They were really good mechanically wise, but you were exactly right. Experience won Heaven's Moonlight that match.
Hey, someone get Kodomo a coach who knows the Unite. If you can start comparing the two games and talking about similarities, Kodomo is going to skyrocket. You know, you say they know how to play video games, they can learn Splatoon just like that.
Well, maybe wait a couple of months and you can start fresh with Splatoon 3. My goodness. Imagine, I mean, again, imagine just coming in like that in your first low ink. In your first tournament. Now, I think one of their players does have like actual tournament experience. I think played in like a Megalodon Cup or something like that. So they're not all four completely brand new to competitive Splatoon. But could you just imagine that? It's ironic they went up against a team like Heaven's Moonlight. That's again, the advantage they had right there is that they took their lumps and low inks for months prior to get up to it. But look how quickly Kodomo closed the gap. Hats off to them. Wow. And with that being said, we're going to stick with Heaven's Moonlight. And we're going to go on, I guess we're just waiting for them to report the score, but we're going to go on to see them play the Squirrels, who I don't think they played each other last. I think they're in different groups, so this might be the first time. No, actually, they played in winners round 2, and the Squirrels won 3-1. But you know, Brush, you're a student of low ink. You know how hard it is to beat a team 2 times in the same day.
Yeah, and I also know how hard it is to get tired. Heaven's Moonlight having to fight through losers brackets so far. You know, they're struggling here. You know, a big win over Kodomo that gets the blood pumping. And now you have to decide, do you want to keep it flowing? Do you want to keep the energy up? Or do you need to take a break? On the flip side, we're going into a best of 5 here, and Squirrels have had an awful lot of downtime.
Yeah, and this is where I haven't pulled up the record of this, but I think in recent low inks and in low inks in general, when we're in this 2-day system, when a team loses winners finals and they go down to losers finals, it's usually pretty ugly. Because you're coming in off a loss, and then you have to sit and ice yourself out for a little bit. Versus a team like Heaven's Moonlight, yeah, they're going to get tired. We've seen this time and time again. Unless you're in Australia, you are going to get tired making the run through losers bracket. But you're also kind of running on adrenaline, and as long as you got that going, you have a bit of a mental advantage, like a good vibe advantage over the other team. So this could be one of the many trap games we've seen here, where the Squirrels come in and think, oh, we've already beat these guys, and then Heaven's Moonlight's like, we're a different animal than what we were 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm normally sitting here in the commentators booth, and I'm like, in the back of my head, I know who I think is going to win the set, and I have to like kind of reel it back in and commentate and be like, give hints and tell a story, you know, all that. Right now, I have no idea. I feel like we're talking about all of these external factors with getting cold and having the blood pumping, but we're also sitting here with a team that hasn't really been in an alpha bracket situation versus a team that we learned the name of 20 minutes ago? Like, who are these guys?
To be fair, we still haven't learned the name. We just learned the English translation to it. And it kind of helps that they got a pretty funny profile pick for their team as well. So we're in losers finals. It is Squirrels taking on Heaven's Moonlight. The Squirrels coming in from Germany, obviously from their name, Heaven Moonlight, representing North America. This is a best of 5, not the best of 3 that you just saw. So you don't have to come out the gate in game 1 if you're just a little bit sluggish or a little bit cold. But yes, traditionally, the team that is in the Squirrels position isn't very favorable in this matchup in losers finals. That doesn't mean they can't flip the script. But I want you to keep in mind, we talk about getting tired. Another factor you want to put into account here. What time is it in Germany right now? Because it's probably getting close to Monday where they're at.
Yeah, they're looking at 9 p.m. right now, I believe. So
9
you
p.m.
know.
Okay, that's not crazy.
No, but hey, have they eaten? Have they gotten a chance to stop and eat dinner? I mean,
What do you mean? The 30 minutes to do it if they wanted to.
no, I would have been playing chess, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Hey, this is Low Ink though. This is a different beast. And keep in mind, these players, even though we're not used to this name, these players were on Kind Plan who finished 5th place last month. So these players are experienced. I think both of these teams finished tied for 5th place last month. So a bit of a glow up for both of them to some extent.
Alpha bracket for both of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Heaven's Moonlight undefeated yesterday. They played Kodomo, as we know, and they beat them now twice 2-1. I want to pay attention to the other wins they had. They had Myopsidus, they had Mollywhoppers, they had Freelancing Takoyaki, who I believe was Alpha, though went down early. This is a team, that's had to play these tough matches so far. And I feel like we've kind of been downplaying just the path they've taken to get here. It has not been easy, and now being the same team twice, maybe a little bit of a more invigorated tone from them.
Yeah, you know what? I never played Low Ink in the 2-day era where there was an alpha bracket, but every alpha bracket I've looked at and I've thought, this doesn't look like a fun bracket to play in at all. This looks very stressful. Very much a meat grinder here as we see more shooters coming back out. The Crapid Blaster once again from the Squirrels. I don't think we're going to see much of a comp change, but hey, if for the Squirrels, you dance with the girl that brought you here, and it's this comp they're using right now. It's got them this early lead.
Squirrel, taking the aggressive beginning there, popping armor really late, but just timed well enough that they're able to continue their picks. Hey, the timing of those specials, I mean, if you can understand that, hey, we can take this fight without armor, wait theirs out, and then pop ours, that's going to give them the W as 75 ticks remain on zone.
Yeah, Heaven's Moonlight backed up into a corner here. Firing off those missiles, I'm not sure why, because it's not like they can do they literally do nothing with it. They're completely pushed back. So a bit of a waste of specials right there, as we're starting to see some coming online for the Squirrels. Again, special usage was a major issue for the Squirrels in the set they just lost to Blazing Storm. But firing off a lot right now is able to build up this huge lead. I don't think they're going to keep it much longer because they don't have the man advantage, but still a pretty substantial lead they got in the opening minute.
Kakuru on the K-shot here.
Goodbye.
Kakuru, our favorite Sploosh 7 player here is on K-shot. And their missile timings have been fine. They've only popped one. That's right now. However, they ended up behind their opponent there, and they almost won a fight in the left side pit. If they can continue that aggression and continue forcing their opponent on kind of to swivel their head, that might be enough for them to continue the aggression, as Cap is being held here by Heaven's Moonlight.
I think I just saw why Clara Fall doesn't pop a lot of ballers. But hey, if they can get another one popped right here, it can save them the zone. They got the man advantage, they got it ready, and there they go. They explode it on that right side. And then the rest of the players opting to go back to the left. Very nice baller usage right there. That's kind of the bad. Hey, if you die with a baller, that just means you're going to get it quicker when you respawn. Worked out in their favor there, able to hold their lead, even though Heaven's Moonlight takes the zone right back.
If I'm in their VC, I just called out, okay, one more retake. If you can keep your mindset forward, like, okay, we failed to retake, we got the cap, and so now they've got more penalty points. We have another opportunity to build specials, play coordinated, play together. Heaven's Moonlight here popping specials early gives an opportunity for Squirrels to come in together, charge their specials, and get a cap and another lockout.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just been a lot of points going on every time somebody caps the zone. So both teams doing a decent job of lockout, but again, it kind of just comes down to special usage. You got to hold on to them, cook them a little bit, use them at the right time. But so far, again, that seemed like a little bit of a rushed play. If they can make something happen here, it'll work out, but they don't, and the K-Pro goes down on the backside. Now they don't have any specials left to kind of defend with. Lucky to get a trade like there, actually, but I don't think they're going to be able to add to their lead. I'd like to see them hold on those specials a little bit longer.
Not quite, but hey, one more retake. Squirrels have the lead, and all they need to do is get good picks, get good specials together, and just cap the zone every couple seconds, and that'll keep them in the game. Penalty points now ticking down on the side of Heaven's Moonlight. It's looks for an opportunity, though. Their team is 2 down, and a nice pick by the Kraken there. And Kakuru underneath mid, popping those missiles. A wonderful shot by Inky there, our producer. And that's going to give Squirrel the cap along with the run.
Missiles from the Fight Club. I feel like that's breaking an unwritten rule of some sort. But yeah, so far, holding back onto the lead, and now 2 more players going down. And this is the point where you don't want to overextend, but you do want to punish players that are out of position, and that's exactly what they were doing right there. And all the penalty points are gone. We're looking at a KO if Heaven's Moonlight can't funnel in around this right side.
Jumped out of my chair there. The K-shot drops down, called out instantly, and goes down to Maw the Man on the K-Pro, who now a Booyah battle.
Nice count.
Mid, and 2 ticks left. Squirrels, I feel a little bit dominating there, even after a 30-minute break.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth right there. But again, I think the positioning, a little bit more staggeredness coming from Heaven's Moonlight right there in the lockouts. You saw when a couple players went down, the other 2 just kind of jumped out and said, hey, can you splat me too? I'm over here. I want to go back to spawn. And just a little bit of a staggeredness coming out there. But again, we haven't seen Heaven's Moonlight play particularly well in any Splat Zone games so far that we've had them on stream. Fair enough. That's why we have counter picks. If they don't want to, they can just avoid Splat Zones altogether from here on out because the Squirrels can't counter pick it either. So now, again, best of 5, no longer best of 3. But if you're Heaven's Moonlight, you want to go back to a map that's probably a little bit slower, probably something that's something like tower control, where you can just kind of recollect yourself right there, because that was really struggling with the coordination.
You say that Heaven's Moonlight doesn't have to win on Splat Zones, but what they do have to do is win on a map mode they don't pick. They're not on their home turf.
Which they did last set.
But it's a best of 3 versus a best of 5, and they feel like different monsters to me. I mean, Heaven's Moonlight here, they can trade games, and they're going to end up in a game 5 with all this pressure, and they're not going to be on a map mode they choose. Like, they have to win every match, basically here on out, if they want to not have that game 5 pressure. And going back to Splat Zones, I'm skeptical.
Well, the only skeptical thing here is if they don't win on this map, obviously they have to do a reverse sweep. But a reverse sweep when you lose on a map that the other team's already on a mode the other team's already won on is infinitely more difficult, because you're just giving the other team more options of maps to choose from. If they were to pick tower control here and lose, then the only counter picks the other team can do is Rainmaker or Clam Blitz. It limits them a little bit. So this is doubling down with Splat Zones. This is a must-win situation for Heaven's Moonlight, or else it might be too tall of a task to overcome if they need to get a reverse sweep. We said we didn't want to. They probably might not want to do Splat Zones. This map's a little bit. It's a little bit different from Sturgeon Shipyard, at least. Kind of similar to Mako Mart, where we saw them in the last round to some extent. But if you want to get a bamboo, and you get that bamboo in the right spot, maybe they can make something happen.
Talk of Mako Mart, Elite was the one who was able to find the final pick on the tower, on Tower Mako last set. So they're the ones who are going to be looking for these crucial picks, as you just said. K-Shot Kakuru going down early to the bamboo. Look at that. And a nice opportunity here for them to push in the mid as the Nautilus goes down as well. 3 down, and they pop armor just for themselves to try to stay alive. They are going to find a nice pick on that, but now just struggling to stay alive, and they have to climb uphill to get another armor ready and another recap. Missiles on early.
They kind of got away with popping that armor right there by themselves, because you want to have some more armor on the retake. Yeah, they got the splat on the in-zap, but who cares? The in-zap's going to be back at the same time as your teammates. And look, they came back and popped armor anyway, so they got it back. And now we see Lux pushing up here. I don't agree with that. All kinds of nonsense getting flung their way. A little bit of a misplay there from Heaven's Moonlight. It's going to cost them the zone.
Clara off of the K machine here, back to the Nautilus. We've seen it before, and we've seen it work for them on Tower. Curious, though, that they're popping it here on Rainmaker, but we're going to see that Inkjet make some damage. That's going to find a nice pick on Elite. That's why they picked the Nautilus. Now moving up here onto the plat. That's going to be a nice way to stall, even if it's just the one pick. Missiles coming online along with armor. Now a Booyah Bomb from Heaven's Moonlight, and just continuing specials into specials as Heaven's Moonlight is stuck on their plat.
Yeah, and they're, man, firing their bomb rush from that kind of window area up top there. I don't know if that's what they wanted to do, but it just seemed kind of rushed, like, oh, we need to save lead. Let's fire our specials even though we're not in the perfect opportunity to kind of use them all. And because of that, they lose lead, and now they're losing a whole lot more on top of it. Now they're getting the splats, able to get back in, but still damage kind of done here as they're able to clean up. They lose lead, and yeah, a lot of penalty points on the side of the Squirrels, but still a lot of penalty points on their own they got to choose to.
Elite getting picks when they have paint. It's the fate of being a bamboo. And with specials online for both of these teams, Elite needs to stay in this position where they can stay alive and not lose paint to those missiles. And now struggling to make something happen is Elite just trying to stay alive desperately.
These specials are doing a good job of backing Heaven's Moonlight into corners, but they survived it right there. Backed into a corner and landing the splats are the bamboo combined with the other players, and they hold on to the zone, not losing it at all. That's probably going to give them lead right here. As we cross the halfway mark, is there going to be enough specials online to get the zone back into the favor of the Squirrels? They do have an Inkjet that's going to need to get some picks. They can combine it with armor, but they need to go right now, and the bomb rush is going to come out at the same time as well. But the Booyah Bomb on the right side, the opposite side of where the suction bombs were. Oh, but they capped the zone anyway. I felt like if they threw that Booyah Bomb on those suction bombs, they'd win this game.
One more cap for Squirrels. You know, you cap the zone. Luckily, apply some penalty points. It's one more cap, and you can save this game and come back. Their 1 point meme is very real as one jumps out on the side of Squirrels. They have to stay in this game. They have to keep this lockout strong if you're Heaven's Moonlight, because you are in such a huge lead.
And if you're the Squirrels, you can wait a little bit. You can build up some specials. They're popping this Inkjet, but they don't have the armor. Or did they? No, they did pop the armor with it as well. Okay, so now they're firing their specials in together, getting a couple splits. It's just the bamboo left alive. 1v1 situation. Nautilus opting to take that fight. You can't. It's a losing fight to a bamboo. Oh, I would have liked to attack that right side zone to stall it out.
No paint control, but Elite's gonna get called out, and that's been a huge slayer on the side of Heaven's Moonlight. Not as big as the tap, though, of course. Time zone now, looking for any opportunity, missing the jump to top mid. That's gonna hopefully allow them to actually stay in zone and get some more paint down. Finding a nice pick on lock. That's gonna give them the cap with 1 minute left in the game. 55 penalty points, plus another 20 if they want to take the W. And it's 3 down in their favor, and it's just Elite who's stuck getting called out by Kakuru, who's on their plat. Now, Squirrels have a huge opportunity to take a strong lockout. They have to back up, though, if they get aggressive.
Yeah, I don't want to stay up there much longer if I'm Kakuru. You got what you needed, and there's a ton of time for Heaven's Moonlight. They don't need to rush this like they have before. They're throwing everything right now. They're going for it. Able to get a splat on one player, got control of the left side, and do attack the right side. So there you go. They get control of zone, but this is a lot of time on the clock. The zone has changed hands a lot. 20 seconds seems like an infinity, but now they're all getting splatted at the wrong time. Heaven's Moonlight is probably going to hold on to this.
You chase it after their enemies, going side to side, tree to tree. 11 seconds are left. I mean, Squirrel needs to pull out something here, but the K-shot is down. That's no missiles for them. And now it's just Martin going into zone, not finding the pick. Timer ticks down. Heaven's Moonlight is up, or has tied it 1-1.
That was a bar fight. That was fun to see. I mean, you saw a lot of like natural kind of mistakes, players just kind of going into fights when probably they shouldn't go into fights. But you're going to see that as this tournament goes along. But Heaven's Moonlight able to kind of hold on there and get all the picks they needed at the right time. And again, we say if you're going to pick splat zones again after you just lost on it, you absolutely have to win it, and they do. But now this. Oh, the counter pick. Look how quickly this is. We're already in the ready up lobby selected screen. Rainmaker, Snapper, Canal. Squirrels wasting no time. This is clearly their most comfortable map. They picked it last time and won on it. So, yeah, they must feel extra confident right here. So I think we're going to see that sploosh come back out too.
Absolutely. Forget confidentness in the map mode. how comfortable are you as a team that you already know? You don't have to have a conversation in your VC. You're saying, we know what we're doing. We're going to get it done and we're going to go fast. We're going to make our team scared in some weird 7-level meta game of just we readied up quickly and we know what we're playing. That Sploosh 7 on stream earlier, as you said, dominating.
We just had like a 30-second break and we're already back into this action because Heaven's Moonlight was like, okay, we know what we want to do here as well. No, I don't think Heaven's Moonlight changed their comp at all. Obviously, we see the change we were expecting from the Squirrels. Look at Kakaru going right in.
Finding a nice pick on the 52 gal early. That's going to give a huge opportunity for them. Now he's battling it out with Splash. And a nice trade. That's a 3v2 situation. Though the Splash going down somewhere else on the map. That leaves just Time Turn alone in mid, trying to find an opportunity, forcing another one back. Elite in mid, putting the paint down. They are the one who ends this fight victorious, despite having not touched anyone.
Yo, can we just take a minute, please? Can we calm down? These guys are trying to speedrun low ink. We're just taking fights. This is just like, what happened to building up specials, getting map control? No, I see, I fight, I kill. Calm down, guys. You got 4 minutes to play.
Well, it's Rainmaker. You know, you don't want to play those 4 minutes. We saw what the Sploosh 7 can do earlier today on stream. We saw how distracted they can make their opponent. You don't need to spend time if you can just run and run and run and panic and scare. Luck now, though, jumping out leaves a 3v2 situation. Squirrel, a nice defensive there.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the first time in a long time where we can just breathe. I say that 2 players are down, and the Rainmaker stuck along that left side. Sleepy trying to push up here, keeping attention away from that Rainmaker, but can't really push up, opting to go back and help their friends and do a flankless push. A flankless push. Very difficult to pull off in Rainmaker. 2 more players going down as it looks like the Squirrels are able to clean that up. I would have liked to see Sleepy continue that flank and keep at least some attention away, because you know the Squirrels are going to do that kind of push.
I'm going to remind us of exactly what happened when we saw Squirrel on this map before. We saw Martin early on that Splashmatic getting a ton of picks, and in late game we saw Kakuru, once they had lead, terrorizing and keeping their opponents flustered. That's not happening yet. I mean, Martin not able to find nearly the same number of picks they had before, and it is Kakuru who's doing the frontline slaying.
You know, it's a lot easier to do flanks and do like some cheeky kind of behind your back stuff when you got a monumental lead, which is something neither team has right next. So neither team can really afford to do a lot of stuff that's going to draw attention away. But you're going to have to do that if you want to get lead. Lead will probably go into the favor of the Squirrels right here, but it's not going to be a lead they're going to be comfortable with unless they can find a way to get up that wall. The wall's the finish, so they do get up there. The ink wall coming out at a good time, but still 30 points remaining. That's a score you can win with. And they're going to add even more to it. 19, you could definitely win with that. That's a lot more comfortable for the Squirrels.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the point value map right now, and what you see is Kakuru on the backside here. Nice defense. You scared me there, Pop. I was looking at my resources. What you see, though, is if you can get the Rainmaker past the right side ramp, if you're pushing Street the fast way, and you just get it past the little ramp area, you're already at 19. And so it is a lot easier or slower to get a push going the other way. But here you go. That's exactly what you see Squirrel trying to do, pushing it through Street. If they can get it to the ramp, they can get a win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the fastest way to get points. It's just obviously the more difficult as well. But of course, with Rainmaker, you get a wipe, that lane's wide open and the game's over at that point. But now that you got this monstrous lead, you're going to see a lot more jank coming out from the side of the Squirrels because they're at liberty to do whatever they want. And that's going to cause more stress on Heaven's Moonlight. They're going to have to play whack-a-mole at their own base is what you see them trying to do here. And if they can't keep up with all of this, that just means more time gets bled off the clock. The Rainmaker gets stuck in an awkward spot. And this is why the Squirrels counterpick this map. They're doing it very well right now.
My support instincts are tingling. I mean, you can't have your Zap player doing the sillies. You can't be behind them if you're sleepy here. I mean, when you have a lock, when you have the 52, they'll go back there. It's beautiful. And when you have Martin here on the Splash, terrorizing the Sploosh, I mean, it works well, but you can't be a Zap going behind the enemy lines, and it almost backfired earlier.
You know, I'm learning so much about Sploosh 7 every single month. It seems like we're constantly seeing it in low ink. And we see so many players just pop hammer smash the Rainmaker when they're the last player left alive and just grab it and just constantly being a nuisance with it. But now, as we've been talking about all this stuff, look, there's only 25 seconds left. Heaven's Moonlight has the Rainmaker, gets taken down. They're in a good position if they can stay alive and win some fights, but they don't have the mana advantage to do that just yet. It's probably going to work against them.
And Kakuru swimming underneath that wall is going to give them an opportunity to terrorize the Rainmaker here. They're going to find one. They're going to look for another. Hammer coming out, running between them, luckily finding one of them at least. Now it's just the Rainmaker and the 52 gal alive for Heaven's Moonlight. They have to make something happen here. With penalty points ticking, 19 ticks and the Ray coming out. I don't know if they can do it. 13 ticks, they have to get all the way to the enemy spawn here.
It's impossible at this point. Now, the question is, are they going to die by the enemy's hand, or are we going to see a cool explosion on the screen? Nope. Nice. I mean, that's just a team that's way too comfortable in that map and mode. I mean, that's why they picked it so quickly. That's why they readied up so quickly. They know how to win there. And there you go. Put it on full display. So, a smart counterpick. Now, here's the question, though, was would you have wanted to save that for a Game 5? Or do you want to use it right now and get your most comfortable win? You probably want to use it now to get your most comfortable win and put the pressure on Heaven's Moonlight, knowing that if they screw up this counter pick, they're gone. And we'll just wait on whatever Moonlight's pick is. Now they can't go to splat zones now. Both teams are eliminated with that. I said tower control might be something they want to go to this time around. I don't think you want to go to Rainmaker though. Even on a different map, I just don't think that's something you want to. I don't think you want to poke that bear here.
Yeah, I mean, the number of times I've been in a VC and everyone's just kind of been like, yeah, we're not risking it all on Rainmaker. Need to remind you, Squirrel's at match point here. They're looking at going back to Grand Finals, or going to Grand Finals, sorry, taking another matchup against Blazing Storm. Squirrels, I mean, are comfortable. They're happy. They feel good. They just have to win it on Tower Control Mako Mart, a map mode we saw Elite's Bamboo go off against Kodomo.
Yeah, all those kind of traditional tropes that we see from a team that just lost losers finals and just lost winners finals and is in losers finals. We're not really seeing that with the Squirrels. They won game 1. They made the smart counter pick and they were dominant in that. They seem like they haven't really lost any steam from the loss they took from Blazing Storm. And Heaven's Moonlight definitely being tested, but again, they've been in losers all day long essentially, and they've been tested a lot and they've bounced back from all these situations. It's just how much more adrenaline do they have left in the tank? They're going with Tower Control Mako Mart here. I don't think we're going to see much comp change. They like using that Bamboo here. They like using that K-Gal. So I think they're going to stick with what they've been using before. And I think we might see that Crapid Blaster come back out, even though we haven't seen it in a while. From the
I wish I could say no Crapid for Heaven's Moonlight, Crapid for Squirrels. Thank you. I wish I could say that Squirrels are confident in that, they can take this game easy. They can go to a game 5 there on their counter pick. But I mean, it's not how it works. You need to not be putting yourself in a position where you're scared of game 5. I mean, game 5 is terrifying no matter what you do. But Squirrels, they're not letting that happen. They already had that first checkpoint 3 down in their favor.
Game 5, the Squirrels are saying, nah, we're just going to end it right here. First checkpoint falls effortlessly, and now, this in a good position to keep the fight away from the tower. If they clear the second checkpoint, this might be too much to overcome. I mean, you got a lot of time left, and there comes a nice Booyah Bomb to stall things out, but they need to get splats. It's a goose egg on the scoreboard so far in this push for the side of Heaven's Moonlight. And look at the great position right here. This second checkpoint might fall.
Martin not quite able to find the pick they wanted there, but they are distracting Elite on tower, and that is what saved the second checkpoint in the last set. Elite looking for any opportunity on anything. Luck finally helping out on that K-Pro, but the tower is going to get to that second checkpoint, and even though it's been tapped now, I mean, 28 points is not only a winnable push, but it is huge, especially with 4 minutes remaining to get another push later and KO.
Somebody for Heaven's Moonlight has to get going. In a moment like this is where you see one player on your team just go insane. Just drop like a 20 bomb. Because right now, nobody's getting any splats. They're firing off specials. They're firing off a lot of specials, but they're not doing anything. somebody on Heaven's Moonlight just has to flip a switch and go insane if they want to find a way to win this one.
Finally, Elite finding another pick in favor of Heaven's Moonlight. That's going to get the K-Pro down. Martin now on respawn. A 4v3 situation, though, for Squirrel as they find Elite going down themselves. Luck is stuck on this right side. They're going to find a nice pick on the Kraken. Will overextend a little bit early, but they are going to get called out in time. Just got a shark on the stack and not want anything to happen. Sleepy looking for any opportunity for paint. Dogfighting armor finally online. Now they can finally push into mid. Heaven's Moonlight needs picks now if they want to be able to get a push moving. But they're not going to find one yet. And Time Zone, the Zap, finding a nice pick on Sleepy. And now they're the ones in advantage, and they're the ones playing for an offensive.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Squirrels be too defensive right now. I want to see them keep their foot on the gas pedal and keep the tower on the enemy side of the map. This is not the time to think, oh, I got a huge lead, let's just kind of chill and bleed out the clock. No, you don't want to give Heaven's Moonlight any hope. Keep the foot on the gas pedal here.
Elite stuck on this left stack with Luck. This pair, we've seen it happen before, and we've seen it work, but so far this game, it has not been paying off. We're going to see two go down. It's just Elite on the tower as everyone gets staggered. And now Clara pushing up with this baller with the one we have not seen a lot of this set, finding a beautiful pick on Elite with that torp combo. Gas pedal is down.
Yeah, and the problem is we're not seeing any response. We're not seeing any response from Heaven's Moonlight. They don't have a game plan right now. They got two players sitting at a goose egg with 3 minutes off the clock. Just 5 splats in general. So, and that's kind of credit to the Squirrels not feeding in and doing a good job of controlling space. But I don't think anybody on Heaven's Moonlight has a plan for this game right now.
But what does that do to your mental? I mean, if you're the K-Shot, if you're the Zap on Heaven's Moonlight, I mean, you are beating yourself up. It's so hard to feel like you're getting anything done when you're a Slayer with 0 picks. And the paint reflects it. I mean, Squirrels, despite having paint behind them, are able to move up and put paint down in the opponent's stack, in the opponent's freezer, as we saw earlier. And a 3v4 situation in their favor. Squirrels, again, keeping the gas pedal down, keeping the aggression, forcing their opponents to spread out and go down.
Yeah, I said somebody needs to pop off. I think they're trying to do that. I think they're trying too hard to do that, though. You saw a player just get funneled into a 1v3. You're not going to win that. I don't care who you are or what kind of situation the game is in. And again, if they can just start getting splats and just build some confidence, one push they can get right back in this one. And there you go, 2 players going down. This might be the first time all game they have a man advantage.
And 3 of those picks were from players who hadn't had any before. Luck and the Zap player, whose name I'm forgetting right now, sorry, Sleepy. They're going to give 3 picks, but the Zap going down, the Bamboo going down. Once again, Squirrel playing a very good defense, finding another pick on the K-Shot player. And they're in advantage, 30 seconds left. They are confident, they are comfortable. They've just got to get a couple more picks and sell out. I mean, they're playing a zones game, but in tower.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the Rapid Blaster doing a good job with armor, kind of keeping everybody away from the tower. Is there kind of at this point? I don't know if you want to ride it. Yeah, you're putting it deeper in the enemy base, but you're making it a little bit easier for them to hop on. And if Heaven's Moonlight can flip the switch here in overtime and just don't die at all and just get all these picks and all work together, they can find a way to get back into this one. It's going to be a tall mountain to climb. The Booyah Bomb shuts it down before it even gets started. The Squirrels throw a punch at the beginning of that match and never looked back, moving on to Grand Finals.
Yeah, I've never heard of Commentators' curse not working so poorly that it worked. I mean, you called out that they needed to start popping off, and to spite you, they tried to. And then it backfired, you know? Like, we can't win here in the Commentators booth. But apparently Northern Heaven's Moonlight losing us at 3-1 to Squirrels, going back for a rematch, winners finals, looking a little bit similar to grand finals up ahead.
You know what? To their credit, we're not trying to be mean and, oh, look at these players not getting splats or anything like that. Again, I think they recognized, okay, we lost that first 30 seconds badly and it put us in this huge hole and we're all kind of rattled by it. We need to try to revitalize themselves. You got to give them credit. Yeah, they didn't get a lot of splats, but they tried to make the hero plays. I think that's a situation where you got to try to do it just to revitalize your team mentally. So give them credit for that. And obviously, maybe that is the adrenaline finally falling apart there on them. But still, Heaven's Moonlight, 3rd place finish. They've shown they're as strong as well, it's been a really good weekend for them. Let's just say that.
Absolutely.
Now we got a rematch. Blazing Storm taking on the Squirrels. Before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. And we know both these teams are in Europe, so we don't want to delay this set too long. But we're going to get some water. You guys can go pop your popcorn, use the restroom, go get your Ethernet cables, and make sure they're plugged in because we will be right back for grand finals of Lowing. Can win with, and they're going to add even more to it. 19, you could definitely win with that. That's a lot more comfortable for the Squirrels.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the point value map right now, and what you see is Kuku on the backside here. Nice defense. You scared me there, Pop. I was looking at my resources.
Look at that other checkpoint, and they might be down by a couple of checkpoints in a KO if they're not careful right now. Ella's doing a good job staying alive, and now it's just the remix player who I don't think is in a position to defend. Oh, they are on that right side. If they can save this checkpoint, that will be critical for them. They won't. 2 checkpoint lead, possible KO coming in here. They get white, but still, what a to Blazing Storm. But firing off a lot right now is able to build up this huge lead. I don't think they're going to keep it much longer because they don't have the man advantage, but still a pretty substantial lead they got in the opening minute.
Kukuru on the K shot here.
Goodbye.
Kukuru, our favorite.
They're definitely going to get it.
A 3-down situation in favor of Squirrels, and another splat. Nice on that plat. That's going to delay the V-Jet from another respawn, another retake. Now 15 ticks are remaining, and Squirrels has a beautiful log. Another pick from Kukuru. A beautiful position from this T-Tech. Missiles coming online. 3 ticks are left. They go down, but that's your game. Blazing Storm armorless, but not before their Rainmaker carry goes down. Hammer comes out to get that quick pop. Throwing it, gonna find nice assist, but 2 down, and they're putting it over. Rainmaker pop, getting an instant pop. That's going to be lead Kukuru. This flute getting a nice lead to 20 points. That's going to be the game-winning push. We only have 1 minute and 40 left, and then... Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink. I'm not Popgun. I'm Brush. With me is Popgun. How you feeling going into Grand Finals?
A little too fast there. You gotta draw it out on the welcome, and then you gotta explode with the back there. So some VOD reviewing you gotta do on that intro. But
I just do everything I can to not end up Southern, so...
That's you and me both. Grand Finals, the Squirrels taking on the Blazing Storm. Squirrels, obviously, if you look at their name, they're from Germany. Blazing Storm, we believe, representing the country of France. Both teams in their first Grand Finals here as a couple of Southern North American men are going to try to commentate these very strong EU teams. Honestly, I think it's been a hot minute since we had an EU team win Low Ink, but it's going to happen here, regardless.
Hey, and I'll do whatever I can to make sure that team is Blazing Storm, because on the pre-show yesterday, I mentioned it earlier, I called it. I said these guys were going far. And I'm happy to see him here. Blazing Storm, coming from the winner's side, having beaten Squirrels in winners finals not too long ago, 3-2.
The Squirrels taken a lot of losses throughout this entire weekend. They lost twice during Saturday, but what you do on Saturday doesn't matter. You just got to make the alpha bracket. They've beaten BlueMoon. They've beaten Heaven's Moonlight twice now, beating the team twice. Very difficult to do. Kraken United, showing them the door out of winner's bracket, and then obviously one game away from beating Blazing Storm. So Squirrels have been on top of it today. The Blazing Storm team having to wait a little bit, but they're just 3 wins away from winning this whole tournament. The Squirrels have to force a bracket reset and then win 3 more on top of that if they want to walk out with the Low Ink trophy.
Hey, I know we've spoken about their record before, both of these teams throughout the tournament so far. But I'm glad we're starting to break down that narrative that how you do on day 1 is representative of how you do on day 2. You know, we've seen teams go 6-0 and then get eliminated first round, day 2. And this idea that, hey, you get to alpha bracket, now it's time to show off. That's what I think is important, and I'm glad we're seeing that represented here.
Yeah, both teams taking at least 1 loss. All the undefeated teams are gone. Nobody is undefeated remaining in this tournament, and it all comes down to the Squirrels showing up here first, going up against Blazing Storm, not using Hydra here, instead going to go with a missile spam that got them into Grand Finals with that V-Jet.
We're on a pit, a map that Blazing Storm is not afraid of, but hey, it's a map that the Squirrels won on, though on Tower not too long ago in the loser's bracket. They are going to go 1 down early here with Clara looking for any opportunity with this Kraken. It's going to be a pokey game. It's going to be a lot of stalling. I mean, that's the nature of Piranha Pit.
It is. Piranha Pit always has the most dramatic finishes, too, because it's just so hard to cap and hold on to control the zone. 2 players going down from the side of the Squirrels as everybody from Blazing Storm up and ready to go until a bomb takes care of 1 player, but still, again, we're seeing a completely neutral opening. No team having a clear advantage just yet.
How was that for some coordination from time zone there in a very strict 1v1, and right before they get engaged, throwing a bomb.
Oh no!
A DC.
Are you kidding me? We had 0 issues all day long. It's Grand Finals this nonsense happened. And keep in mind, okay, that is the winning team. That is Blazing Storm. But keep in mind, they don't get another replay, and I know a lot of you were saying that we should change DC rules for Grand Finals. We did not do that because there is not a single tournament in this community that has a rule like that. So if the DC happens again, you're taking the L, sweetheart. But hopefully it's just something. Hopefully nobody's power went out. Hopefully nobody's. Hopefully it's just a microwave. Somebody just popped a microwave and we can tell mom, hey, can you wait a little bit? But yeah, this is not what you want to see for game 1.
Do they get another DC after, if there's a bracket reset, do they get to DC again?
Yes, yeah. Well, a new bracket, it's a bracket reset is a brand new bracket, so like all the rules flip back. So, and again, it's Blazing Storm. They can afford to lose this bracket. So, not that you want to, but hopefully, nobody wants to see it.
Losing it is a cooler story for us to tell later, you know. You have to go on the podcast Monday and talk about something.
I already got plenty of stuff to talk about. I just don't want to do another 30-minute segment talking about how we're not changing DC rules again. So I just hopped in Battlefield chat, and I was just like, look, everything okay? They said yes, so we don't have exact information what happened. That player's not back in this lobby, but hopefully it's just a one-off thing, and we can play a legit thing here. And
Hey,
I don't have chat up, and I stopped looking at chat live during streams. But if I see there better not be any words incidents popping up right there, all right?
Oh, no,
I know what month it is.
Too. I'm so sorry, Papa.
I know what month it is.
I will take any day a 30-minute segment on why 4 players lined up in spawn and disconnected. I'm sorry. We're
Team
facing
from Germany.
We're facing 2 EU teams. It's bound to happen. We're asking for it.
The time change for North America. Yeah, we know. Nobody cares. We're focused on what's going to happen there. The player is back in. They didn't sub anybody out, right? That's the same player?
Yeah, I don't see any subs.
Okay, so that means everyone's got to use the same weapon. And you know what? Fair enough. When the DC happened, the game 100% neutral. So it's just consider this a 6-minute game as opposed to the 5-minute it should be.
Alrighty, so here we go for game 2, not wanting to follow the same fate and get the start of a nice lockout. Obviously, a neutral is what we're walking into here.
Yeah, same kind of opening. I like the opening from... except for that K-shot going in, but the K-shot getting rewarded with a double there. Okay, this is not the same.
No, Clara's passive crap it on the left side from game 1 or attempt 1. Open the door here for Kukuru to move in with that cage and run a nice couple picks, and that's going to give him a good lead here. 79 points on Piranha Pit can honestly go a long way.
That's a little bit of frustration. Say, hey, you guys DC'd and forced us to replay this set. We're going to throw a punch at you right at the beginning and land it right on your jaw. The zone going into the favor for the first time into Blazing Storm, who's able to clean it up. Clarifall, the last player left alive, is just going to baller. Okay.
Well, Clara now stuck on the right side here alone, going to get attacked by that cave tree. Somehow finding the pick. That's so unfortunate. Jumping out now. That's the stall that Clara wanted, and that's the opportunity for Squirrels to now move back in. Time zone with the zap on the far left. Brio's going to get popped on front. That's going to give them the neutral they wanted. Only a about 12-tick game here, but Missile's doing a great job stalling Squirrel out and not letting them move into the zone so easily.
That's so frustrating when somebody's clearly just trying to skirmish by themselves and you don't punish them, and in fact they get the splat on you and escape off into the night. That's a frustrating feeling, and a nice play by Clarifall. Able to kind of establish control and get the rest of their teammates in. They have control, or they will get control zone here because there's only 2 players left for the side of Blazing Storm, and Squirrel's looking pretty good right now, even though they don't got lead.
Martin taking a strong lockout spot on that top drop. It's going to give them a lot of opportunities here as Yosh walks kind of straight towards them. We've seen them do a really good job gauging distance and understanding how far away they need to be to punish. So that's exactly what they're looking for here as they hold the drop in mid-area.
Lead going into the favor of the Squirrels. Oh, they're not going to get much more than that. Bodies flying everywhere. A lot of Squirrel players getting smacked out of the trees, and another one of these ballers just kind of fired and got away with it again. The only problem there is they're not going to have another special ready to go, but they seem very eager to just pop baller and say, come get me.
Martin here with the K-Pro, once again, looking for an opportunity. You know, they're playing very strong with their positioning here. Again, looking at the drops, that's where they will be best. 50 ticks now remaining. Missiles are online and ready for both of these 2 teams. Whichever one can get it, another special earlier wins. And there you go. You're going to see Squirrel popping the missiles. Now another Booyah with the armor comes out on the side of Blazing Storm. An attempt to defend. A 3v4 situation. One falls inside of Squirrel, dropping down there. Clara now looking for another opportunity. Zone gets neutral. Baller is ready for them, so if they want to drop onto that zone, they can and try to get a cheeky cap, but the other zone will fall right as Clara decides to pop the baller. They're looking for pick. They find one. That 4v2 situation is going to give them the lead.
Clara clearly heard you and said, hey, use baller off the ramp instead of off on the right side. Let's see what happens. Oh, got a nice splat and control of zone off of it. Nice play there. Always an exciting thing seeing Clara Falls ballers being popped here, and it's got them control of zone, but not quite close to lead just yet.
There you go. That's the penalty point falling, and now half of their points are all they need to cap and get the lead. Booyah is ready from Martin, and we've seen them use their space well, and that's the Booyah betting properly. Not going to find a pick, but it's going to allow them to cap as Cocoon sharks and moves forward, looking for an opportunity on the beach, and they are going to find it. A 4v3 situation now, not wanting to lose zone. No penalty points applied, and the 52 going down somewhere else. Martin looking for an opportunity. Cap is going in their favor, and the 52 finally dropping. Lead now is 4 squirrels. They just need to lock out for, I don't know, another 15 seconds.
I like that the junior stayed alive, got back to the zone so that they can pop armor right here, but the missiles of the K-Shot player go down before they can get fired. Now they got to use the missiles from the V-Jet, able to get a splat on one player. Can they slow down one zone? They can, but it's Kakaru who's on the backside, causing the distraction. Another baller coming off into zone, but they don't get coordinated right at the same time, so they can't cap both zones. The baller, the BL bomb coming out here, and this gets the feeling of another one of those things where we're in overtime and all 8 players are just battling at the very end of the zone. It's shaping up to be that kind of finish here.
I had a friend of mine tell me once that especially on Piranha Pit, all you have to do when you're winning and you're entering overtime is stall the zone. You don't need to cap. You need paint on your zone, and your opponents can't flank you. It's just how Piranha Pit is. And so if they're not going to be able to get cap here, Clara has to stay on this bump, use their range, use their blaster, and stall the zone. But it doesn't matter because they're capping the zone anyway. Now in a player disadvantage, I might have to take that part back.
And here we go. It's going to be overtime with the losing team in control of zone and the man advantage. But look, never failing, never escaping, popping the baller, going in, and getting ripped out of it. That time finally gets punished for the awkward baller, and that player's not going to be around for a little bit, but they still got 3 specials built up here, Brush, as we're going to be set up for a dramatic finish.
Where is Squirrel? Are they coming in from the far left here? Going for zone? For a second, I thought they were going into drop. Now, and finally, they're going to be able to get some paint on the zone. That's going to be enough for the neutral. If they can hold this neutral for another 10 seconds, they get the W here, as 20 ticks are needed for Blazing Storm if they can get the cap to win. That's the cap that resets the stalled timer. But once again, the zone is stalled. The cap is not going to Blazing Storm, and Squirrel is going for the W here. A 4v3 situation as one goes down. Missiles online for Squirrels. That's going to be all they need, and that's going to win them the game.
Smart. I mean, that's what we're kind of talking about. You kind of hit the nail on the head. You don't need to cap both zones if you're the team that's got the lead. You just need to hold on to one and let the timer just bleed out. And that's exactly what the Squirrels were able to do here. Just coming out in the beginning, throwing a heavy punch, getting control of zone. Back and forth trades. Another exciting Splat Zones Piranha Pit game, as we're kind of used to seeing. That's why we keep putting that map back in month after month. It's fun. It's not fun to play in, but hey, it's fun to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not often that you sit here watching Splat Zones Piranha Pit and a team stall a zone that I'm like on the edge of my seat. It felt very much to me that either of those two teams, I mean, we saw Clara pop the baller the one time and go down pretty quickly. They were lucky they had such a pillow to land on that they didn't get punished for that pick.
And this is where the counter picks come into play, where you're getting there's something funny in chat. One of the squirrels said, in German we say "die K-gal" something. I can't read the rest, but they seem pretty. I'm assuming they seem pretty confident about their K-gal players. What they're saying there, but this is where familiarity with your opponent comes into play. They've played this is going to be their 7th game they played against each other in this tournament. Last time Blazing Storm picked Clan Blitz at Piranha Pit in game 1, and they won on it. But they just lost on Piranha Pit. Do you want to go right there, just change the mode? A lot of options you can go with here, but you know, it's not a case of, sometimes it's a case of you just want to go back. Oh, we know we beat them on this map last time, let's go there again. And then other times it's like, maybe we don't want to give them as many opportunities to figure out how to break us on one of our better maps. And that's looks like what they're doing here, something completely different from last set. Tower controlled anchovy games.
Right, and I wish I could give more insight into the map modes, but to me, we're hitting a point with these two teams that they feel so confident in what they know. in that they're not going to change their weapons for the map. They're not going to build around some gimmick. Like, they're going to play the game. They're going to play the game how they know to play, and one of the teams is going to be more coordinated, is going to hold better positions, is going to understand special coordination to a stronger degree, and it's going to give them the W.
You know, it's interesting. When Blazing Storm was on stream against the Yume Stars, the Stars picked this map and mode against Blazing Storm. And that's one of those things where if you don't know your opponent, you don't know if your pick is like the other team is like, thank you. We're happy to do that here. And one of the key features for Blazing Storm here was their inkjets. Obviously, inkjets are kind of broken on this map, especially if you can get up on that fan wall where it's almost impossible if you don't have the right weapon to shoot down the inkjet. So I think we're going to see a T-Tac come out here from the side of Blazing Storm, and that's going to be where the pushes for Blazing Storm starts and finish.
Right, we've seen some crazy plays with the inkjet on that fan, especially on top right when the fan is fully extended. You can get all the way on top of that wall, but also just looking at the snipe wall and using your vertical height to help you out there. Clara not running up super early here, though, right as I say that, they do. That Crapid here can go a really long way to canceling inkjets if you get the right angle.
Yeah, but we've seen Clara use Nautilus before, if I'm not mistaken. Nautilus, obviously a very good map here, or weapon here as well, again, with that inkjet. So it just comes down to what they think is going to get them through this one. Squirrels up 1-0, trying to force a bracket reset. And we do see a Rapid Blaster Pro coming out from the side. Is that Clara on the Rapid Blaster Pro?
No, it's not. It's Time Zone. It's their Zap player. So opting not to go for a conventional armor span Zapper Jr., instead playing a much slower ranged Blaster Deco Pro. An auto weapon we see a ton, especially in today's meta.
We don't, but we do see Clarifall going back to that Nautilus, like I was saying. Again, Inkjet really good here. The Octo Shot on the opposite side for Blazing Storm. That's going to be where these pushes start and stop as we see a Bomb Rush coming out instantly and taking care of the Octo Shot before they can get anything going.
Oh, and taking care of another one for you, too, there. The K-Shot now down as well. A 4v2 situation in favor of Squirrel as they're looking to take this first checkpoint. The Inkjet coming a little bit early is not going to allow them to control a snipe, as that's where Blazing Storm is setting up for the defense. We see already 3 there. Clara, though, kind of stuck between tower and aggression, though finally another team is able to pick up the slack and grab that checkpoint. Armor online for Blazing Storm. This is going to be a hard offensive for Squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, clearing this first checkpoint is not the most difficult thing to do. Clearing that second one is very critical. And we've seen the past couple of tower control games, the Squirrels have been very aggressive in the opening, and they build up these monstrous leads to where they can take care of business. There's that Inkjet we were talking about from the Nautilus this time around, taking care of the Octoshot player who hasn't really been able to do a whole lot. What is it with the Squirrels in tower control and just refusing to die in the first minute? Only one splat, and it's come from the Junior.
I don't know if that speaks more to Blazing Storm's, Squirrel's ability to play aggressive as much as it talks about what they're doing positionally to deny Blazing Storm opportunities for picks. I don't think it's necessarily that Squirrels are out-fragging to such an extent that we're not seeing Blazing Storm live. They're not getting winks, but we're seeing Squirrels back up when they need to and understand their limitations of their weapons, and that's preventing their deaths.
We need to see some splats getting into the favor of Blazing Storm if they want to get back into this one. I mean, they don't really have that big of a deficit. They just got one easy checkpoint they got to clear and then get to the second checkpoint to get lead. And that Inkjet doing a good job of forcing players back, but you don't see the rest of the players from Blazing Storm capitalizing off of the ground that Inkjet got them, because the missiles were coming out and forcing them back as well. So a good use of missiles right there. Very rarely is there a bad time to use missiles, because you're just going to get them back in 5 seconds anyways, but still, Squirrel's doing a good job of keeping Blazing Storm at bay, or at least they were.
Speaking of missiles, we're going to see 2 of them pop in, and that's going to lead to the Splash-O-Matic going down to the side of Squirrels. That's going to give Blazing Storm the opportunity to push for the first time. This first checkpoint finally going down as the tower now wants to go vertically and get to that second checkpoint, but those missiles are stalling, doing such a great job stalling. Now it's a dogfight on this plat as one goes down for Squirrel. That's going to give Blazing Storm an opportunity to continue their push here. Armor online. Yosh looking for an opportunity on this top left, but not going to quite find it with Armor on the other side now, no longer having an advantage. The tower's perfectly tied. They're going to hop on it just for a second to get lead, and honestly, that can be a difference in the game.
It can. I mean, you want to get across that checkpoint, but you don't want to force it. That wisely, look, let's just get lead. Let's just back off. We'll live to try to clear that another day. They knew they were there and couldn't do anything about it. The Nautilus funneling into it and got punished because of it. So now the team with the lead, Blazing Storm, trying to get control of mid-air, taking care of the blaster as well. It's starting to look pretty good. Even though they got the 1-point lead, it's looking like they've gotten control of momentum.
That was 2 picks in a row from players dropping or being around their window, not checking for sharks. I mean, that was the Rapid Pro and the Nautilus going down that way. That's, if Blazing Storm can continue to get picks like that, they will win this game. They have the advantage right now. The one is going to jump out to keep them alive. And with a minute left, it is Squirrels who have to get a push through the second checkpoint if they want to be able to win.
50 seconds left to go here. The Nautilus not able to really, really nobody's really been able to get a lot of splats on either team. Most of those splats just came early, but we're not seeing a lot of neutral fights. Things have kind of slowed down, especially from the losers finals, where it seems like everyone was fighting for real. But here you go, 2 players down. The losing team on the tower. This has to get to the checkpoint and just like sneeze on it at that point, and they'll get lead. Those missiles chasing the last players out, that's definitely going to give them the lead. And they're going to clear the checkpoint to boot. That's huge for the Squirrels.
Times are going down a little bit, unfortunately, on the tower, but Clara doesn't want to give too much space. They are trying to keep a little bit of aggression from mid, using their range effectively. They're going to find a 1, and that's a huge pick to deny Blazing Storm an opportunity at an overtime push. A 4v3 situation. Missiles are ready on the side in Blazing Storm, but again, Clara is backing up. They know to give space. They know not to play too aggressively, and they held their ground for as long as they could until they couldn't.
Able to stop back onto the tower here. Man, they got to clear a full checkpoint. But once they do that, they can get lead. If it comes down to this kind of a inkjet fight here that doesn't really accomplish anything, they just distract each other. And but that rapid blaster goes down. But here comes the bomb rush swarming the tower, and the bombs take care of 3 players. There's no way Yoshi's gonna stay alive on top of that. Squirrels hold on and go up 2-0, trying to force a bracket reset.
2-0 is quite the feat, and I mean, again, we talked about before getting tired, and we saw in losers bracket with a 30-minute wait, Squirrels didn't get tired. Blazing Storm had a little bit longer to wait after having faced these guys before, and now you have a hungry team that has gone through losers and a tired team that has been undefeated so far. Blazing Storm is struggling to find the opportunities they found in the first match.
And you know what? It is kind of worth bringing up again. Unless there's like we've been wrong about this, and there's somebody in chat who's just been constantly saying they're not from France. Both teams, we assume, are from Europe, so it's like it's late for both of them. It's not like one has a regional advantage over the other. But so far, the Squirrels are coming out with the more momentum. It's not to say that Blazing Storm has been in both of those games. They've been right there in both of those games. They just can't find ways to close them out when they get the lead. Really struggling to get the splats that they need. And honestly, we just kind of pointed out, it's been a little bit of a slower back and forth between these two teams from what we saw in the previous set. But if you're Blazing Storm, I mean, if you are getting tired, you need to win these next 3 and put this tournament out of the way right now. Otherwise, because if you force a bracket reset and you give all this momentum to the other team and they get to go in 3-0 and you're going in with 3 straight losses, that's going to be hard mentally to come back from in its own right.
Right. I mean, one of the oldest tropes we saw in Low Ink was that if you get a bracket reset, you're winning the tournament. I mean, it was very rare. I think it's happened once or twice now, Popgun? That the defender center bracket reset win?
Since we've gone to the best of 5 and the in the counter picks, it's been more balanced back and forth. But yeah, when they were best of 7 preset map lists, if you lost the first bracket, you were not winning the bracket reset. The team just kept steamroll. I think it was like 6-0 to start off. Whenever the team that forced the bracket reset would always win the bracket reset. But that's why we kind of made adjustments. We don't want to see teams zombieing their way through grand finals. So we made the tournament a little bit quicker. We made the counter pick system where teams can be a little bit more comfortable when they're losing to go to a map that works out to their favor. We've made adjustments to make the tournament better as a whole. And it's produced some pretty awesome tournaments. This one, it's beginning to smell like a bracket reset here too. Not that makes it an awesome tournament or not, but yeah, Splat Zone's or TC at Shipyard.
Yeah, counterpick they will, opting to stay on tower control, despite, from my perspective, feeling like they got locked out pretty hard.
Well, they've won here in winners finals. They picked this one and they won here. So this is like their do or die map, I'm assuming.
I mean, we talked about that before, though, with do you want to play your do or die earlier or later? And they said neither. We're going to play game 3 right in the middle. But the question becomes like, hey, if they win this one, they have to win 2 more that aren't on their counter picks to not go into a bracket reset. And maybe less pressure than needing to winning to reverse sweep to get to a bracket reset, but certainly not a tiring task, especially when you end up in a game 5 and you've put all of your energy into the first 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's if it's gonna be a bracket reset, you don't want to. There's like 2 different schools of thought. You don't want to go in there getting swept 3-0, but you also don't want to go in there losing like a dramatic game 5 where you're so close to winning the whole tournament and then the whole thing starts all over again. So but we did see this before. It was December of 2020 when I believe Squid Row, it might not have been that, but we've seen it before where a team went up 3-0 and then the other team came back and won 4 straight in a best of 7 and won the tournament, avoiding a bracket reset. And you definitely want to do that. You want to go for that if you are Blazing Storm. And coming back out here with that Hydra. They didn't use Hydra last time they were on this map and mode. Remember? We were talking about it. They came out with VJet instead.
Well, they wanted to make you happy, Popgun, but they also, I think, wanted a little bit more range to counter the VJet pick there. That missile spam is going to be really annoying, but not if they're dead. But there they go. They go down early along with that key pick. I was in a 3v2 opportunity. For a second, I thought the Junior had DC'd. Now, just it's after live, and it's a 2v1 situation, Blazing Storm on the offensive the first time.
I honestly, that was my first thought as well. But instead, they stay alive. They're not going to clear this checkpoint, though, so this opening push doesn't matter a whole lot, and it's just going to give control back to the Squirrels here. But still, that's the kind of, when you're the team that's down 2-0, that's the kind of opening you want. Yeah, you don't get control, you don't get that checkpoint, but you're at least winning the fights this time around that you weren't doing the last game.
Right, already a lot more KA coming out from Squirrels, or a lot of KA. Junior, though, with those 3 KA, that's carrying the team right now, along with that Splash Monic leading some of those assists. Armor is ready for the side of Blazing Storm, but they're going to go 1 down, and they're not going to be able to pop it. The Junior going down as well on the other side of the map. That's giving Squirrels, once again, the upper hand here as they look to get this checkpoint. A very stalled first push for Squirrels, but not something that they can't use, but the K-Pro going down.
That's a good spot to be in a Hydra, especially if the other team isn't expecting you to be there. If they are, they can take care of it, which they do right there. Very nice mowing down there by Fikaru with the K shot. And getting another one to boot. That great now belongs to the Squirrels, and they're not giving it up.
Talk about instructive gameplay. I mean, every moment we've seen an opportunity for Hotspot to get controlled, I feel like it has been. And that's putting the tower at 26 penalty points, or 26 points, sorry, almost clearing that second checkpoint, which is a vital one for winning on this map mode.
Yeah, if you're going to come out with double armor, I'm very familiar with the comp that a Blazing Storm is using. That's a DT comp all the way. You got to start chaining those armors. The Hydra hasn't popped any. They got armor ready to go. You just pop armor now, combine it with the Inkjet, and then follow it up with armor from the Junior, who isn't going to pop it because they go down. So another opportunity to try to coordinate those specials gets stuffed out by the Squirrels.
Martin trying to be an MVP once again. They're not going to be able to save their teammate, but Splash down. That's a main slayer for Blazing Storm down. Because again, when that T-Tech wants to move forward, they have to use the Inkjet first. And that's exactly what they do. Armor comes out to help Yume and Inkjet, but they're not going to find a pick quite yet. But Martin, though, going down. That's a beautiful pick for Yash as they now try to get this first checkpoint cleared. Though no one holding tower.
What? Get back going.
They almost lose a little bit of time there. Almost don't clear the checkpoint at all. A 40-point situation, though, with advantage now to Squirrel, as specials are ready for both teams.
They got away with one right there. A little bit of a miscommunication on who was supposed to stay on the tower and who was supposed to capture what zone. Ultimately able to do clear that checkpoint, and that's good considering they just lost. All these players are going to lose control of mid. Possibly somebody's popping off here. I think it's the Splash-O-Matic who ultimately gets taken down, but still man advantage in the favor of Blazing Storm here, who's trying to get to that checkpoint.
Now Asu backing off of tower, but or not trying to hold this tower down, pushing forward, not wanting to let their frontline players have to be stuck backwards, but instead that's going to leave Yosh alone on his top right, who's not going to be able to get back to spawn, and an ended push there, only 2 points from lead, and Squirrels had a successful defense once again.
You know, I understand, like, they don't have like a dedicated person to riding the tower. It's really showing Blazing Storm. They're just getting on tower. It's like, you get on. No, you stay on. I'm leaving. I would like to see the players get into right positions. Their weapons dictate that they should be. I would like to see the Hydra get on this part or the scaffold on the opposite side when they're pushing, not riding the tower. But they seem to really be lacking coordination right now of who's going to do what.
Right, that Junior playing way too aggressive overall in this game. I mean, going for picks when they don't need to be, and that's putting AC in a weird spot, having to ride tower. Gameplay kind of split between the map here, 2 on right, 2 on left. Bombers are going to get popped from the right side. The Blue are not able to counter it where they wanted it to, but not able to capitalize. Their team goes 2 down elsewhere, and Squirrels on the offensive once again with 30 seconds left. This can be a decisive push.
Yeah, we're looking at a 3-0 sweep, forcing a bracket reset unless Blazing Storm can find a way to get the win right here. They do get a splat and force another player back. If they can take care of time zone right here, that can open up the door for them to do something. They are hopping on the tower without the man advantage, though. Their Hydra did go down, is up in a good spot to try to get control of mid, but they're running out of time to try to do something.
First armor comes out for Blazing Storm, but their T-Tech, gets called out and goes down to time zone. Shark in the right side. Overtime now for Blazing Storm, but they're a man down and they have to stall tower if they really want an opportunity to move forward. The Junior playing a battle. Junior on the top right, not able to find a pick. They just need to get a couple points on the tower. Now everyone, it's a dogfight, and finally, we're gonna see Squirrels hop on, end this thing, and bring us to a bracket reset.
I thought they were gonna find a way to jank that one out, but they did. 2 points remaining. Bracket reset, the Squirrels. These do not look like the two same teams we saw in Winners Finals. I don't know if it was the break or what, but or the DC in game 1 or what it was. But Blazing Storm has lost all of their mojo right now. I mean, they're desynced. They're not. They don't really have an established plan when they're going into when they're doing their pushes of who's going to do what, and I don't know. They seem like they've just lost something mentally between Winners Finals and now. And yeah, we got the bracket reset now. So now it's just whoever wins the next 3 is the winner of the whole thing. But if I'm Blazing Storm, I'm taking a minute. Like, let's recollect ourselves. Let's maybe get hydrated or something. I don't know, but that something has to get solved for Blazing Storm, or else this is just going to be another 3-0.
Yeah, that was lost in game 1. I mean, forget the DC, forget the mojo, forget all that. The seed of doubt was planted. You talk about it all the time, Pop Gun. But after that game 1, I mean, you take a hard loss on Splat Zones, and it's like, this is what everyone says is the fundamentals of Splatoon gameplay, and we just couldn't get into zone. And that tears you apart. Blazing Storm here, if they want an opportunity, I'm calling it now, needs to win Splat Zone's makeover.
They do, and this is the same map that they played in Game 1 of Winners Finals that the Squirrels did win. Remember, that was where Blazing Storm got the huge lead early, then the Squirrels took control of the zone once and just never looked back. But yeah, look, if you know the best way to get all of that momentum back, all that, like erase the seed of doubt and just get back to being the player that you are, just win. Just win, Forehead. You win one game, and you're right back to where you need to be. Winning fixes everything. And if they can find a way to do it here, and again, it's going to come down to building up those specials, using them together, working together. And honestly, again, you see a couple players struggling to get picks. If they can just take a fight it doesn't have to be on the zone or somewhere else. If they can just get in a 1v1 and win it, regardless of what it does to the actual scoreboard, that can get them in the right mindset to start winning more fights that actually matter, and get Blazing Storm back into this one. And again, I'm telling you this right now. If Blazing Storm doesn't figure this out, we will be looking at a 3-0 sweep yet again, because the Squirrels are just way too confident right now.
Yeah, I mean, what we were calling after Splatoon's Mako last time was that it was a one-push game for both of these teams. One team took it, got their lockout, they went down, the other team took it, locked out, and that team ultimately a W for Squirrels. In a case like this, where we're looking at something similar, either Blazing Storm here is winning on their first cap and taking it that way, or they are figuring out how to retake this zone. They're coordinating their specials, they're splitting their players wisely, whether that's a 3-1 or a 2-2, and they're pushing into zone together as a team with a coordinated attempt.
The bracket has been reset and the missiles are being brought out along with the K-Gal. Blazing Storm going back to the tried and true. This is how everybody wins, right? Let's stick to this and see if we can get a dub here. Actually, pretty much a slightly mirror comp to some extent, just the K-Pro versus the K-Gal, but all the specials are the same from both teams.
And Martin has been liking that range. You're going to see him get an assist there on the 52 gal. That's going to be huge for them as Fukaru pushes up, looks for an opportunity. Again, this aggression we've seen from him, whether it's on Rainmaker or zones, has been vital. The junior now down, that's going to give a huge opportunity for Blazing Storm to continue this lockout. Though with zone neutral in mid, it's really difficult. Blazing Storm kind of split around the map, got a little bit too distracted by those flanks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously those flanks are kind of critical in any map in mode, but especially when you have the other team on the back foot like that, those flanks work out infinitely better than what they normally would, because when you lose focus, that's when those flanks really start to land. But so far, Blazing Storm, they don't have the man advantage, but they're not... I mean, yeah, they're about to lose control of zone right here, and it looks like they're going to get put in a lockout situation. Breaking out this lockout would be huge for Blazing Storm, because they weren't able to do this last time they played here.
Right, I mean, it is Squirrel now in the lead, and they're holding it well. I mean, Martin set up on the right side where they want to be. That's been all they needed this entire game. I mean, I keep saying it. Martin has been strong.
I mean, all the players for the Squirrels have been strong, but yeah, I mean, you talk about the shooters or the slayers specifically have been taking care of business, especially when they need to. And again, having trouble with breaking down the lockout, that's a splat that's going to be very critical for you. You're taking care of one player. Now you're starting to push up, but the rest of the players can come back into the zone. They do. Lockout broken out, but not enough control just yet for where they can establish a lockout, as it's pretty much neutral right here, with some specials being popped.
Positionally and neutral maybe, but 3 specials are ready for Blazing Storm to keep this lockout moving. If they just pop this Booyah when their opponents are moving forward, they will deny it any space. And right now, they're doing a great job terrorizing this side. Finding a nice pick on Martin on that pro, and that's going to allow them to try to push up and take even more space. I mean, a lockout now, looking at a lead as Squirrel, the man down, can't do anything. Missiles ready. Acer's going to pop him here into that armor and missiles. That's a very strong time to pop both missiles coming out. Booyah as well. That's going to allow them to hold on to them a little bit longer. The junior, though, for Blazing Storm down, and that's a little bit of paint loss, but still, it is the Squirrels who have to make the move here, and they don't have the advantage.
They don't. They got this one player with the missiles able to get it off, and they do have Booyah Bomb. If they throw the Booyah Bomb on the back side and then attack the front side, somebody called that the mullet attack in VC the other day, and that's exactly what they do. Party in the back, attack from the front, and they're able to stall the zone, but still, that is the kind of push that you need from Blazing Storm. If they can hold on to this one, we're going to have an actual bracket reset Grand Finals here.
Strong mullet attack, apparently, as missiles are popped here for Squirrels. Clara looking for any opportunity, no longer on their Nautilus or Kraken, instead opting for the VJet here. That range is something they love to play with, and missiles are going to force them back a little bit as penalty points are removed from Squirrels. Yosh looking for any opportunity on this right side. Missiles are ready. Armor has come online. If they pop these missiles, they can finally get a move on. They pop 2 in zone. Now they have to move. Not a mullet. They don't have the Booyah ready, but they are able to get the cap there with some bombs on the backside. Now a Booyah online for Blazing Storm. They have 90 seconds left in this game, and they have the lead.
They do, and they have enough control here to where they should have gotten back control. K-Gal getting stuck on that wall and not able to take any fights. But another kind of, I think they're starting to wise up to where the positioning, where the players are going to be coming from the Squirrels. we're seeing them starting to shut down some like flank opportunities or some kind of cheeky plays coming from the backside. That is Blazing Storm. So maybe they're starting to wake up here a little bit. But eventually it just takes one kind of move to work. It just got to throw one punch that's going to land. And this, oh man, this is so close back and forth.
Some weird positioning here as there's attacks on both stacks going on at once. Missiles in zone in favor of Blazing Storm. That's going to leave them in a 3v2 situation. Times it, forced all the way out of this spot. Forced on the far left. They don't have Pape behind them, but maybe it won't matter if Blazing Storm can give a brick wall to Squirrel here as they look to get another push in. Armor comes online for Squirrel. That's going to let them drop here into Freezer, though the 52 gal is ready to take out Martin in mid. Another one now dropping onto the 52 gal. They are going to go down a 2v3 situation in favor of the retakers. Squirrel now getting the cap on zone, looking for an opportunity, and with 18 seconds left, they're looking at an overtime hold.
This is exactly how game one of the first bracket went, except the shoe is on the other foot. Can the Squirrels come back and get this lead here, or can Blazing Storm hold on? They got the specials to do it, and they can do the attack. Here comes the Booyah Bomb with the missiles, and they're doing it! The Mullet attack, Booyah Bomb in the back, but I think it landed on an awkward spot. It didn't really paint the zone, but the players go in and capitalize on top of it, and they're able to stall it there. Blazing Storm finally plugs the leak, stops the bleeding, and they all of a sudden are up 1-0. They're currently winning this set.
For the first time this grand finals. Hey, I don't care what you're gonna name that attack, mullet, whatever, mohawk, I don't care. What they just did is they popped missiles, and then they popped booyah, and then they popped missiles, and then they popped armor. And then they capped the zone. It's that easy. You're making fun of them saying, hey, just win, forehead. But like, it's that simple. You pop your specials, you have the lead, you get a strong lockout. All you have to do is go back into zone. And Rainmaker Sniper Canal, our counter pick here, is not dissimilar in a lot of ways.
Dude, we knew this is coming. We knew this was coming. Yeah. I mean, it didn't happen at all last set because they never lost, but here we go. Get ready for the sploosh, get ready for the splash, the C-Jet, and I mean, if you're Blazing Storm, you know what's coming. They already used this against you in Winners Finals, and quite frankly, just kind of bullied you here, as they bullied Heaven's Moonlight earlier. So what's the answer? How are you going to break through this map? You don't have to win this to win the whole tournament, but if you can beat them here on their best map and mode, you're going to be in a pretty comfortable position to win this tournament now. But this is going to be a very difficult one for Blazing Storm to get a win on.
Hey, Blazing Storm, don't get distracted by the sploosh. That's your advice. The sploosh is going to be behind you. Address it, attack it, or don't.
The sploosh is going right for your face right now.
Well, for now.
That's the same exact opening. Oh, they punished it this time.
That's huge for them. I mean, they recognize that's what's going to happen, and they got rid of him. Now it's a 4v3 situation with Sploosh down. They have been a huge weapon for Squirrels in the past. Now the Sploosh hopefully taking an opposite side is what you want to see if you are Blazing Storm. Both Rays have come online. Rainmaker barely surviving for a little bit, but they are going to go down ultimately. The Sploosh now going back to the face, and a wipe in favor of Squirrels. They're going to take this down straight.
Kakaru took the same exact frame-by-frame opening they have for the past 3 games. Blazing Storm recognized it, punished it, but they didn't take into account what the other 3 players were going to do. So they got wiped because of it. They're going to lose lead right here. And Time Zone trying to slink their way through the ink isn't going to get much more. But the hammer coming in and pop it. Can they grab it and add to their lead? They don't. But still, that's kind of the attempt you're going to see with the Sploosh 7. You're just going to pop it and go for it constantly. So they lose lead, but it doesn't really matter. 350 left to go. Not a huge score either way, but okay, yeah, they end up grabbing it.
56, not great, as you said, and especially on this map where halfway through street is going to give you a lead. But instead of taking the street, both these teams opting to go for slower court-side pushes. Yosh now looking around the left side, looking for an opportunity. That's going to leave the Rainmaker undefended, though. Going to get called out by Kakaru. The Sploosh 7 that loves to get in your face. Rainmaker now needs to get popped, man. Martin playing behind them, finding a nice pick on that flank. Looking for a second one, not going to quite find it. Tommy now with the Junior. A nice saving play for them.
Yeah, I think Blazing Storm's play again. I think they're starting to recognize what's going to happen. I think they're starting to figure out their opponent a little bit, and this is the grand finals bracket reset's the perfect time to do it. The question is, can they keep up this mental focus for the next 3 minutes? Because again, it just takes one flank to land for the whole game to be over. And right now they're doing a good job of it. But trying to go up a little overextended themselves, trying to create some plays.
Tommy playing that junior more like it's an end zap, looking for a couple picks there. Not going to quite find it as you called out. But hey, now Tommy's already back in the play. It's a 4v3 situation as the end zap on the side of Squirrels are down. The Rainmaker picked up and looking for a left side push. All they have to get to is the block. But Martin with his amazing, like Inky once again, saving our commentary. Give me something interesting to look at. Gonna find a pick on the Rainmaker. A 4v2 situation. Martin getting another one
Twitter
on that inkjet and a clip and a half for them.
Welcome to Twitter. And shout outs to all the people watching this in future low links during the replay. We're going to see that one for a while there. 2:10 left to go. Rainmaker working around the right side. The team with the lead has it. And of course, it's the Squirrels who feel very confident on this map. About 2 minutes left to go. The question is, they need to add to their lead. And they seem very content with going this slower route along this right side. So even if they don't get lead, they bleed time off the clock. But they do... Oh, well, things are kind of neutraled out for a little bit here. The question is, how are you going to get lead? If you go down mid as Blazing Storm, you really don't have to go that far at all to get past 56.
No, I mean, you don't even have to get to the slick area to get 56. You have to get to about the snipe. And if that's all you need, one little flank play is going to be this game's deciding. I'm going to call it now. Blazing Storm gets one pop, they hold a little bit forward, and they get a W. But with one player down, it's going to be very hard for them here. As Squirrels does a great job holding mid. Kakuru looking for another opportunity. Forcing it left side, but getting called out. That's what you need if you're Blazing Storm. That pick is going to snowball. They're using Inkjet and Stingray off of it. All they need is one more pick, and they can get this push down mid. They're already grabbing it, and they're looking for mid. Tommy getting called out from behind. They have to hold forward here. They have to move, but they're taking it to the left side hill.
I think you called out exactly what they should have done, and I don't think they recognize that's what they should. But, I mean, that was right. They got the splat they needed. They had the specials controlling the street, and you don't have to do much to get lead. And with this few time left on the clock, yeah, like 55 points isn't going to be a comfortable lead, but who cares? You just need to have the lead, period, right now. And they didn't make the right play to do it.
Especially with 30 seconds remaining. They have one more opportunity. They still have a special advantage. That Stingray to that hammer. I think that Stingray wins every time, but they're struggling to get popped, and Squirrels are just stalling it really well. The junior goes down. That's no armor for them on a push, and the Rainmaker actually picked up by Squirrels. If they just turn around and take it backwards, they win, but instead, they're going for 1 point. 26-15. They're hungry, and now Blazing Storm has to get a huge overtime push if they want to get W.
I think that was the right play because the other team could have built up Stingray. I think you go for the huge lead and make this, and just bury Blazing Storm right now. And look where Kakaru's going. We've seen this happen before, but they're not even going to get there. The Stingray is going to be hot and scotch until they're not. So there we go. 3 for 3 on the day is the Squirrels on Snapper Canal Rainmaker. You win, all right? You're good there. We got it. You can't go back there for the rest of the tournament, though.
But hey, it was Kakuru, the Sploosh 7, who got the final pick there and ended that game.
Only one hammer.
Asu, yeah, I mean, Asu doing a wonderful job surviving that Stingray, but you get distracted by the Ray, you're not watching your flanks. Credit where credit's due. They dealt with that Sploosh 7 handily until the very end there, doing a really good job keeping their feet moving and not letting them get called out by those hold forwards.
And now a very critical counter pick. I mean, I guess they're all kind of critical. We're tied 1-1 here in the bracket reset of a knock on wood incident-free low ink so far, and a very exciting low ink here. I'm glad Blazing Storm has woken up. They're the team that they were before, and now they're going back to Claim Blitz at Piranha Pit, which they are totally allowed to do. Keep in mind, because it is a new bracket, you get like all the maps that you wanted to pick that you couldn't last time, you can now because you haven't technically won on those maps in the last bracket. And also keep in mind, since I decided to jinx this all by bringing up the incident, if for some reason a player does DC, they do get a replay now because it is another reset. But it seems like everybody's been staying in so far and everything's been cookies and juice up to this point. But considering how fast we saw everybody ready up for the side of Blazing Storm, I think it's safe to say that Hydra's going to come back out here, which was very, very dominant for Blazing Storm against the Squirrels in Winners Finals.
Yeah, you said you didn't have Twitch chat up, and I'm looking here at the prediction. We have 78% going to Squirrels here. So
Well, it makes
Blazing-
sense considering
Right.
they just swept the opponent.
I mean, but we
That's
talk about that narrative ending here, and Blazing Storm, as you said, winking up here. They have to win effectively in their minds, I hope, one best of 5, and the whole tournament is there, and that's a lot less pressure than you think it is.
It is no object shredder on that Hydra. It doesn't really matter. Just one armor coming out here. But double missile. Look, I'm not... Missiles obviously are annoying for a Hydra player, yes. But it's annoying for every single player. You can't just fire missiles and hope that they'll take care of the Hydra. But if you take care of the K-Gal and the K-Shot and you kill everybody else, it's really difficult for that Hydra to accomplish anything by themselves. And that seems to be what, well, it was what the Squirrels were doing initially.
A nice trade there. That's going to leave them in a 2v1 win, effectively, for that 52 gal. Pay control in favor of Squirrels as Asu now looks for an opportunity to take some of it back with their range. Ball being formed and specials ready for them to make a push if they would like to. Armor coming online early here. They need those missiles out soon if they want to move.
And the Hydra's starting to work around that right side. They're doubling up on the armor. Look, they're loaded for bear on the clam side. If they can get if they can find a way to score here, get some splats, this could be your game right here. Booyah getting popped up top. 3 players back in the defensive position. One more coming around, flanking around the right side. It's the Splash-O-Matic who gets taken down. So now all the players left are just underneath that basket, and you got some specials to work with. They almost have 4 power clams that they could throw.
They have to go now. They have specials. They have player advantage. They've popped their missiles and armor. They have to go. That's the first ball scored. That's second one missed.
They go forward.
But the third, that's all they get the 20 in 1 push. And Asu jumps out of nowhere, surviving it. I've never seen 4 clams go in like that. That is absurd.
My opposite has said, wow, we only got 3 in. How'd you manage to get all 4 in there right there? That's a very rare quad bomb push. But look at the response. Look at the response. The problem is they got wiped during that, and now you're not going to see the points go as quickly. But you can, if you stay here and fight and stay alive, you can get the KO, an exaggerated push, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Man advantage still in the favor of the Squirrels. They're just a few points away from getting the lead. They have the clams they need. Coming around the right side, the Hydra in a good spot to shut everything down, though. That is the key. Nice position there. They hold on to the lead.
35 penalty points, though. That's a ball and 2 clams. If you're a Squirrel, you're not scared of the 20 anymore. You just got to 30 in 1 push, too. We can do it. You can do it. Asu now needs to find an opportunity with their range. Use this as a time to put paint down and get their armor ready, and that's exactly what they've done. First armor comes out from the junior, as we have maybe a little bit of quiet, but with double missiles and both armors out, we're back to a neutral special opportunity with bomber ready on the side of Squirrels and missiles on that side of Blazing Storm.
And that, yeah, and we do see a lot of clams built up by the team that is losing. You want to control the clan economy. Every economist will tell you that. But you also want to control mid. You want to get splats. I mean, there's a lot you want to do to get a push going. So, but right now you got the man advantage. You got the special. You got enough clams to knock Blazing Storm back into the Stone Age. Forget just taking the lead right here. These teams are building up tons of clams on these pushes.
Armor comes out for time zone. They're going to find a nice trade with the 52 gal, which is one of the main slayers. Armor popped quite early for a Blazing Storm, but that's going to work to their advantage as Asu finds a nice pick here. Looking for the last one here. They're going to get eyes on them, but not before they go down to their teammate. Now watching this jump, the ball carrier kind of throwing that a little bit. That ball not where they want it to be anymore by the spawn. I believe that was Mercy at least, as we're back into a neutral.
Yeah, that's right. The Squirrels in the last set, they never beat. They lost to this team twice on Clan Blitz because they keep burning through that Mercy clan. Now, I think they used it earlier in their opening push. That's why they don't have another one there. But still, that kind of explains why they're constantly having more clams as well. Because they keep burning through their Mercy. And now, 1 minute left to go. The difference here, that Hydra, whenever that Hydra gets set up on that scaffold, they don't have an answer for it. They got a missile, and they got to move in while that Hydra is discombobulated. But I don't want my K-Shot player back here on defense when I'm trying to score.
25 clams ready to go. Missiles online. This is your opportunity for Squirrels to take a lead. The ball looking for an opportunity forward. They're going to have to back up and not get a little too hasty. 52 now. Trying to hunt that pick, finding it. K-Shot down. That was their ball carrier. And Booyah online too. Blazing Storm is going to hold on to this lead with 30 seconds left. Oh, the K-Shot still trying to get back on that respawn. 3 specials are ready with the junior down. It's a little bit difficult here as they have to back up here. 52 not wanting to do so.
20 seconds left to go. Everybody going down to the side of the team that's winning. Firing missiles, but missiles by themselves aren't going to do anything. And that is a wipe. And they have all the clams. Yeah, they got enough clams that they can get lead and then some. And now they're just kind of funneling in and just running into a meat grinder. There's no way they can hold on to this lead now. Losing too many resources at the wrong time. And they got broken on their own counter pick in game 3. And all of a sudden, the advantage they have is gone.
Blazing Storm, what happened? You win game 1, you're feeling good, you get to go to a counter pick where clearly you're experienced, and yet out of nowhere a really good wipe by Squirrels, and Blazing Storm tied now 1-1 have an uphill mental battle. I mean, you're back to where you were last set getting 3-0'd.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've lost like home field advantage. You have to win on your counter pick, and then you have to beat the other team on their counter pick. That doesn't matter. Right now, you just got to find the perfect map that you're going to win on and just win game 4, and then just let it all ride on game 5. Just looking at the chat, the Team Squirrel's having a little bit of fun here. I think they're enjoying their experience through low ink. They're not just saying anything mean. They just seem like a fun group of people there. But yeah, I mean, if you just get to a game 5, whoever controls the counter pick, fine. But at game 5 of a bracket reset grand finals, you just pick your best weapon and you just go out and you just play. Right? It's like like both teams are going to be extremely nervous in that situation. So game 4, you just got to pick a map and just win it, and then don't worry about game 5 until you get to it. And obviously, if you are the Squirrels, you have now won 5 of the last 6 games against this team that beat you 3-2 in winners finals. You have all the momentum, you have all the advantage, and they seem pretty comfortable. I think you want to win this one right now. I mean, obviously, you don't want to go to a game 5 without the momentum, but you just want to put this one away right now.
Hey, I was talking like it was 1-1. I've seen Rainmaker Snappers so many times, they've blended together. This is match point for Squirrels, and they can win the whole thing right now if they want to.
If they want, I'm sure they want to.
I mean, it's worth saying though, because like it's not an easy feat to win low ink, and this is a team now that they've played 3 times. They're in set number 3. They know each other so well, and yet like Clara has switched between 3 different mains, and we've seen so many different things coming out from both of these teams. And Tower Starfish main stage is a new one.
This is we haven't seen this on stream for a while, actually. This is fair enough. I mean, a pretty good map and mode. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna, I'm assuming they're gonna go back to the. You can do splatlings here, but I'm assuming they're gonna go back to that V-Jet. I feel like they're just gonna, you know what? Let's just ride out with missiles. Let's just try to make it work. Let's just try to locate where all of these flanks are coming from and make sure they're constantly running back from our missiles so that we can push up a little bit with it.
I made a call a long time ago about running the Sploosh 7 on tower. And you talk about flanks, and it's
Debbie kind of said this before we came on. You can flank with anything here, and it comes down to more like a weapons that can take advantage of run speed that are the best. That's why like you usually see some splatlings that are traditionally like you traditionally see an anchor stuck on a snipe. And if splatlings you can see go left and right on this kind of map. But again, I think we're gonna stick with the VJ. No, we're not. We're gonna double down with the Hydra. Die with the Hydra. I like to see it. But that V-Jet's gonna have to just keep pumping out missiles for Squirrels.
Talk about run speed on that Hydra there. Definitely wanting to look at those flanks maybe later in the game. For now, taking a nice strong spot in snipe. Talk about flanks! Martin looking for an opportunity there. Maybe just watch it, not wanting to get flanks themselves. Armor comes online there for Squirrels, and they're going to go down early to the K-Pro. I mean, Yosh giving giving Martin a little bit of their own medicine there. The 3v3 is on the field. Blazing Storm is the one looking for their first push, so they have to recover their player first.
taking a selfie on the grade at the main stage. Hey, it's a cool spot for a little picture right there, but obviously waiting for the right opportunity. It didn't approach just then, but is approaching for them just now as this first checkpoint is going to be stabbed at by the Squirrels, hoping to end the tournament right now as they got the lead and are trying to overcome this double armor that's going to be thrown at them.
Yeah, that double armor, surviving the missiles well, but Bomb Rush is online for Squirrels, and Tommy has to do something here soon. I mean, they're a junior player, so they can't aggress straight on, but they need to throw these bombs, and right now what I'm seeing is just a lot of stalling from them, and not enough of pressure. Asu now trying to do the opposite, get some pressure on the tower. They are going to find a nice pick on that Splash-O-Matic. That's going to give them an opportunity to delay this push. 43 ticks are remaining, and a 2v3 in their favor. Blazing Storm surviving that push, keeping them to the second checkpoint, but now quite the tall order on a push of their own.
Yeah, I think they should just be happy that they got on to that second checkpoint. There's still a lot of time left to go here. You got double armor that you can work with your Inkjet, and they are doing a good job of coordinating those armors, but they can't find where these players are, or at least when they do, it's too late. Their specials are already burned out here. And this player seems really content on just kind of hanging out on the crates area over there, saying, hey, come to me, come fight me. And is going to take a fight with that junior. That's a winning matchup until the Octoshot comes along and shuts that down. So now, I mean, here's your chance to get this first checkpoint if you're Blazing Storm.
Taking a swim there is the Octoshot, who's been playing 52 gal pretty reliably this set, and now look, what we're seeing here is no one being able to capitalize on neutral. On Battle Junior going in, that's going to make it difficult for them. Martin now trying to just stall a little bit longer. 3v2 situation in Blazing Storm's favor. First time they've had opportunity for a good chunk of this game, and we're halfway through. I mean, look at this pressure. Look at this crossfire on this flank here. Martin struggling to stay alive. And the tower is going to reach this first checkpoint with two specials ready. Blazing Storm looking to make a move.
Oh, that's a huge splat by Time Zone, and that's going to save their checkpoint. If Time Zone went down there and that Inkjet just causes more harassment, they're going to clear that checkpoint. Instead, it's a wipe on the opposite side. Time Zone making a nice splat there and opening up the doors for this tournament to come to a close in about 2 minutes.
Squirrels now on the offensive. They're going to get to this first checkpoint, no problem. The Hydra set up on that top right area. Kakuru has to missile them if they want to make something happen, but instead they're going to opt to missile it to top left. That's where the tower is going anyway. Kakuru now trying to terrorize the Hydra, getting a distraction on two of them. Hopefully that opens up the field on the left, but it doesn't seem like it does as Time Zone goes down with that ends up. Now Kakuru is the one looking to take control of tower as Clara tries to find an opportunity to pressure that Hydra. That Hydra on top right, I mean, set up for the third checkpoint, even though the battle here is going to be on the left.
Exactly. That Hydra's not going to accomplish anything over there, so it's essentially a 3v4 situation as they're trying to hold on to this checkpoint and get it cleared. Finally, Hydra rotates back around the other side, but by then the rest of the teammates are able to clear it up, and it looks like a slight min advantage into the favor of Blazing Storm, but they're running out of time. It's only about a minute left to go. They still haven't cleared that first checkpoint, so they essentially haven't put anything up on the scoreboard yet, and they still got to worry about these. Oh, Time Zone jumping back. I wonder if it's worth it just kind of staying there and keeping the attention away. Now everybody's in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they can get through that first checkpoint, the game is going to get a lot closer, but they have to sustain first and second checkpoint in one push. They don't have time to do it in two, and Kakuru on this flank looking for an opportunity. They are going to get called out, going down. It's a very big pick. If you are Blazing Storm now, getting to that first checkpoint, Bria coming out on stake, not going to find another pick. It is! Time Zone goes down, and that is a full wipe for Blazing Storm. All they have to do is clear this checkpoint, and they're golden. K-Shot now on the respawn, not wanting to go down early, but there's one in their face. Kakuru has to drop down into the pit area. Now, a 4v4 to 3 minute 42. K-Shot and Time Zone go down. That's 3 down again, and a KO is imminent for Blazing Storm out of nowhere. One push getting 2 wipes and KOing, making this set 2-2.
That might be it. Honestly, that might be it. The way they won that game right there, you're 2 minutes away from receiving the trophy, and then all of a sudden the other team just flips the switch. They take care of all of your flanks. They put you in front of them so they know where you are all coming from, and then they just steamroll you like that to take the trophy away and put it on hold for a little bit. That is momentum stolen by Blazing Storm. And right now, again, Game 5 goes into the Squirrels, but I would, instead of having control of the map, I would rather have control of the momentum. Blazing Storm might have just stolen the whole tournament on that final push.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say about the counter pick, that it feels to me the only thing that could kill Blazing Storm now is their own hubris. If they're going to go into this map mode and get cocky and get too confident, that can bite them. But if they keep their adrenaline where it is, if they can keep their hype at the right amount, no map mode is going to bring them to a stop now. No weapon pick, no uwu pulling out the blob bopper is going to stop them.
And you know what? All of the counter picks they've used at this point, they can't do. They can't go back to Clan Blitz at the Reef because they already won Clan Blitz. They can't go back to Rainmaker Snapper Canal because they've won there every single time. And now they're picking a Hydra map. They're going to Splat Zones at Wahoo. Now, they haven't won Splat Zones on this set, but I don't know about this. If I'm Asu, now I've used Hydra 2 games in a row, and you're going to give me the default Hydra playground? Uh-oh. I don't agree with this. Not that means anything. Every time I say I don't agree with it, I'm proven wrong. But this is a gutsy... I don't know about this one, Brush. We'll see how it works out for them.
2 things. Wahoo World Splat Zones is the lockout map. You get control of zone. You can make it impossible for your opponent to get another hold or even break back down onto plat. That's 1. But 2, we watched these teams play Splat Zones in Mako Mart like it was Wahoo World. You get a lockout, they're never entering ever again. The first team to cap this zone, if they can get to their positions, if they can hold the spots, especially if you're Asu on that Hydra, your opponents are not going anywhere. They're stuck forever.
You need to bring a lot of missiles here if you're going to escape this one. And obviously K-Gal work out really well here as well. Booyah Bomb on zone does a lot. Even though it's a flat zone, it doesn't work well with the circular explosion. But you combine with that ink wall as well. This looks like a winning matchup for Blazing Storm, but we'll see what the Squirrels have cooked up here.
Early armor and double missiles come out. That's going to allow them to push into zone quite quickly. Asu, though, doing a great job controlling some space, opting to take plat rather than glass, not wanting to get called out and go down early, and they are able to pressure the left side. They are one down there, the 52 gals on respawn, but they are not giving up more space than they need to. Asu doing a great job holding their own, and 2 players on the right side surviving themselves. Suction bombers and armor come online, though the Splash-O-Matic has to back up a little bit, getting called out by that flank, but a Booyah on plat, that's going to push all the players to the ledge area, and a second Booyah finds a pick. Beautiful coordination there from Blazing Storm as they go into zone, but 2 missiles are ready for Squirrels, and Blazing Storm does not have a solid hold yet.
Yeah, and you need to hold on to those missiles. Get out of there, or maybe take a fight and win it, and that works as well. But we want to fire those missiles one after another, slow them out, make kind of like you're popping armors, dragging them out at the same time as well to push these players back, but they aren't able to do that, and that Hydra's just going to sit up there getting their first splat. It doesn't matter. It's the presence they're creating that's the problem for the rest of the players of the Squirrels. And oh, don't stay in your ink wall too long. Somebody's going to throw a bomb at you.
The Hydra now alone in zone effectively, just them trying to hold on to something. Kakuru looking for an opportunity on the right side. They are going to go down, drop low. This armor is ready and popped on the side of Blazing Storm as the timer ticks down past 30. Missiles are out. Now it's Squirrel's opportunity to cap the zone, but Asu is standing there and not letting anyone enter the zone. It's just time zone now. Forced to make a play happen. They go down using full white Blazing Storm with 10 ticks left. They're not going to let Squirrels even get close.
And the champions of an incident-free March Low Ink is going to Blazing Storm, a team that has played in this tournament so many times. Veterans of Low Ink, they escape, they survive, and wake up after getting smacked in the face. They finally wake up and take care of business against the Squirrels. And I'm sorry, but you're going to give me momentum at the end of game 4, and you're going to give me a map that's going to favor my comp over you. I'm going to win that game 5.
Popgun, who said Blazing Storm had a chance at winning this thing?
Hey, I did too. I just didn't put them in my top 5, all right?
But did you put them at like number 8? Didn't you?
I put them at number 9, all right? I'll be honest with you. But look, we knew they were one of those teams. Exactly what I said about them I didn't say this exactly about them, but it's fair to say they're in that unlimited Yume United category. They're just going to hang around. Sometimes we're not going to make alpha. Sometimes we'll make beta. Sometimes we'll finish in second place of beta. Sometimes we'll get eliminated losers round 2. And then all of a sudden, one magical Sunday, and they come out and they do this. Game 5, a bracket reset. They take care of business. And I mean, the Squirrels, they're no strangers to this as well. This is the best they've ever done. 5th place last month, 2nd place this time around, but they're probably going to be second guessing that final counter pick they did there.
Yeah, and I mean, I almost understand where it came from, right? Is that if you can get your lockout going, you're gonna win. I mean, once you get in control, that's the game, and that's what we saw there, especially at the end of that wipe. But I mean, Blazing Storm had the momentum. We talked about it again and again. When you get that game 1 win, when you are able to get a huge game 4 save, there's no way that you're going to be able to stop us.
And credit where credit is due. I mean, we thought Blazing Storm was dead and gone. When they got swept like that, you said 73% of people put their money on the Squirrels. That was the correct decision. We all saw how that first bracket went down. It was not competitive. It was a 3-0 sweep on the other team's best maps that they kept counterpicking. They couldn't even win on their own maps. But finally, they got momentum in game 4. I don't agree with the counterpick in game 5, but I'll also say I don't think it really mattered. Whatever counterpick they busted out in that game 5, momentum was completely on the side of Blazing Storm, and they took advantage of that right there. Congratulations to them. Another one for the history books.
Yeah, a huge win for Blazing Storm, and they're gonna get their boot out of low level here. GG's. Popgun, what do you say we bring this thing home?
I will say, I looked this up because I said Blazing Storm's been here for a while. The first time they played in low ink, December of 2020. You know how good they did? They went 3-3. Looks like they qualified for a Gamma bracket, but probably said, nah, we're bouncing, because it doesn't look like they actually played in Gamma bracket. So there you go. Another rags to riches story. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see teams start from the bottom, slowly grind their way up. We saw a lot of new teams this week. And I saw a lot of people in the Discord chat talking about how upset they were with how they performed. We didn't win a single game. We only won 1 game, or we got 2 wins and one of them was against the bye. That was Heaven's Moonlight about a year ago. That was Blazing Storm about a year ago. Look where these teams are now. That could be you by the time Splat 3 runs around. But hey, congratulations to Blazing Storm. The tournament's over. You have won. You are low ink champions. And with that being said, all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this tournament, Hoenn Hero, myself, and JPEG. JPEG could not be here this time around, but his presence definitely felt. Not like he's dead or anything, but JPEG being a huge part of what makes low ink what it is. And we're very thankful to have JPEG and the rest of our lovely and talented crew. I also want to give a shout out to 2 staff members in particular, Mizuno and Bowen. We've added them on, I think at the start of last Ludi season, or this current Ludi season that's still going on. And we had them kind of step up. Since we knew JPEG wasn't going to be here, we used this as an opportunity to have them step up and do the maps for us, do the announcements, do all the Battlefly stuff. So shout outs to those 2 in particular. Not that the rest of our staff wasn't very awesome, but we're trying to grow the future of everything here at low ink, not just the teams, but the TOs, the commentators, the streamers as well. From all of us, our producer, Ink Fair, myself, Brush, where can people find you?
I'm going to plug my Leechess again. You can find me everywhere, but especially on leechess.org at Brushstrokes SPL. Popgun, you doing the same?
What's your Blitz rating?
Oh, I actually play chess.com, but it's like 1100. So it's like 1400 Leechess now?
Yeah, so that's roughly the same thing, because those 2 things are really... Hey, you can catch me tomorrow, Popgun25, or Popgun25 at Twitch. We're going to... Another episode of the podcast. We're going to recap all this stuff. That's enough talking from all of us. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And don't do anything stupid between now and the next low ink, because we'll see you back then.